setting also very competitive time. We had plenty of chops and changes at the head of the order, but it is Kevin Estre that will start the race on pole position. Car 13, the fastest of the 62 out there. A 4:03.366, the best time then, after 11 laps completed by Kevin Estre, and just 0.198 of a second back, which will put Tom Dillman alongside Estre at the... Now, this will be a standing start, will it, Saturday morning?
That's a big guess.
See, Carrera Cup UK, new for this year, they have 2 races across the weekend. The first race is a standing start. The second race is a rolling start.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Right. Okay. Well,
the lack of any information from this must be driving the Porsche people bonkers.
Trustwell's on it though, so we'll get an answer.
We've got a flatbed heading out at pace to where? Well, not where I thought it was. He's gone onto the start-finish straight. So, well, we've got cameras up there, so let's quickly skim across. Apologies if you're watching on our StudioVision, as you get to see me flicking through the TV channels without trying to change too many of the other televisions at the same time. So I just saw the Queen's pre-Wimbledon tournament there with
Queen's Club. Yeah.
Let me give you playing the young Brit.
I'll give you the rest of the 10 as well. Still, the session hasn't officially. It's been red flagged, but of course the clock continues to tick away. We've got 42 seconds, but cars no longer allowed out onto circuit. Tom Dillman then with the second fastest time of 4:03.564. Car 56, second fastest. Third quickest was the 219 machine of Earl Bamber, a 4:03.565. And fourth fastest, the top Brit, Ben Barker, in car 130, 4:04.752, Ben's time. Nicolas Maroc was fifth quickest in car 85. Sixth fastest was number 6, Nicola Armindo. Seventh fastest, number 5, Lonnie Martins, improving fairly late on before the red flag. Eighth quickest, car 101, Michael Meadows. Ninth fastest was the number 18 car of Stephen Pellett. In 10th fastest, the 4 car, that was Sasha Botterman, at a time of 4:05.715. And looking down to the fastest Class B car, Raw Lindland got it, car 11, 23rd overall, a 4:08.061. And...
So Chris Harris ended up in 30th position. So that's 5th, isn't it, in Class B?
Yeah. Second in Class B, Carl Leonard in 136.
He would have had a bit of a squeaky moment there when he didn't get that car at all well set up to begin with. Yep. Came straight in after his outlap and his first lap around, and then there was the red flag, and then he couldn't get back out the pit lane, and then he put in that time of a 4:08.640.
The red flag, I reckon, saved Carl, because Caleb Al-Khabaiti was on a fast one.
He was.
And then sort of backed off in Sector 2. But the gap was only 0.02 of a second between Carl and Khaled. And in the end, the 91 car had to back off partway around the lap. So that will put the Al-Khabaiti car 3rd in Class B and 27th overall. Papa Lapierre, Christophe Lapierre, in car 911.
Very good.
Was 4th fastest of the Class B cars, 28th overall, and Chris Harris, as you mentioned, in car 100, despite the spin right in front of us, was 5th.
Which cost him, by the way, something in the region of 22 seconds.
Yes.
He did a 4:30 on that lap when he lost the car. Well, that was interesting, and I do like the concept, Johnny. I've got to say, bringing everybody together in the Porsche Cups, from the Porsche Cups around the world. I have to say, I do like the idea, and surely there can be no better place to do that than here at Le Mans. Nordschleife is another good one to do it at. There can't be many places that can take that amount of cars where people would want to go to.
No, absolutely not. And
Answers on a postcard, please.
I think, well, certainly in the UK, domestically, things are going an awful lot more towards GT racing and away from single-seater racing. And, you know, to get a career, it seems far more logical to get into GTs so that you can start to earn a fair bit of money from, you know, racing these wonderful tracks here at Le Mans and the Nordschleife as well. The Porsche Carrera Cup concept is mini enduros, really, because although the races are dictated by number of laps rather than race duration, they tend to be 40, 45-minute affairs, and that is, in a sense, a mini enduro. No pit stops, certainly in the UK, but the way that 2014 has panned out in that you now get one rolling start per weekend, clearly there is an idea to set these drivers up and give them a taste of long distance racing. So why not bring them to Le Mans once a year, or once every couple of years it may well be, and also to key circuits, very recognisable circuits across Europe. So it's a nice way to bring everyone together.
Paul Dunks just said Bathurst.
Bathurst would be a tad expensive for a lot of these teams.
It would be expensive to get there and expensive for it'd be great for the spare parts supplier.
If you went round the paddock now and just asked them, you know, quick straw poll, would you like to race at Bathurst? I think, yeah, 62 yeses.
Yeah, you'd have to have two heats in a final, wouldn't you? Around Bathurst. It would be fantastic.
That's fine. Three races instead of one. Bring it on.
Do you want to do this on Saturday then? Do the race on Saturday?
Yeah, if you can find me a drive, absolutely.
Yeah, right, okay, me and you, then we'll do this on Saturday. The race will be live on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM on Saturday. It's part of the build-up to the 2014 Le Mans 24 Hours. Thanks very much to Johnny Palmer. Next, it's the build-up at the countdown to green for qualifying for Le Mans 2014.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production. For more, go to www.radiolemans.com. Radio Show Limited. We talk to the world.
Do you have a question, a comment on what's happening?
Tweet now at Radio Le Mans.
Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. You listen to us, we listen to you. Mobil 1.
Mobil 1. Engineered to perform.
Well, hello there and welcome along if you are just joining us live on 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. It is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2014. John Hindhaugh with the rest of the team for you. Hashtag 1RLM for this year. I will go and get the computer and reboot the old tweets deck in a moment or two. We've got 2 hours of qualifying for you coming up in just on 25 minutes time. It's the 20 Porsche from the 14 from last night. 323.157 against 323.928. Paul Trustwell is alongside me, but let's get straight down into the pits and pick up some stories from the stragglers last night, those that had issues. And who wants to jump in first tonight? We've got Joe Bradley and Nick Damon down there. Who's first? Fastest finger first.
Me.
Bradley. It's all about you, Bradley.
Yes,
it's all about you.
Yeah, off the mark.
Where are you?
I am in the Nismo pit lane.
Yes, but where?
Well, I'm making my way up to the Aston Martin World.
99, please.
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm heading. But on the way by, I've got to mention the 8-star Ferrari guys who had a massive chassis repair. Big chassis leg, yes, not an important part of the chassis insofar as not the bit of chassis where you hang the suspension from, but just the bit of chassis which kind of you mount the bumper and the bodywork on. But still, it's a big major part of the car and a massive repair job. Full chassis strut being re-welded onto that Ferrari. That car is in the garage and looking pristine and ready to go. And when I get to Aston Martin World, I'll give you a shout and try and get the story of the sad story, really, of the Bamboo Craft Racing 99, who's not going to take any further part in this meeting.
I'm a little bit further up the pit lane because I'm covering the big breaking news at this end, which of course is the rebuild of the Audi number 1, which is in front of me looking splendid and clean and rebuilt. But of course the driver swap, and they are garages next door, between the number 1, Marc Genet, now drives the number 1 car. He's hopped out of the garage immediately to the right as you look out from the garages of the Zytek Nissan number 38 of Jota Sport, and into that car comes Ollie Turvey, who was supposed to be with Millennium, so they withdrew. And I'll be trying to talk to all the protagonists once they actually finish their tea. Also further up, we have to pick up the story of the Ziod, which actually looks ready to roll. Nothing on fire and nothing smoky, unlike yesterday. And there's also good news from Greaves Motorsport, where after they lost the second session with their 41 car, that's all built up and ready to go as well. So it looks like a more positive story we have from Aston Martin, but obviously a lot of things to find out that went on, and obviously we need to pick up exactly how easy it is to integrate Mark Genet and Ollie Turvey at their new car, in their new cars, in their new teams.
And the reason for that, of course, if you go on, Nick.
Dr. Ulrich, by any chance?
Yes, go on.
Let's grab a quick
Got
word.
the man right at the top, Nick. I'm impressed.
Dr. Ulrich?
Yes.
No, he's been as a marshal talking to him. No, I think it's more than a marshal. I think it's actually one of the guys who's parking a thing in there. He's
putting a thing in, is he?
The marshal is storing his rucksack, and here comes Dr. Ulrich. Dr. Ulrich, I suppose it's a very, very difficult start to the Le Mans week for you, but the team did a fantastic job in rebuilding the #1 car.
Yeah, really, the guys did a perfect job. They started more or less from zero and built out of the spare parts. We had a completely new car, and it was already through scrutineering, and it will run in this session for sure. I as well have a good news, because Loic was with us in the afternoon here on the racetrack, and he is now on his way home to his family, and Mark Genet will go for him in the car. So the car #1 will be here with 3 drivers, and they will run hopefully without problems in both qualifying sessions.
How much experience does Mark have of this new car?
The positive thing is that Mark was with us in the whole development phase, and the very last endurance we did after Spa, he was running quite a long period of time, so he knows the car very well.
And how difficult will it be to integrate him into obviously a 3-man team? In Lucas, Loic and Tom had raced together. Is it easy to bring a new driver into an established team?
I mean, as I said, the good thing is that he was in the whole development phase, a part of the team, and they welcome him for sure, and they will try to make the very best for him to come in a situation that he is the part of the team that we want to have him. But I think his base is perfect.
Yesterday was disruptive for the #1 car, but of course we had a lot of red flags. How much more work did Audi have left over which you didn't manage to get done yesterday?
Yeah, I have to say there is quite some work left that has not been done. We concentrate on doing the basic work that has to be done, and qualifying has not that importance. For sure we know it's points in the championship you should not give away, but mainly the car have to be prepared for the race. If there is a chance to try on new tires, for sure at the end we will try.
Dr. Thank you very much indeed. So yes, they're going to try. Basically, yes.
Okay, got that. Paul Truswell is off to my right, and Paul, that was a good session last night. The OEMs, the manufacturer-based teams, lining up 2 by 2, and we'll expect to see that Audi will be out again tonight. No like Duval, the 99 Aston. I'd heard rumours. I hadn't seen anything official that car had been withdrawn.
It has been withdrawn. That is official. Aston Martin have said so themselves. So potentially we're down to 54 starters for this year's race, which will be the lowest that it's been since 2007.
So that nipped down to Joe, who's down in Aston Martin land.
Yeah, unfortunately there's no one in the team connected to the Craft Bamboo 99 entry to actually get a word with, but that might change. I'm sure John Gore's going to make an appearance. However, I've had a walk in and I can see why the car is out. It's basically got extensive chassis damage to the right hand side. Basically the chassis leg that goes forward of the bulkhead, which is looks a bit like a bit of a bolt-on item, but it's got a massive tweak in it that's just kinking off to the right. That's going to totally destroy the car's alignment and geometry. And then there's a massive kink in the roof around the door, and that energy is then transferred through to the rear. And it's actually got on the left-hand rear corner, the complete opposite end to what I'm describing to you now, there's a massive hole punched into the chassis which forms the wheel arch of the left-hand rear wheel, and it looks as though some kind of suspension part has actually punched a hole through the chassis. So I can pretty much understand massive amount of work to be done, and also it's when you start stripping the chassis down that you find out just what else the energy and the way that it's dissipated throughout the car, and just what else another damage it's caused.
So, back at the situation in the Audi, Marc Genet, who is taking over at the wheel of that #1 car, in some ways is not a bad choice. I mean, as we were just hearing from Dr. Ulrich there, he has had a lot of experience, and he is experienced at bringing cars home at Le Mans as well. And he may not be ultimately as quick as Loic Duval, but I fancy him more as an kind of Audi-style driver as well, very well ingrained into the team, and well ingrained as well into that #1 car. I think if I was going to choose a car into which I was going to put Marc Genet, it would be that #1. And as far as the Jota car is concerned, I don't think they've actually particularly drawn the short straw either, because they've got Oliver Turvey driving in place of Marc Genet, and of course Oliver knows the Jota team very well indeed. So I think that actually represents quite a strong car. So obviously very unfortunate that we don't have Loic with us. Probably the best place for him is then to be to go off home, be with his family, and just get some rest and recuperation. But I think all round we've not really weakened the field at all, and it'll be interesting to see. I'm quite sure that Marc Genet will be able to slot quite easily into that team. Kyle Wilson-Clark, who runs that #1 car, is has had Marc Genet working for him before. He's actually run Marc 2 years ago in 2012 when Loic Duval and Romain Dumas were driving the R18 Ultra, which was the non-hybrid car back in 2012 when Audi ran the Ultras non-hybrid as well as the e-tron Quattros, the hybrid cars, and that car actually came home 5th. So as far as knowing the team, Marc is a very steady pair of hands. In terms of what we can expect, as we've been hearing, two-hour sessions about to commence, starting at 7 o'clock. And I suspect the first part won't be quite as quick, but building up towards the end of the first 2 hours, and then immediately after the now traditional evening meal break, I think we're going to see some very rapid times indeed. What is going to be interesting is how close the teams have been running to their fuel limits. And I mean, we've had Sam Collins up here in the past suggesting that we'll be down underneath the 3 minutes 20 mark. The fastest lap we've had thus far in the qualifying practice, the session which counts for grid positions, this morning was set by Brendan Hartley in the #20 Porsche at 3 minutes 23.157. The second fastest time, a 3:23.928 for Porsche #14. And the two Porsches undoubtedly looking to get themselves onto the front of the grid in order to kind of set their stall out, really. I mean, I don't think they're necessarily expecting to be around up at the front of the field for after the full 24 hours. The cars are just really too new for that. But they would like to be there at the beginning of the race, and obviously being at the front would be very good. Whether it's going to be a Porsche 1-2, as it is at the moment, or whether Toyota are going to get in amongst them, well, you can talk about that until midnight, and well, midnight tonight we will know. The two Toyotas have been very, very quick in testing. They were quick in the free practice session that we had on Wednesday afternoon. I say they were picked when it came to qualifying itself. Now, one of the conversations that I had suggested that that might have been due to Toyota's actually going over on their fuel limit during the test day here, not quite a fortnight ago, and during the free practice session that we had yesterday afternoon. Although they were supposed to stick to the fuel regulations, they weren't compelled to. There was no penalty for going over fuel consumption limits. So once you're into qualifying, though, any lap which goes over the fuel is going to be penalised and removed from the timing screen. So what we don't know is quite how close Toyota are to their fuel limits. The two times in qualifying from last night, compared to the Porsches, somewhat disappointing, I have to say. 3:25.3 and 3:25.4, respectively, for the numbers 7 and 8 Toyotas. Handled yesterday evening by Alexander Wurz and Anthony Davidson. in numbers 7 and 8 respectively. So they finished up the session yesterday evening in 3rd and 4th places, and we can now get a further update from the Nismo pit crew. Nick Damon. Nick.
Yeah, when we were chatting to Dr. Ulrich a few minutes ago, it got a bit noisy, even in the Audi garage, because they turned the engine on the number 1. Now, what happened then was that it's actually Lucas de Grassi who was getting in for a bit of a seat fitting. They're not sending Mark Genet out first. I think Lucas, I don't think he actually got in the car either yesterday. And suddenly they stopped the engine. Man has connected a white laptop. They were looking in the right-hand inspection hole, which is just in front of the windscreen to the right, with the car looking forward of the windscreen wiper. Lots of torches having a look, lots of computers plugging in. They've just taken off the nose cone from the front, and there are 3 engineers peering in sort of towards the electrics around where the power steering would mount. I'm not saying it is power steering, but around that area there's electrical sensors where the power steering would mount. And they've definitely found a trouble with this rebuild as they tried to put the driver in. Now, whether he pressed the brake pedal and the brake went away, I don't know. But as they look at it now, there's this collection of wires, pipes and hydraulics. They're now covering up so I can't see it anymore. One man's got over 3 pictures of it. It's definitely an issue with them mounting there right at the front end of the nose at the junction of where the actual removable part of the front end is taken off. So they have about 11 minutes to fix it.
Okay, thanks, Nick. Nick Damon down in the pit lane, powered by Nismo. Hashtag Eat, Sleep, Race. Repeat. Joe Bradley, what's going on down your end of things?
People beginning to roll cars out onto the apron. Surprisingly, really, because the cars are going to bake. It's still really, really hot. I mean, considering it's 10 to 7 p.m. in the evening here, it is absolutely boiling still. I'm at Rebellion, and both cars looking in good order. The number 12 just been rolled out onto the apron as described. Just next door, the number 70 Ferrari sits on its jacks, wheels not readied. Drivers conspicuous by their absence, probably keeping out of the heat and staying in the cool air conditioning if they've got any sense. The number 13 Rebellion, that sits in the garage. Looks ready. It's on the low jacks, ready to receive a set of wheels. They'll probably wheel it out onto its dollies and then swivel it around through 90 degrees. There are no cars forming up at the pit exit at the moment. That's probably, like I say, because they're keeping where it's cool. But fever begin to build. I'm going to pop down to Toyota and see if I can grab someone and see just how surprised they were to see the Porsche LMP ones topping the timing list when things finished prematurely last night.
Yeah, that's a good point. We should just remind everybody who's joining us in here on 91.2 FM and on the RadioLeMans.com. It is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2014. We had 4 or 5 red flags last night. 5. Paul holds up a hand. I thought he's just waving gently at me. I mean, the first one was a very long one. That was the Loic Duval issue for that number 1 car. And then we had 4 interruptions later on.
Yeah, we lost an hour, very nearly, it's 55 minutes, whilst they cleared up the debris from Loic's car and also repaired safety barriers, for quite a lot of damage was done, John. But then we lost a further 40 minutes right at the end with the final red flag, which necessitated an awful lot of barrier replacing, which was when the Craft Bamboo Aston Martin number 99 went off at the Porsche Curbs. Roughly the same area, interestingly enough. And so having replaced the barriers on the left-hand side of the circuit for Loic Duval, they then had to replace the ones on the right-hand side of the circuit for the it was Fernando Rees at the wheel of the Aston Martin when it crashed yesterday evening, and the crash happened at about 20 past 11. The session was due to go on until midnight, but after about 10 minutes of looking at the state of the barriers, I think they realised that it was going to take them a good 25 minutes to half an hour to repair them at best, and so they decided to terminate the session. So it was, in the end, instead of a 4-hour session, more like 2.5 hours session of qualifying last night. So it would be interesting to see how Toyota's plans were and how much quicker they were planning to go. I think in any case, most of the people we were talking to, the pit crew were talking to yesterday, were suggesting that tonight's session was going to be quicker anyway. But it's just getting yourself dialed in, getting the car set up and all that type of thing which you lose, and that's the problem that they have through losing so much time yesterday. The reason they're not going down to the end of the pit lane just yet is that they're limited to doing that to within 5 minutes of the start of the session. So I suspect what will happen is in about 2 minutes' time, which is when we will be at 5 minutes to go to the start of the session, then there'll be a sudden rush and everybody will try to get out and form an orderly queue at the end of the pit lane, ready to go. Joe was talking about the Rebellions, and they are worth talking about. These brand new chassis, the R1, same engines as they had last year. Both the Toyota and Audi cars, the works cars, have increased the size. The Toyotas have increased from 3.4 to 3.7. The Audis have increased from 3.7 to 4 litres. But the Toyotas are running 3.4 litre engines still. But they're very, very quick in a straight line. If you look at the top speeds down the straight, it's certainly very rapid. They've had a break on the regulations. They've been given 40 kilograms less weight to carry, and they've been able to shed that just through shedding ballast. And they've also been given a larger fuel tank by 4 or 5 litres. They've now got a 72 litre fuel tank for the Rebellions. So they're not as far off the pace as they were. And if they can have a clean run, then I'm sure Bart Hayden and his team of very, very enthusiastic privateers will be looking for a good result. And as I say, the important part of that sentence was if they can have a clean run, because just as Porsche have a very new car, so do Rebellion, of course, with those two Orica-built R1s. Being driven by Nicolas Prost, Matthias Besch and Nick Heidfeld in the number 12 car, and in the number 13 car, Andrea Bellicchi, Dominic Kreihammer, who we saw yesterday, very rapid, and Fabio Lima, the third driver, in the number 13 car. And we can have a further update from Joe Bradley and the Nismo pit crew down at Toyota. Joe.
Yeah, these guys really looking like they want to get on with things and meaning business. Coming into this race, of course, as favourites, they were quickest at the test day. They were winners of round 1 of the World Endurance Championship and round 2, and they probably didn't like not being at the top of the qualifying sheets after the first session. I can tell you that Nicolas Lapierre is at the wheel of the number 8 car, and Alex Wurz is at the wheel of the number 7. The number 8 has already left the pit. Number 7 is right in front of me. Green lights flashing. He gets the nod.
Just go on, Joe, carry on.
He's still on. The reason why I went quiet there, John, is because I wanted to hear the silence as the car pulled away. Because
it's eerie, isn't it?
Really, I think, oh my God, the sound's gone. No, and then the sound's gone. Nobody's getting me. And then the petrol engine kicked in. But it took ages before he kicked in the petrol engine there. He was well down the pit lane, in total difference to Nicolas Lapierre, who went off the apron. As soon as he hit the black tarmac, boosh, the engine fired, and it sounds like from nothing. Massive crescendo of sound. Love it, but very, very off-putting when these Toyotas pull away.
You love that, Nick, don't you?
I love a bit of milk float power. I'm actually up with the what will soon become the world's most expensive traffic jam at the end of this pit lane. And we have an Audi, you have a Porsche followed by a Toyota followed by an Audi in the pit in the queue, which is the 20, the 7 and the 2. The 3 Audi is on the apron, and the 1 Audi is still having German engineers poking torches all over it. And I think I've never seen them quite so much discussion. I don't think they actually really know quite what the issue is. It looks like something wasn't done up properly in one of the unions. One garage up at Jota, it's going to be Harry Ticknell who takes them out, and I can just see Ollie Terms. Bear in 1 second, if it's not Ollie going out, I'm not sure, I don't think he is. I'll try and grab a word. We may go slightly dead for a second as the mic has an issue. Oh, hang on, it's still working. Can I just, Ollie, quick word? He's could put his I Respect glasses out, which of course he's now qualifies for, being part of the Jota team. So, hello again, welcome to the 24, Ollie. So what were you doing yesterday?
I was actually writing an article in London, so just at home. Yeah, I've been a bit frustrated that I wasn't here in Le Mans.
Because you were supposed to be here, weren't you?
Yeah, I was hoping to be here with Millennium for Le Mans and, well, in fact, for the whole World Endurance Championship. So obviously very frustrating start to the year for them, and you know, it's been pretty tough. But yeah, you know, this race was the one I really wanted to do, and you know, the one everyone wants to win, and you know, it's amazing to go from one day to not thinking you're going to be here, and then the next day actually being here.
What time did you actually get the call?
It was about 8 o'clock last night in London, so 9 p.m. around here. So I got a call to say, can you come over? And yeah, I immediately dropped what I was doing and packed my bags and got to the airport and flew over this morning.
But of course, you're not a rookie to LMP2. You're not even a rookie to this car, are you?
No, last year was my first season in LMP2 and with Jota and with the Zytec. So, I have a lot of great experiences with this car. Last year, I qualified in pole in 4 out of the 5 rounds of the European Le Mans Series and qualified 3rd last year on my debut here. So, I know the car well from last year. I think it's moved on a bit this year, and there's certainly a few differences. So, just been going through that with the team today, and we've made a new seat, and so yeah, there's been a busy day. But,
I did see it in the official FIA document. You had to attend a driver's briefing on your own. Was that fun?
Yes, yeah, I had a one-to-one driver's briefing, which was good to go over all the rules with Eduardo. So, I think I feel ready now, and hopefully I can get a few laps in this evening. Obviously there's not many hours left of qualifying to go, so hopefully I can get a few laps in and be ready for the race.
Ollie, well done, thank you for talking to us. Harry Tickler in the car, Ollie suited and booted, Simon in casual clothes. John.
Thanks, Nick Damon, and let's head straight back before we get in about 45 seconds time the green flag to Joe Bradley.
Sticking with British.
Now, is that me that's lost him, or has he just disappeared? No, he's just disappeared. Joe, I think you need a battery change, so head back in. Yeah, definitely does. Right, Paul, we've started the session. Oh, no, we haven't. We've got 27 seconds still to go. Toyotas are going to take provisional pole, aren't they, in this session?
I don't know. Sam Collins thinks that Porsche are, and it's a brave man who disagrees with Sam. As I say, that's the beauty of motor racing, isn't it? We don't know. Certainly my favourites in the sense of looking at what we've seen so far would be Toyota. But Porsche are very, very keen to be up there at the front. And, of course, the end of this session might not see pole position times set because we've got 2 hours now, then a 1 hour break, and then a further session of 2 hours. And it's straight qualifying. There's none of this taking average of 4 laps or going from qualifying 1 to qualifying 2. I spent a great deal of time on the phone to my son earlier today trying to explain to him how qualifying worked because he's a Formula 1 fan. You take the best lap time from any of the 3 sessions. There's no sense of qualifying to go from one session to the other. And it's the time when you want to set the quickest lap is going to be when you get a clear lap. Yes, you can have the fuel light, but you'll lose far more time behind some traffic than you will just by having the fuel topped up. Tyre wear isn't great, isn't huge. There isn't a huge amount of tyre wear around the circuit, so they don't have qualifying tyres. Yes, they have softer tyres, and particularly when it gets a little bit darker, a little bit cooler, then those will be more suitable for the task. But I don't know, I think towards the end, this is the kind of what we expect, is towards the 8:45 as they come up to the end of this 2 hour session. That's when we'll be seeing the quicker times. The Dunlop track temperature is at the moment is 30.6 degrees, John. The air temperature is 26.8 degrees. And cars already out on the circuit being led away pretty much by the, or being shown there by the Jota car, but out on the Mulsanne straight, the leading LMP1 cars has Alexander Wurz at the wheel.
Correct.
Number 7 is the first one out there on the circuit and heading down towards the second chicane at the moment.
Yeah, Webber in the 20, Lieb in the 14. Alex Wurz in the 7 and Davidson in the 8. That's exactly how they started yesterday's. The fifth place car from yesterday's Andre Lotterer in the number 2 Audi, Philip Albuquerque in the 3, Dom Kreiheimer in the 13, Nick Heidfeld in the 12, Julian Canal in the 26, G-Drive Morgan, as we wait for the cars to come back round and start their first flying lap. And this is when you realise how long Le Mans is, because we're down to an hour and 57.5 minutes to go, and nobody's come back towards us yet.
But 44 cars out of the 54 have already left the pit lane, John. So, you know, they've had all day to get the cars ready. So, in some senses, there's not an excuse. But generally, somebody always has a problem. But I'm just so impressed that they're able to get out, and I'm sure we'll see times down into the 330s, maybe into the 329s, 328s, right from the get-go. And again, unlike in previous years, if you go back long enough at Le Mans, the first lap out would be an installation lap. They'd come back into the pits, they'd check everything was properly done up. Doesn't happen that way anymore. They're out and straight away on to setting quick laps, and very often what we see is actually going straight out onto a full tank test, doing a full stint of whether it's 12, 13 laps. We'll have to wait and see, but going through is Anthony Davidson, who's out in the number 8 Toyota, and he's head off into the distance, hasn't he? He's already through the Ford Chicane and up towards the Dunlop.
They were the other way around last night, if you remember. It was the 7 car that was in the lead of the 2 Toyotas. We've got in fact, in the 7 car with Alex Wirtz comes straight into the pit lane, followed by the 20 Porsche, the 2 Audi, Andre Lotterer, and the 3 Philip Albuquerque. So, having said we don't see them do installation laps, of course.
4 out of 5 do installation laps.
Well, I'd expect to see the 1 when it finally comes out, go around and come back in again. No 99 Aston, of course, sitting in 33rd position at the moment. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in Pro. And straight into the garage for the 7 Toyota, Joe Bradley. Oh, he's not there, is he? Sorry. That car is going up on the jacks. The right-hand door is opened. Squeeze, squirt on the windscreen. Out already has come number 2, Andre Lotterer. So that was a very quick spanner check for that car as he dives up the inside of one of the SMP racing cars under the Dunlop Bridge. So where is... now it's Nico Lapierre at the wheel of the number 8, not Anthony Davidson, according to the timing screen now, as a whole bunch of GTs come in.
Yeah, so it was that Joe told us, in fact, but the screen was lying to us.
Joe never lies.
No, indeed not. Note that Andre Lotterer in the number 2 Audi, having come into the pits, has gone straight back out again. His pit stop was next to nothing at all. Just drove, I don't know if he did actually come to a halt outside his pit, but Andre Lotterer then in number 2 is straight back out on the circuit.
Number 20 having some rather more serious work done around the back of the car. The Porsches have been hammering the ground coming down through the Forest S's and through Tertruge, and this is not routine down at the 7 garage. Wirtz, I think, is still in the car. Joe Bradley. Go ahead, Joe.
Nothing at all.
Hello, Joe.
Are you me yet?
Yes.
Now you have. Let me have a look at 7 garage, John, see if you can stay with me on that one. I think I'm out as I go up the pit lane. Front body.
Front bodywork is off, is what Joe was going to say. And we'll try and get him back in a moment. Apologies for the issues there. Everybody fires up their telemetry in these sessions, and what's been working fine for the first part of the week all disappears. Meantime, Nico Lapierre is heading through the final part of the lap and onto the stretch of road that is right in front of us. If I squint to my left, I can see him coming into sight now. He's had a decent run here, Paul, and it's not the car's best sectors rather, but he's had a decent run, and he moves up into 3rd place. And the fastest sector time in the last sector of this session, 3:23.963 for Nico Lapierre.
And that is faster than he went yesterday. So, as you say, moving up the overall grid positions. What you're seeing on the timing screen are the overall positions combining yesterday's times with today's times as far as today's times on their own are concerned, first flying lap out of the box, quicker than he went yesterday, as you said, John, 3:23.963. I mean, you can't ask for much better than that, can you? I mean, right on it straight away. Bear in mind, not warming the tyres, not getting anything dialed in, just going straight out and on it.
Andre Lotterer is coming round to the end of his out lap. Not a flying lap, but you wouldn't know that from the way he attacks the corners and the curbs right in front of us here at the Ford chicane. It goes off to our right across the start-finish line to start a flying lap. Still issues up at Audi, though. Nick Damon.
Yeah, this is really quite impressive in that they've been staring at this problem contained between the unions, the junctions and the pipes in the front of the footbox, and they've just scurried off, and someone's brought a page of the manual. There is a manual for this car, and someone's brought a page of it. And they've got the they're looking to see how this particular, it looks like a sort of bottle or pressure, and then the nose is about to go on again. I think they had obviously a pressure issue, something wasn't giving enough pressure. They wanted to make sure they had reassembled the union, whatever it may be, correctly. I couldn't quite see what page number it was. I think it was 117A, and that car is now being sorted out. Lucas de Grassi is in the machine. He's in there for a while, and that'll be going out. So I'm going to meander down to Toyota.
And in the meantime, there's been an issue for the AF Corsa Ferrari number 60, and that car went straight on at Mulsanne Corner, or Golf Corner, as I heard one of the safety car drivers calling it this morning. And can't tell you. I need a third page. That's why. He's not on my timing and scoring because I don't have enough pages. How annoying. So I'm guessing it was Lorenzo Carze, yes it was, who went straight on in the 60 car.
Yeah, the time, I know you said it wasn't a flying lap, John, and you're absolutely right, from Andre Lotterer. But the time, including his pit stop, was still a 3 minutes 56.7.
It's not bad.
So, bearing in mind that going down the pit lane at 60 kilometres an hour is going to slow you down. As you said, nobody had told him it wasn't a flying lap, and Lotterer certainly pushing on very hard indeed on that installation lap, fired up lap out of the pits after his first stop.
So Mark Webber in the pits in the 20, Philippe Albuquerque in the 3, the number 3 Audi. Just going out, Julian Canal in the 26 Morgan. In fact, is already out on the circuit. Ricard Leite in the 92 Porsche that had its drive shaft issues, and its teammate still in the pit lane for Manthey. Let's go back to Nick Damon, who is up at Audi, where there's a bit of movement.
No, I'm actually now walking down the pits. I bumped into the fantastic Mr. Sam Collins, who is spying on Porsche for me as I walk down to Toyota. We cover all bases here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, and he tells me that the Porsches are already cooking their turbos in these high temperatures, which is why they came in, and I think the 20 car did one lap because the temperatures went way off the scale, and they had to stop again and work out their cooling strategy.
It's very interesting. Germano Gaoni says, will the number 1 Audi Sport race on Sunday? Yes, I presume it will race on Saturday as well, don't forget. But that is the plan, and we could well see it out in this session. Indeed, we will see it out in this session because less than 24 hours after the car was completely destroyed by its driver, I was just pausing there for a moment because it went out very, very slowly, but now I know why. One of its teammates was coming up alongside it. Like Duval's misdemeanour has not cost too much, at least it would seem for the moment, for the number 1 team, the defending race winners here and world champions, of course. And it is back out on the circuit, built onto a new chassis, a completely new tub.
The awkward thing for that team is the way that the points work, because what's going to happen, of course, is that all the points for this weekend are going to go to Marc Genet, and Loic Duval isn't going to be able to score any points in the Drivers' Championship. So it's going to mean that you get this slightly out of phase driver driving point situation. But hey-ho, I think they'd rather have the problem that they had in the free practice session rather than have it in the race.
I thought it was interesting what Brad Kettler said today when we were doing our race car engineering daily sports car pit lane walk, that all of the Audis had their running gear changed overnight, last night to today.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
And that's the reason they do that is because there's not enough time to run the cars in and do full systems checks in the warm-up on Saturday morning. So everybody, all of the Audis have been rebuilt. It's just that the one car is now a completely different chassis. The 2 and the 3 are just completely different running gear.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to Carl Wilson-Clark this afternoon as well. He's the guy who runs that car. And we were in a fairly light-hearted mood. I mean, I wasn't trying to grill him or anything, but he was saying we would have had to have rebuilt the car anyway on Wednesday night. In actual fact, we started our rebuild before the guys who started the rebuild on the 2 and the 3 cars, so they've had longer to do their rebuild. So he said, you know, now we've got ahead of the game, we can stay ahead of the game. So we'll see what happens, but I think initially they're just going to be concerned about getting the car reliable and making sure that they have got everything set up properly on it. And the suggestions that Sam Collins was making yesterday, that one of the Audis might be sent out as a hare, I think probably Audi is going to be saying, well, let's just consolidate our position for the moment and try and get things, make sure that everything is set up to the driver's satisfaction in order that we can complete the 24 hours. Audi does have this habit of getting cars to the finish, and the way things are running this year, I suspect that that might be part of the trick, part of the formula to success, is getting car to the finish first. Particularly if we were hearing there from Joe about the high temperatures causing issues for Porsche, and the other aspect of Porsche's configuration, these lithium-ion batteries, they need cooling. They do get very, very hot. If you've ever kind of used your mobile phone, batteries do get very hot, and the lithium-ion batteries of the Porsche are water-cooled. Anyway, we can go down to the Nismo pit crew, Nick Manassian with Nick Damon.
Nick, your team of the 37 car working very hard. First of all, what happened last night?
I just picked up some debris on the tyre, and a massive cut on the tyre. The tyre went down all of a sudden, like it kind of blew up, you know. And I was a passenger, you know, and the Porsche Cup was arriving. There's nothing you can do, you know, when the car sits on his ass and you just go straight on. So it's a bit unfortunate, but sometimes, you know, yesterday there was so many accidents, so many debris everywhere. I think, you know, that was part of the game. You know, Le Mans is unexpected, but they've worked mega hard, and I've got a car that's going to be ready soon.
Yeah, they're just doing the final alignment. So will you get out in this session, or will it be after dinner?
We'll be doing a rollout this session just to check all the systems are working perfectly. And then after, let my teammate drive a bit more because they haven't driven as much as they could have. I think we're just not going to take any risk. Qualifying is just one thing, and we're going to just leave that behind, get a normal position on the grid and walk for the race.
Nick, thank you very much. And interesting, of course, John and Paul, he's a Michelin runner, but I had a chat with the Dunlop guys earlier, and they said they've never seen as many nicks and cuts as they have both yesterday and during test weekend on the tyres, and they think it might be due to not just the new curves, but the new rain gullies by the side of the curves, but it is causing concern for both the tyre manufacturers.
You run off the circuit, you can do damage, but it is interesting that these damaged tyres are being reported in various points. Nick Manassian there at the wheel of the number 37 LMP2 Oreca Nissan, one of 2 cars entered by SMP Racing in that class. Nick driving with Maurizio Mediani and Kirill Ladigin. Kirill's younger brother Anton driving in the other SMP Racing Oreca number 27, so 27 and 37, and Anton Ladigin's co-drivers Sergei Zlobin and Mika Salo. So Mika Salo and Nick Manassian, the 2 kind of star turns in those 2 SMP Racing Orecas. We'll look out for how they get on. Certainly LMP2 promises to be a fascinating battle as ever it does these days. Fastest at the moment in this evening's session is the number 24, the Sebastian Loeb Racing Oreca Nissan, which has René Rast behind the wheel. He's sharing with Yann Charouz and Vincent Capillaire at the wheel of the number 24 LMP2 car. The time for that car, a 3 minutes 41.851. That is some 3 seconds slower than Olivier Pla did yesterday evening, I should say, in the number 26 G-Drive Racing Orica. Into the pits is the Toyota number 8, the fastest car of this afternoon's session, Nicolas Lapierre at the wheel. Still no improvement on that very first fast lap that he did, a 3:23.963 for Nico Lapierre. He did a stint of, 5 laps. Say the quickest of them was his first flying lap. After that 3:23.9, he then did a 3:28, a 3:26, a 3:32, and into the pits for Nico Lapierre. The number 1 Audi has done its installation lap and come straight back into the pits. And Andre Lotterer is back into the pits as well in the number 2 Audi. In the number 3 Audi, Felipe Albuquerque is out at the moment. He's done a 3 minutes 30 in this session. That compares to yesterday's time of a 3:26 for that number 3 Audi. Alexander Wurz is still out at the wheel of the number 7 Toyota, and he's done a 3:25.626. That's not as quick, is it, that he went last night? No, last night he did a 3:25.3, so 0.3 of a second slower than he went yesterday. Fastest Porsche of this evening's session thus far is Mark Lieb at the wheel of the number 14. He's done a 3 minutes 26.9 compared to yesterday's 3:23. So a fairly gentle start for a lot of them. As far as GTE is concerned, the fastest GTE car is one of the pros at the moment. In fact, pros first and second in GTE at the moment, and it's the number 73 Corvette, new Corvette C7s this year. Somewhat different shape if you're used to coming to Le Mans and seeing the very distinctive yellow Corvettes. Different shape, they're C7s this year. And Jan Magnussen has gone quickest in this afternoon's session in a 3:55.883 ahead of the Aston Martin being driven by Bruno Senna, number 97, at 3:55.8. So not much to choose between those two.
Paul, the number 1 car, Nick Damon is there.
Yeah, we got a bit more of a clue this time because the paper towels have come out. So obviously there is some sort of hydraulic leak. That is the problem they had. One of the unions or one of the pipes, they obviously weren't getting pressure, but until they actually got the car out on the track for a lap with Lucas de Grassi, who's still sitting in the driver's seat, they didn't know that. Now they're now mopping up. Now I went down to the Toyota pits. John and the 7 and 8 had both left. They were fine. And on my way up here, I walked past the Porsche, and both 14 and 20 are out. So with the 2 and 3 also being out, though I can see one of the Porsches coming in behind me, probably about 30 seconds ago, 6 of the 7 P1 hybrids were out. Apart from this number 1 that's got some sort of hydraulic stroke brake fluid stroke clutch fluid leak.
It's not, Nick, you've got to say, it's not surprising, is it, as the Nissan Zayod comes in to the pit lane after running quite smoothly for a few laps.
Four laps.
3:57 its best lap so far.
Was that Motoyama on board?
I don't know is the short answer because I haven't got enough screens.
I think it was Satoshi.
I saw him being interviewed this afternoon when he was standing up at the top. It was indeed Satoshi Motoyama.
Yeah, and I tell a lie, he did 5 laps because the screen didn't count the one he was on as he came into the pits until he got up across the start-finish line. So it was a 5-lap stint, and hopefully for the Nissan team with that new Zayod, that they can do a good job.
But he is stuck at the pit entry for some reason.
Yeah, I saw that. He's just come to all.
I don't know whether they...
Nick, just going back to Audi.
Yep.
I mean, it's not surprising. They've rebuilt the whole car. I mean, and clearly it only needs a tiny amount of percentage of the things not to go right. Normally you would do that over a long period of time in conditions that were more akin to an operating theatre. And by the way, I'm not casting aspersions on the pit garages here, but you would have a long period of time to do that. That was done overnight.
Yeah, and it is a simple junction union leak, but remember, they're working in the foot box, which is an enclosed small box, and as one of the mechanics breathes in a very large scale dental mirrors, look down into the footwell.
That's a great idea.
And this is the problem. They've got virtually no working area, because once they've built the whole thing up and Degrassi gets out. Now, one thing that is quite interesting, and Sam Collins should be telling you this, I've noticed, I've never seen this before, apparently it's new for this year, is that the car, both the Audi and apparently also the Porsche, have turning vanes attached to the wheels, so they actually do turn.
Yeah.
And that's
I saw that on the Porsche today. They drop down below the level of the floor. They are brake. They are not turning vanes, of course, because that would be illegal.
No,
they are
brake ducts.
They are brake ducts.
So
absolutely.
they are very clever, and you can see the level of innovation they've been able to. By the way,
Nick, number 2 Audi in as well.
And problems spread next door because the Jota's currently getting a bit of a strip down as well. So obviously, this part of this number 1, number 38 junction, kind of a space-time continuum of problems as they try and not accident damage for the Jota, just looks like they've got an alignment issue, or perhaps possibly a rear drive problem. The 2's in, but nothing untoward by the looks of it. The Xeon is being pushed up the pit lane by 5 volunteer marshal in orange, and it's about to be met by its team. So obviously it's not charged in any way, so it's not live. The 2 is being wheeled out onto the apron, though at the moment they haven't got to put the tyres on it, which I think could limit the speed it can make. I think even an Audi needs some sort of rubber in contact with the ground to go anywhere. And yeah, so interesting, the problems here with the Audi seems to be the major issue.
Thank you, Nick. Sorry, just a quick catch-up there, Paul, and a couple of other things. The 42 Zytek spun around at the right-hander at Arnage, Chris Dyson at the wheel of the car. And also, we've still got the number 7 Toyota in the pit lane as well. Alex Wirtz has been in for a very, very long time. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the top 8 cars are in fact, 7 of the top 10 cars are in the pits at the moment, with only Philippe Albuquerque and, in fact, Alex Wirtz has gone out. Yes, sorry, Nick, my apologies. So Alex Wirtz has gone out. The rest of the top 10, bar Julian Canal, are all in the pit lane. Well, that's one way to stop people throwing cars at the scenery, Paul, isn't it? Keep them in the pit lane.
Yeah, not the ideal way, and certainly not the way to keep the spectators entertained, but I suspect that as the evening wears on, then there'll be plenty of entertainment as everybody speeds up. One thing that Nick is sharp-eyed enough to keep an eye on, and something which came out of the test day, was the Audis were running asymmetric front ends. They were having different aerodynamic fins and turning vanes and whatever you want to call them at the front on the left than they had on the right, and that might be something that Nick would keep an eye on, see if they do that again. We suggested at the time that it might be due to trying to even out the tyre wear between left and right, but we never really got to the bottom of why it was. But as I say, it's something that maybe Nick can keep an eye on and see if they do it again, and then we'll be able to ask them the question again. But if they don't do it, then obviously whatever they did on the test day didn't work very well.
That's the voice of Paul Truswell across the line. Here comes Alex Wirtz.
It's a quick one.
It is a quick time. Will he improve? He gets a 2:24.420. Yes, he does improve. Doesn't move him anywhere on the standings. He's still 4th position. But 3:24.420 is the fastest time of that car in the combined sessions.
And that's almost a second quicker than it went last night, John.
Yeah.
So Alex Wirtz getting on with the job. Nicolas Lapierre has also departed the pits in the other Toyota, and that's the number 8 car. So they're coming out in dribs and drabs, which is all right. We don't want to take it to extremes.
I think obviously there's a number, we don't know it yet, of cars on the track at the same time that is the correct amount.
Yes.
62 Porsches was a bit too many earlier on. Out goes the number 20 Porsche, Mark Webber, back at the wheel of that car. The Porsche 919 hybrids have not had the best of it when it's been warm weather. Meanwhile, down in the Audi garage, all is sweetness and light for some. And that's the World Champions from a couple of seasons ago, all sitting together there. The number 2 car has Andre Lotterer in it at the moment and has just gone out. Marcel Fesler sitting with Ben Treluer and Ollie Jarvis in there as well. Now, leading out is still the time from last night at 3:23.157. Meantime, Philippe Albuquerque is trying to put a fast lap in. The 77 Dempsey Racing Porsche with its very blacked out side windows is in the pit lane. This is the Proton Run car. Pat Long has just brought that car in from 4th place in ARM. Let's head back to Audi. Nick's camped down there. The ice cream must be good. And Lucas Di Grassi.
Lucas Di Grassi, a single lap, then back in. What's the problem with the one car?
There's no problem. It's a part of our routine. We built a completely new car from yesterday, so we have to have all the systems checked. It's a very complex car, but also very safe, as you could see yesterday. So at the moment it's just routine checks. We have to make sure that the car is 100% for the race.
Wait, there are 9 mechanics doing routine checks, and I've been to 8 Le Mans. I've never seen that. So how has the routine changed?
We have more than 9 mechanics. We have I don't know how many people doing routine checks. It's because you see only the mechanics. There are another 20 engineers on the background doing the same stuff.
Lucas, thank you very much.
Well, was that
a draw or 1-1 for me?
I think that's a moral victory for you there.
But no more than a moral victory.
I think you won on penalties, mate.
Well, that's rare for an Englishman, that's for sure.
Well, that's true. Nick Damon is part of the Nismo Pit Lane team here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. 91.2 FM, and don't forget you can see us in sound, see us in vision rather, and listen to us as well on the sound. We've got the StudioVision brought to you by NationalSpeedSportNews.com, your motorsports authority since 1934, and our official camera supplier Replay, Record, Replay. Another Audi into the pit lane is Philippe Albuquerque. He was coming in off the back of a decent lap, but clearly didn't like the look of it and has come into the pit lane. I was going to say it looks reasonably routine, but I'm not entirely certain. Let's run down some times for you because we haven't, and we're half an hour in. These are times, combined times, so if they've changed from last night, they will have changed. If they haven't, they won't. And one that hasn't, in fact, 2 that hasn't, are the 2 at the top. 3:23.157, 3:23.928 for the 2 Porsches that are back out on the circuit now, and indeed on out laps for the number 20 of Mark Webber and Mark Lieb is the 14 car. So the Porsches have put out their Mark IIs. The 3rd place car is still Nicolas Lapierre, and that is the number 8 Toyota, 3:23.963. That was an improvement earlier on this evening. 3:24.420 from last night.
No, that's from today.
From today, excuse me. Yes, that's another improvement for Alex Wirtz before he brought that car into pit for what looks to be a very long pit stop. Audis 2 and 3 are in positions 5 and 6 as we have an off at the first chicane, and it's I think it's the 34 Momo car, the Race Performance Orica Judd.
Correct.
And that car's gone a very long way off on driver's right with Michel Frey, excuse me, at the wheel of the 5th place P2 car. Let's go through the P2s. 26 Morgan leads it on 3:38.8. Julian Canales out in that car. Paul Loupchatan is at the wheel of the Alpine in 2nd. That's a 39.4, 39.5 for the 47 Orica. In the GT categories, Tony Wielander's in the pits in the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari, which leads it on 3:54.7. Bruno Senna has just gone out in the 97 Aston, 3:55.0. I think these are all last night's times from memory.
Correct. No, you're absolutely right, John.
Ricard Leitz still in the pits. I don't think the 92 car's been out in this first half hour, but still sits in 3rd place. 73, Jan Magnussen's just gone out, 3:55.8. Bergmeister's out now, having been in the pits for a long time in the 91 Porsche. That's a 3:56.5 for that car. The 7 has a problem. Alex Wirtz can't get his door closed. That isn't Alex Wirtz, actually, but it is the 7 car. So the timing hasn't quite caught up with it. The onboard was showing a Toyota, but it wasn't Alex that's in the car. In fact, it's not the 7, it's the 8. It's Nico Lapierre looking at the helmet. In GT, Alexei Basov leads for Ferrari, the 72 car, 3:56.7, 3:56.9 for the number 61 Ferrari in 2nd. And the Dane train, Christian Poulsen was has improved to a 56.994. That is a time from this evening. So the 95 just going out with Christian Poulsen at the wheel. And Patrick Dempsey goes out in the black 77 Porsche. Of all the years to choose a black Porsche, Paul, this year perhaps not the one.
No, I mean, the only doubt about the weather this year seems to be whether or not there's going to be a bit of a rain shower on Saturday. But apart from that, it's looking very fair.
I'm told there's a 6-hour window on Sunday early morning where we expect fog and quite heavy rain.
Quite heavy rain now,
yeah.
Okay. Interesting. What I was going to tell you, the Ricard Leitz you were suggesting hasn't been out. He has been out, John.
Excuse me.
Hasn't set a very fast, hasn't set a very fast lap, how dare I. 3:57 is the best that he's done today, but as you said, certainly not an improvement on his time from yesterday evening's qualifying session. A fastest Sector 1 time from Andre Lotterer at the wheel of the number 2 Audi. Not a huge shock, that, because we have seen Audi's fastest in Sector 1 before, and it is another fastest fastest sector time for Andre Lotterer in Sector 1, and he improves his lap time to a 3:26.86 for Andre Lotterer, which is an improvement on yesterday's time. No, it's not, is it? He did a 3:26.3 yesterday, so still to improve on his time from yesterday.
Something odd going on tonight, and I don't know what it is, as Andre Lotterer is just in the fastest first sector after putting in that 3:26.8. That car's best, 5th position for the number 2 car. There's something odd going on tonight at Toyota. I don't know what it is. Lots of in and outing as the number 3 Audi is pushed into its garage. Nick Damon.
Well, actually, I was on my way down to Audi. We'd like to do a doorstep interview with someone in GTE.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
On you go.
Hang on a second. With Jimmy Bruning, 51 cars currently right ahead of us. Jimmy, your car's been in the pits for a while and been on dolly wheels as well. Is there a problem with the 51?
No, we are just checking the car, and after yesterday, the boys said they re-update the car for the race, so we'll see what the car looks like after.
How are you feeling that this 2014 version of the Ferrari is going? Can you beat the reigning champions Porsche?
I don't know. It's 24 hours. Everybody can win and everybody can lose. So it's I think the car is a bit better, but we'll see after 24 hours.
And are you happy to be reunited with Giancarlo?
Yes, very good, very good. I think we are all 3 very good drivers.
What are the plans for this evening? Are you going to go for a pole lap at any time?
Nah, we'll see now. We're just only we go through drivers, and after we'll see what the qualifying will do.
Jimmy, thank you very much. And by the way, when they're checking the mechanics, there are just 2 mechanics. And I have tweeted the picture of the routine maintenance at Audi, by the way, John.
I saw that. I did see that. That was quite interesting. Nick Damon down in the powered by Nismo pit lane, 8 sleep race repeat. It's Paul Truswell and John Hindhaugh for this early part of the session. Johnny, are you in for the last bit? Yeah, okay. Johnny Palmer is doing a bit of homework. A bit of a close call for Audi number 2 just a few moments ago, having to go 4 Michelins off the circuit, coming into the latter stages of the Porsche curves. In fact, just out of the Porsche curves. And 3 cars wide has Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich looking slightly sternly around. Well, got to say, Andre Lotterer didn't need to do that there.
And of course, it's Wolfgang Ulrich that has to justify the bills to the board.
Correct.
And have a slightly bigger bill to justify this year. However, it might have been worth it because Andre Lotterer has improved his time over yesterday now. Having done the 3:26.8, he's now got it down into the 3:25s, the 3:25.415 for Andre Lotterer on that last lap, which is virtually a second faster than he went last night. Still leaves him in 5th place overall, behind 2 Porsches and 2 Toyotas, though.
Thanks, Paul. And a spin for the 29. This is the very pretty blue Morgan. It is Luttweiler at the wheel of that car. The Swiss driver has looped it. And if he can't get reverse there, this is going to be an issue for the Morgan Nissan. This is Pegasus Racing car. Oh, he's very lucky not to have hit the wall on driver's right, coming down the hill towards the newly reprofiled Tête Rouge. amazing how much that corner has changed since last year. Got a chance to look at it this morning with some Audi North America guests.
Reprofiled in the sense of positioning of barriers.
And the track, I'm fairly certain the track's changed as well.
I don't think so.
Well, it's a different entrance to the corner now.
Okay.
They've completely changed how the corner is, how you see the corner coming into it. And also what they've done on the inside is they've dug huge drainage ditches on the inside of the tarmac. So you used to be able to go much further to the right and there was curbing there. Now there's no curbing there, but there's big drainage ditches. And Paul, you are right, they have changed the barriers set up there quite significantly so that it looks very different on driver's left. It's still a great corner and it's still much more banked than you realised as well. Into the pit lane has come Mark Webber. He is out. I think that was Timo Bernhard's helmet that I saw jumping in to the number 20 Porsche. And we should, with any luck, have Joe Bradley back in the pit lane anytime soon. Sure if he can hear us yet. Suffering from our own heat problems. Is Joe back in the pit? Right. Hello, Joe. Can you hear us?
Hopefully you can hear me, John.
Hello, Joe. You are restored to health.
Well, yes. Well, I don't know about me, but certainly my equipment, yes. Back in the pit lane. In fact, you've just interrupted Nick and I deciding what tactics to employ for this qualifying session. Nick?
Yes, the offside trap. You're going to Audi now and I'm staying down this end.
All right, you see he's boarded Audi now. They're not really doing much. All the excitement's at Toyota. I was about to find out, John, just what Toyota were up to. Heard you make a comment there about their being in and out, and I would like to think they're making minor adjustments. I don't know about you guys, but I'm thinking it's too hot for an ultimate optimised time. I think that pole will probably come in the cooler session after evening dinner.
I think you're absolutely right, Joe. It's a good call because once the sun starts to go down, then the air temperature will drop. Not hugely rapidly. I mean, it was fairly pleasant and warm yesterday out walking around in shorts and T-shirts, and I think it's going to be fairly pleasant now, but it will be more conducive to fast lap times. You're absolutely right. And from the point of view of temperature, you're arguing over Toyota and Audi. I think whoever of you has got the Porsches might have the most work to do because Porsche have these potential cooling issues with their turbos overheating that we need to investigate.
And their batteries.
And the B is the batteries, which as well are going to be getting pretty hot down there. But C, I think as the evening does go on and the temperatures cool down a little bit, that's where we're going to see the fireworks. That's where we're going to see the cars being prepared.
Oh, literally
to go
fireworks.
Even more.
We'll be going ooh and ah.
Well, we'll certainly be going ooh and ah. Meanwhile, fireworks on the circuit as one of the rebellions has to take sharp avoiding action to avoid an AF Corsa Ferrari. It's all safely gathered in. And everybody's managed to get on their way again, but it was all a bit tight and nasty for a little while. Everybody's, as I say, has got going again. A pit lane speed limit warning for car 27. That's the SMP Racing Orica, which Mika Salo is on the driving crew of. I didn't actually catch which one it was that was last in the pits, but they've been pinged for pit lane speeding.
What number was that, did you say?
27.
No, I didn't know.
Sergei Zlobin is the driver at the moment, but whether he was the one who brought the car into the pits or whether it was speeding on its way in or on its way out.
I always think that it's a nasty one, isn't it, when you have to do someone else's
homework for them.
Well, yes, exactly. Exactly. Lines. Joe Bradley is down at Porsche, and Paul's prediction of Porsche problems has come true. I can't think of another blue.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the problem is. Certainly the driver is out, the car is on its jacks. Little cooling fans just cooling each corner. Attention to the rear axle. The right-hand side rear corner at the moment, it's as much as I can see. Obviously, a lot of downloaded data going on as we speak. You just can't tell. These are not conventional cars, so I'm sure that the data and the way that they analyse the data as to how the hybrid systems are working in conjunction with the conventional suspension and engines, etc., is what's perhaps going on, as well as a visual inspection from the crew around the car, because that's all I can see at the moment. Nothing really being addressed. Bodywork staying on the car, and just visual inspections. A new seat coming in, so a driver change. Mark Lieb has got out of the car. Can't quite tell by the bum shape of the seat who's going to be taking over. I think Neil Yarny and Dumas probably have the same shape bum by the looks of the seat.
Oh, and off for the number 7. Alex Wirtz has had to take avoiding action in the Forest S's and has gone driver's right and taken out a couple of the big green cones, or bollards as they are at that point. And I think he's coming into the pit lane. That sounds like a Toyota in front of me, and if I bend my knee slightly, I can see that it is the number 7 of the affable Austrian who comes into the first pit where Nick Damon is waiting for him.
Yeah, they're going to do a driver change. Kazuki Nakajima's going to get in. I don't know whether the bollard interface, he's very nearly crushed his pointy card man, called Lollipop man, God, well, English has certainly gone this temperature, against the Cron racing cars in front of him. Now they've cancelled the driver change and the car's going back into the garage. So it's an interesting session, this. I think these very high temperatures are playing havoc. I wonder whether the teams have blanked off too much cooling, and none of the cars are particularly working very well. But Wirtz has got out, Nakajima was primed to get in, and it's not happened. And they're now going for a bit of a chat. The car's gone back in the garage. The cover's coming off. Don't forget, this is the car that stopped out on track with an oil pressure problem last night, so I'm sure the engine was due to be changed anyway, so maybe it won't be a serious issue unless it's something I don't know why it caused it. I stand in front of the world feed camera. And they are now, putting Kazuki in. Still undoing some flaps, doing a fluid refill. Yeah, it's not a panic, but it's certainly not, you would say, exactly how they're intending things to happen. And they're going to do a nose change as well. So they're going to change the downforce setting at the front end of the car. I know I'm going to try and be a bit cheeky and see if I get John to talk to us. Hang on a second.
It's John Lutyens he's talking about there, one of the project managers.
Yeah, John's coming out.
Excellent.
John, first question. It does seem a lot busier in the pits today. The 8 and the 7 are coming in and going out. Is that because you've been surprised by the temperatures, or was it always the plan?
No, it's the plan. We really do the last preparations for the race, and so we still want to test several things to find the best setup.
And we have a red flag out on the track. Now, last night the number 7 stopped on the track with an oil pressure problem. Was that an engine failure or just a precaution?
No, it was not. No, it was an oil leak, as mentioned. So.
Where do you feel you are on your program? We've lost a lot of time. We understand you've had to make some changes to the braking system because of a protest. Is the car where you want it to be at this time in the weekend?
Yes, it's still on plan.
And we think it's going to get colder. How important is it for Toyota to get pole?
It's a nice bonus to get 1 point extra, but it's not a must.
Thanks, John. Thanks a lot. The second car comes in, we had to clear out. I'd like to say thanks to John for doing that, because he was. I could tell he was getting messages in both his cans from both his cars at the same time.
Yeah, he's uncharacteristically short of answer from John Lutyens there.
That must be really hard to listen to me and the number 7 car engineers and the number 8 car engineers at the same time.
Well, yes, exactly. We've got a red flag. It is for the number 71. This is the Ferrari 458 Italia of AF Corsa that has Olivier Beretta, James Collado and Davide Rigon on its driving strength. And it is James Collado who has gone off, I think, Paul, in the same sort of position that we had all the issues last night.
Corner. I think we'll call it 2014
yes,
corner.
Absolutely.
The bit after the bridge, if you know where the Porsche curves go, how the middle bit of the Porsche curves go is a straight bit that actually goes over the road that you use for getting to the interior of the circuit, and then it turns left. And then it goes back to the right again, and it's at that point where it goes back to the right again that we're showing the number 71 Ferrari that has gone off. And from the messages we're getting as well, James Collado has made contact with the barrier, so we'll have a little bit of a delay whilst that gets sorted out, I was about to suggest we were heading towards a good long bit of green flag running, and I'm glad I didn't, because wasn't me who jinxed it, honestly. But 45 minutes we had.
You didn't even say it, you see. You just had to think
I just
it
had
for
to
a
think
moment.
it, and I jinxed it, didn't I? So 45 minutes we had of green flag running, and I was keeping an eye just to see if anybody was doing long runs, and nobody that I managed to track, certainly none of the P1 cars, were doing long runs. We, as we've been saying, had lots of visitors to the pits, and in some ways that's unusual because we have tended to get long runs in this part of the session whilst they check out their fuel consumptions. But with the regulations defining a lot of how much fuel you're allowed to use, what you do is basically trim the car appropriately to use the right amount of fuel. Anyway, everybody now making their way back into the pits.
And we can head down there as well. Here's Nick Dearman.
Well, that's been to a hero of mine because he's a Maserati Works driver, or ex-Maserati Works driver, and everyone's a huge fan of one. Andrea, you've been in GT and sports cars for so many years, but you haven't done that many Le Mans. How many Le Mans is this year?
This one will be a third one. Yeah, it's true, because I did always some different championship, was not included 24-hour. So, but finally I will be back, and I am here to race in the best race in the world. So now we are really happy. Also the car worked very well. So we look forward to do something of really good with the SMP.
How are you working with your two teammates? Are you their teacher, their mentor, or are you working together as equals?
Yeah, I try to tell with him everything about the racetrack, what they have to do, but are really good guys and they learn really quickly. I think probably we will be a good team for a Pro-Am. We will be a good car. It's really competitive this year at Pro-Am, because if you see it's 19 car, but strong competition. We'll see, but are really good guys now. Every lap improve a lot. We have a lot of to do again, but we will be there during the race.
Andrea, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Have you got him to sign something, Nick?
I don't. It's, you know, everyone knows I have a couple of weak points. Show tunes and Maseratis. That's it.
Don't they go together like
only
a horse and carriage?
Only in my very strangest dreams, and let's not go there.
Oh, that's one for another time.
Far too early for that. Yeah. Far too early for that.
I tend to agree. Paul, whilst we've got the red flag, can we have a quick look at the times, please?
Yeah, we'll try and do kind of a combined version of overall times and times from this evening only. Fastest are the two Porsches still, with times set yesterday evening. Timo Bernhardt currently the driver, or was the last driver, of the number 20 Porsche ahead of the number 14 Porsche. The times there, 3:23.157 and a 3:23.928 for the two Porsches. This evening we've had in the number 8 Toyota, which was Nicolas Lapierre. He's done a 3 minutes 23.963, and so he always was third, but he's now moved ahead. Oh no, he was fourth, wasn't he? Because that car has now moved ahead of its teammate, the number 7 Toyota, which has done a 3 minutes 24.420. This evening. Andre Lotterer is third fastest in tonight's session, but is fifth fastest overall with the number 2 Audi, a 3:25.415 for him. And in sixth fastest is the number 3 Audi with the time that it set last night, a 3:26.445. In seventh and eighth places are the 2 Rebellion Toyotas. Nick Heidfeld at the wheel of the number 12 has done a 3:31.180. That was a session time set today. And Dominic Kryhammer in the number 13 car has done a 3:32.556, and that is also a time set from today. What's interesting is that the number 1 Audi has actually had its time, only because it had its accident in the free practice session, didn't it? So yes, that was my mistake. So the number 1 Audi has yet to set a time in a qualifying session because it was out and had gone very quickly in yesterday's free practice session and was actually 4th fastest in yesterday's free practice session, but didn't take part in yesterday evening's qualifying session. So those are the top 8 cars, 2 cars from each of the manufacturers, 2 Porsches, followed by 2 Toyotas, followed by 2 Audis, followed by 2 Toyota-engined Rebellions. In P2, the fastest car there is the number 36, and this is another time set tonight, number 36 being the Signatec Alpine with its Nissan engine, Paul-Luc Chatin sharing with Ollie Webb and Nelson Panciatici. That car has done a 3:38.769. Which is an improvement on yesterday's fastest lap, which is the second fastest time now, number 26, which was a time set by Olivier Plat yesterday evening of 3:38.843. And then third fastest in P2 is car number 47, the KCMG Orica Nissan, which has done a time of 3 minutes 40. Beg your pardon, 3 minutes 39.586 seconds, and that's a time from yesterday evening as well. As far as the GT classes are concerned, leading GT car at the moment is the number 51 Ferrari, the AF Corsa Ferrari, has done a 3 minutes 54.754 seconds. That's a time from yesterday evening. That's the number 51 AF Corsa car. Second fastest is number 97, Bruno Senna at the wheel of the Aston Martin in the GTE Pro class, a 3:55.067. That's a time from this evening. And then third fastest is car number 92, the Manthey Porsche, and that has been driven by Richard Lietz this evening, but not as quickly as he went yesterday, which was a 3:55.516. So as far as GTE Pro is concerned, fantastic battle between Ferrari, Aston and Porsche in the first 3 places, separated by less than a second. In GTE AM, the fastest of the GTE AM cars is the number 72 SMP Racing Ferrari 458 Italia, which Alexander Basov has been driving this evening, 3:56.787 the time for car number 72, and that's the time from last night. Second fastest in GTE AM is car number 61, the AF Corsa Ferrari, with Marco Ciocci amongst the drivers, and that's a 3:56.919 from last night. And third in the GTE AM category is an Aston Martin, the number 95, so-called Dane train, with the 3 Danish drivers, car number 95 being shared by Christian Poulsen, Nicky Thiem and David Einemeyer Hansen. And Nicky Thiem it was who did the time in that car last night, although the last driver to drive it this evening has been Christian Poulsen of 3:56.994. So Ferrari, Aston is the top 3 in GTE AM. So red flag still out, and John.
And we're coming down towards just an hour and 5 minutes to go in this session. The clock has not stopped. You're listening to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM and around the world on the World Wide Web.
Mobil 1. When seconds matter, science matters. The RadioLeMans.com Travel Club, the best way to get to the biggest events. Exclusive trackside facilities at Le Mans, plus packages or bespoke itineraries to Daytona, Sebring, the Nürburgring, and more. We have got them all covered, and you can be there. Accommodation, flights, ferries, trains, and tickets. Our recommendations or your requirements. Our travel partners are ABTA and Atoll bonded, so you can book with confidence. Click on the Travel Club link at RadioLeMans.com. The RadioLeMans.com Travel Club. We've been there, done that, and got the t-shirt. Now it's your turn. The checkered flag ends the race, but not the race talk. Post-race tech on RadioLeMans.com. Have your say. Ask the experts. Make your point. Post-race tech. The end of the race is only the beginning. World Cup update on Radio Le Mans, brought to you by Adidas Motorsport.
The 20th playing of the World Cup is finally here, with the vast setting of Brazil playing hosts. Only 8 different nations have ever won it, with the home and historically most successful nation starting as favourites, narrowly ahead of defending champions Spain. Brazil get the tournament underway against Croatia in Sao Paulo after a 25-minute opening ceremony spectacular involving over 600 performers, including Jennifer Lopez and rapper Pitbull performing the official World Cup song. The Spanish begin the defence of their title on day 2 in a repeat of the 2010 final with Netherlands, whose hopes will once again rest on Robin van Persie's goals and their Manchester United-bound manager Louis van Gaal. The other eye-catching game of the opening round is England against Italy, with some suggesting the loser will already be out, considering the difficulty of Group D, which also includes Luis Suarez and his Uruguay side. As with everything Brazilian, it promises to be a festival of colour, music, samba style and sexy football, and everyone there will be delighted, as long as at the end of it all, it's not arch rivals and neighbours Argentina who lift the famous trophy. I'm Toby Gillis with your World Cup preview.
Radio Le Mans World Cup coverage is brought to you by Adidas Motorsport. Adidas, partner of the 2014 FIFA World Cup in Brazil. Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, the sound of Lasat for the 24 hours.
Joe Bradley down in the Nismo pit lane, and I've been keeping an eye on what's happening at the front of the LMP1 field, and cars in question is the 14 Porsche and the number 20 Porsche. You may have heard that I reported earlier that the 14 car was in, and there was very little going on. There was clearly a visual inspection going on, and it's become quite a common practice that the car comes in, the wheels are taken off, the wheels and tyres quickly taken out the back and out of the way, back into the ovens, ought to be changed for new tyres, and nothing happens. There's just clearly a visual going on the car. However, in the background is definitely a conference between engineers. As the data is coming off the car, there's definitely a conference going on. And then clearly a decision is made and there are changes. The nose and the rear of the car came off, and there was definitely a small Allen key used to tweak a couple of notches on what looked like the suspension pushrod. I've just caught up with Sam Collins, and Sam Collins, of course, our resident technical consultant from Race Car Engineering. Sam, you and I have racked our brains as to what they could be adjusting there, and it looked as though it could have been maybe a roll bar, a couple of notches on the roll bar, a couple of notches on. I don't think it was ride-height. I don't think they adjusted the pushrod. That would affect the ride-height at the front. And I know you've been saying that car's a bit of a mystery to you.
Yeah, the suspension on the Porsche is something. It's got an interlinked suspension system. We know that much. But the thing they're adjusting, and I was having a look just now, I can't work out what they're going to be doing. It might just be something as simple as a damper setting, but we don't really understand the damper on that car. So because that's right at the front, and that's not where you're saying it was. But I have spotted something just now on the car. We talked on the test day about how the bodywork, the rear bodywork, was flexible. They've actually added a plate underneath the bodywork, so the bodywork is still flexible, but it can't flex because it goes down and sits on a support. So it does still have flexible bodywork. Question is, will that plate get removed when no one's looking? That's what you've got to keep an eye out for later on.
Ah, but you'll be looking, Sam, won't you, mate? While we're down here, the 20 car with Timo Bernhard at the wheel of that car. That car's been wheeled out and is waiting, wheels on, up on its jacks, lights ablaze. That's waiting for to continue. It's out on the apron. The 14 car remains, just a few more little tweaks going on. And what's bizarre and quite a surprise to me is that the whole of this pit lane seems to be chasing a setup, because I'm here in front of the number 66 GMW Ferrari, which is next door to the Porsches, and they've been tweaking things. Small suspension, geometry, damper. They're still chasing something out there.
I think a lot of people are chasing it. The Porsche guys have still got an overheating problem on the turbo. We saw that earlier. One of the things they're doing, they're definitely on a proper qualifying run, though. They were only putting 16 litres of fuel in each time the car came in. 16.6 or 15.6, depending on which car it was. But the two cars, the 20 and the 14, are both still running in slightly different trim. One is running a lower drag configuration. And I think the reason they're having the overheating problem is that they haven't opened up the additional cooling panels that we saw open yesterday. But you're right, I think the temperature has caught a lot of people out, and the track conditions caught a lot of people out, and they're trying to get good runs in. There is talk that the weather might go a little bit soggy later on in this tonight. So it could be this is the opportunity to get that pole position time. I don't think 23.1's quick enough, though. I think we're going to see much quicker times when this temperature finally comes down.
So which of the Porsches has got the low downforce config?
The low drag is the 14. The 20, as you can see in front of us, Joe, you've got the little winglet we talked about in the pit walk earlier in the day. That will give them a little bit more front balance, a little bit more front downforce. There will be something on the rear end that will offset that, because otherwise your whole aero balance goes out, which the car won't handle properly. But looking at the other car, they don't seem together on that one. The cars still seem to have quite a few problems with these Porsches. They came straight back in after installation lap, and both of them were on the verge of catching fire. And I think one might have done ever so slightly.
Well, we shall wait and see. But we'll hand back to John to continue the debate. And interesting to hear what you guys think of why. And yeah, the temperatures, I must say, the temperature is beginning to reduce. The sun, as ever, is dipping down behind the main grandstand and is down behind the tribune, and now is shading half of the pit lane. The Audi end of the pit lane is now under shade, and you can feel the temperature reducing. And that's when the air becomes a bit thicker, and that's when the performance will come, guys.
The latest news from the pit lane is brought to you by Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Eat, sleep, race, repeat.
Paul Trustwell is alongside me. I'm John Hindhoff. This is the Mobil 1 studio team on 91.2 FM around the circuit. Hello to you. Plenty of you arriving today. Thank you. Keep tweeting. It is at Radio Le Mans or at Specutainment. And of course, you can see us in beautiful StudioVision as well, thanks to our friends at nationalspeedsportnews.com, your motorsports authority since 1934. And also our camera supplier, Replay, record and replay. And by the way, if you're in the States at the weekend and you want to take Radio Le Mans with you, you can do, because once again, we've teamed up with XM and Sirius. It'll be XM Channel 108 and Sirius Channel 108, XM Channel 203. Paul Trustwell, as I said, is alongside me. Paul, the guys there were talking about speed, top speeds. You have all of that. You have all of that detail.
Yes, what I don't have is the detail of absolute top speeds. I have the detail of the top speed at the point where the timing system measures it, which is just before the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight. We're working on means of finding out a bit more than that, and we'll bring that to you as and when we're able to. But it was interesting when Sam Collins was talking to Joe just a moment ago about the Porsche that was configured in low drag form. Well, it was that triggered it. That is the fastest car in a straight line down the Mulsanne straight, 332 kilometres per hour in this evening session. That doesn't compare very well to yesterday, because yesterday in the evening qualifying, Anthony Davidson did 339 kilometres an hour. So that's a full 7 kilometres faster that was done yesterday. But the number 14 has been the fastest in this evening session at 332 kilometres an hour. The number 7 Toyota has done a 331 kilometres an hour, and the number 2 Audi, fastest of the Audis, Andre Lotterer, 329 kilometres an hour. So not really very much to choose between those three. The surprise, though, is in fourth place in the top speeds is the Rebellion Toyota with 327 kilometres an hour. So that car is just 2 kilometres an hour off the top speed of the Audi. So it's not bad at all. It's an interesting comparison between those cars, John.
A couple of questions coming in from listeners on Twitter. We've got that working again tonight. We broke it yesterday. We had so many tweets. Does the number 1 Audi have to start from the back of the field, says Mark Pringle?
Well, it does at the moment, because it's not completed very many laps.
Right.
But as long as it goes out in either the remaining hour of this session or in the 2 hours that will come in the end of this session between 10 o'clock and midnight, as long as it goes out and does its laps, it will start according to where its qualifying position permits it to start, because the car had its accident, as I said earlier on, in the free practice session, so it hasn't qualified yet because it's only done a few laps, in fact 1 lap out and in with Lucas Di Grassi at the wheel, so it hasn't qualified yet, but it will be able to over the rest of this evening's qualifying.
Another quick one before we go down to Joe Bradley in the pit lane. This one comes from Alex O'Dell. It says, will the Zayor do one lap on the electric power or as many as it can muster?
Yes.
I think it's, if I'm honest, I think it's going to be a really tough ask for them to get through their program. They're still waiting for the battery. I don't think the batteries are going to make it from the States, the new batteries.
One lap on battery power only is still a huge ask. You know, I mean, it's not quite like driving your remote controlled car through that length of time. It's a lot of car to take at speed around the 13 kilometres of Le Mans.
And at speed is the key because they don't want to be in anyone's way. Let's head back down to the Nismo pit lane where Joe Bradley is waiting down at the Craft Bamboo Aston Martin Racing Garage.
Yeah, and it is a very sad state of affairs. The car cover is now covering the 99 Aston, which has been pulled from the meeting. But I'm with Alex McDowell, and really there isn't any words that I can say to you, Alex. It is so disappointing.
Yeah, obviously, my first time here, it's a real disappointment not to be taking part in the Le Mans 24 Hours. You know, it was always a dream of mine to come here, and you know, we've learnt the hard way, which is you know, really hard to take in. Obviously Fernando was down to qualify the car, so he was pushing. We're both new to the track, and I could tell through the Porsche curves the car was really on its limit. So, you know, he qualified and he just pushed that little bit extra and just lost the rear. We all do it, and there's no runoff there. So it's quite surprising why they haven't updated the track after all the incidents that happened here over the years. And, you know, we've come off this badly, and we now can't participate in the race. There's no new chassis, so yeah, it looks like we're out of it.
I described earlier to the listeners what I could see, and there was certainly a major part of the chassis was tweaked and cracked. Would it take a brand new chassis? That's got to be a reshell, I suppose. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's just going to be a new shell from Aston, brought back to ProDrive. With endurance racing, if there's a little problem, a little gremlin in the chassis, you know, you can't have it there for 6 hours or 24 hours, so the best thing's to have a new chassis. Yeah, that one will definitely be in the scrap. It's finished, so yeah, looking forward to Texas with a new car.
Yeah, that's what you've got to keep looking forward. And you know, Craft Bamboo, they've got a bit of time, thankfully, to lift themselves and get back on it at quarter in the World Endurance Championship. I suppose being a racing driver, that's exactly what you're looking forward to now.
Yeah, you know, we've got a bit of time. I'm here now, no pressure. I can just listen in to the 97 car with Bruno and Stefan and Darren, learn what they do, take on board what they do. And, you know, I'm new to GT racing, sports cars. It's a route which I think is taken off, so we've tried to follow it. We'll see what happens. But the Astons are looking good at the minute, so fingers crossed.
Bad luck, mate. I can't really say anything more. Thanks for talking to us, Alex. A real shame there. We're going to stay in the Nismo pit lane for Frankie Motley-Calvo with Shea Adam. Welcome, Shea, this evening.
Frankie, we were just talking to Aston Martin, and they've been having some really rotten luck, but you with 8-star had a bit of bad luck last night, and it's continued into this first session. Your car is not going back out as it's resuming green. Why not?
Right now we're just having a little issues with some of the wiring, but any team to have a problem like this is definitely happy to be with they, of course. They should be getting this car going at least this session and solving some of the bugs, and hopefully get out back there soon.
What happened last night?
Just had a little issue judging some traffic and didn't have too much runoff and tapped the wall, but wasn't too bad. The guys got the car back. It looks great. Just trying to fix a little bit of the wiring right now.
Green flag has just come back out. Now, you're not the most experienced driver with Le Mans. You've only been here once, but your two teammates do have a lot of experience around this track. How have Rhoda and Roberti been able to help you?
They've been helping out, you know, just giving little pointers here and there, but it's been great. Two great teammates, great car, everything like that. Just need to get the car back on track and we'll have a good run.
Well, hope to get back out on track soon.
Thank you.
Nick Damon had just joined us very briefly, getting out of his Nismo Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat race suit there. So I apologise because that was before the watershed. We're back under green flag conditions with 49 minutes still to run in this first half of the final qualifying session. As it stands at the moment, Porsche, on their return to Le Mans in the top class, have locked out the front row of the Le Mans 24 Hours for 2014. But Paul Trustwell, I'm going to suggest that might not be as it looks by the time we're talking at midnight tonight.
No, and again, listening to what Sam Collins was saying, he's a wise man. He knows what he's talking about.
So long as you don't let him talk about tracks or drivers, let him talk about the oily bits.
Yes, quite. But he was suggesting that we were going to be able to go quicker, and I think we will be going quicker in the next hour and possibly as well after that. Who's going to be going quicker? Well, that's what we are going to be observing and watching with as much care as we can. Both of the Toyotas are out. Both of the Porsches are out. The number 1 Audi is also back out again. I mean, the speed with which everybody took to the tracks again after that break was just about as keen as everybody was going out at the beginning of the session. So we lost 25 minutes under the red flag then. So that's another, as I say, having already lost an hour and a half yesterday, another 25 minutes lost there. And we'll be hopeful that we can run the rest of the sessions without further incidents. But it's going to be very tight, and I'm looking forward now to some quick laps. We've got Anthony Davidson, says the screen, but it's told us that before, out at the wheel of the number 8 Toyota. At the wheel of the number 7 Toyota is Stefan Sarazan. As I say, Andre Lotterer at the wheel of the number 1 Audi. Lucas de Grassi at the wheel of the number 2 Audi. The number 3 Audi is Marco Bononomi. And in the 2 Porsches, we've got Romain Dumas at the wheel of the number 14 car, and Timo Bernhardt, the old sparring partners. They're out at the wheels of their 2 respective Porsches at the wheel number 20. So those are the guys at the sharp end who are out. And it's going to be exciting, I would suggest, John, for these next 5 minutes, the initial flying laps, because that's when the track in some ways is at its clearest.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. Welcome along to Mobil 1, 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2014. Hello there, I'm John Hindorf, and, well, we are looking towards an exciting next 5 minutes. What's that? Going to be a couple of laps as the number 8 of Anthony Davidson, and it is the much improved Brit. He has really come of age in the last couple of seasons in sports car racing. He crosses the line now and heads up towards the first climbing right-hand corner. People still coming out the pits in front of him. New style of wheel rim on that TSO 40 I've noticed here at Le Mans. Slightly more aerodynamic, in some ways reminiscent of what BMW have used in the past. First time I've seen it used on a prototype. Underneath the Dunlop Bridge then, and down through the Forest S's. And the good news for Anthony Davidson is there's nothing ahead of him. He's got clear track. Just brushes the white line on the left-hand side before he turns into the final part of that circuit, and he's already up on the clock. Meantime, behind him, we've got a pair of Audis. No, I tell a lie.
Yes.
It's an Audi and a Porsche, is it not, Paul?
It is. We've got a pair of Audis and
with
a
Porsche in the middle.
Because you've got the number 1 car with Lucas de Grassi at the wheel of it, and the number 3 with Marco Bononomi at the wheel of it. So, yeah, they're going to have to sort themselves out or trip over each other. But Anthony Davidson has got himself into a very clear bit of air.
Number
indeed.
3 still in the pits, I think, actually, Paul. So, Joe Bradley telling us that, so that might be the 2 Porsches, 20 and 14.
Yeah. So Bononomi came into the pits at the end of that single installation lap.
It's going to be Anthony Davidson to watch first. He's already in the middle section of the Ligne Droite Nadier, the Mulsanne straight. Turns left-handed into the centre part of the second chicane, just clipping the blue and yellow curbs as he heads into what is quite a dark area now with the sun beginning to sink onto the far side of the circuit. The trees here have grown up to a very, very big height, and he's now in shade, dappled shade though, as he comes down to the scene of his accident a couple of years ago and turns in right-handed. No Ferrari to hamper his progress there now, hard on the brakes, all the way over to the left-hand side of the circuit before he cuts to the right through the Mulsanne corner.
There's a Corvette just ahead of him, John. It'll be interesting to see when you pick it up on the
Can't see
screen
him.
there.
Can't see him because the sun is in his eyes. And Huda Shonak has the stopwatch in the pit lane. He knows how it's going on. Still can't see very much at all as the sun is very bright through the first of the 2 kinks on the run down from Mulsanne down to Indianapolis Arnage. And now, sorry, that was the second one. He was going quicker than I thought through Indianapolis. And again, the sunshine is there. Just caught a little glimpse of the Corvette going round the right-hander at Arnage, and Anthony Davidson now 2 minutes 30 on the clock, and he needs to be somewhere around about the 23s, 23-1, 23-2 if he's going to be there or thereabouts, and I don't think this lap is going to do it. He heads towards the entrance to Porsche curves, and there is a car ahead. It's a Corvette. I don't know that. I can't tell that, only because Paul has told me. Turning in at over 180 miles an hour into the Porsche curves. Now I can see it's a yellow Corvette. Through the first left-hander, through the second left-hander, now to the scene of all of the problems in the last few days. The Corvette's right there in the middle of the track, and Davidson backs right off. There's absolutely nowhere for him to go. The track is full of velocity yellow Corvette C7R, and that is that lap completely and utterly blown for Anthony Davidson. I have to say, I don't think it was a great lap. It was a decent one, but now he has to forget that, put it all together in 2 more corners and get a decent run from out in front of us onto the start-finish straight and start his work all over again.
The interesting thing is to look at the lap time that he does do. It's a 3:26.918. So, yeah, he's 3 seconds off what he was hoping to do as a result, as John was describing, of him backing off. But even that, the 3 seconds, shows just how close Anthony Davidson was to ultimate lap times. Now we get the 2 Audis with the Porsche just ahead of them. They're going across the line as well. And the time for the number 1 car, that's the first competitive lap time for the number 1 in a qualifying session. Lucas Di Grassi at the wheel does a 3:26.490. Andre Lotterer in the number 2 does a 3:25.415. And in the Porsche was Romain Dumas, number 14, which is in that little mix as well. He improves his time to a 3:24.540. So 2 improvements there out of the 4 cars. One for Lucas Di Grassi, improving from nothing, but an improvement for Romain Dumas on this evening's times at 3:24.540. That's not as fast as Dumas went yesterday, John.
And we've got the Sebastian Loeb racing car stopped at the 42 is the second chicane, isn't
First
it?
chicane.
First chicane, excuse me. Which is where this little gaggle of cars, which includes Luca Di Grassi, is coming to now. The yellow lights and flags are showing the issue. Now, where was that car? Still being shown on the exit. Oh, on the exit, driver's left. And that looks nasty for the Vincent Capelier driven car. He was on his outlap. That might just have been cold tyres. Johnny was telling me earlier on, and I think this is still the case, the top 5 cars in P2 all still on Dunlop tyres. Johnny Palmer just going to jump in next to us here. He's getting ready for the next shift. That certainly was the case a little while ago, Johnny. 49, 36, 26, 47, 35 and 34.
Yeah, that was a theory. Murphy Prototypes is quickest now. They're also on Dunlops. It's not changed a great deal, has it?
We have a proper tyre battle in P2.
Yeah, very much so.
In theory, we have a proper tyre battle in all the classes here. The World Endurance Championship and Le Mans, which that Le Mans is a part, of course, is, I think, the only FIA World Championship on or off-road, 2 or 4 wheels, apart from the FIM World Endurance Championship for motorcycles, that is open tyre formula, which I find remarkable, a bit sad, but remarkable. And in P2, we see it with Dunlop and Michelin going head-to-head, Johnny.
It's the top 6 now, in fact, so a little bit more. Dunlop, you could say, have a slightly unfair advantage because they have 12 of the 17 P2 cars and only 5 of the 17 run on Michelins.
Paul?
Anthony Davidson is on a lap this time. He's set fastest lap times of his own, well, this car, in both Sector 1 and Sector 2. He's coming down into the Ford chicane at the moment, turns left into the second part of it, right out of the second part of it, across the start-finish line, and goes 3:25.092. Does improve on his last lap time, but doesn't improve on the fastest lap time of that car. So it was an improvement for Anthony. But I fancy that should have been a bit quicker than that, and I don't think he had that much traffic to deal with either on that lap, John.
The number 2 Audi of Andre Lotterer is coming round to the end of the lap.
Porsche.
And, Porsche has just gone to second position or has just consolidated second position, should I say. 23.322. Here's the number 1 car across the line, Lucas Di Grassi. Still got 40 minutes near enough in this session. Di Grassi turns into the right-hander, heading up towards Dunlop. Ahead of him by about a couple of 100 metres is Romain Dumas. And Timo Bernhard in the 20 car has improved as well. So both Porsches have now improved on last night's times.
Not on last night's time.
On tonight's time. Sorry, I have just misread the timing screen there, because they've got a blue time, but their best time hasn't changed. Fast first sector rather for Andre Lotterer there, Paul.
Yes. We get used to seeing an Audi doing a fast first sector time, because that is where their biggest advantage is. Where they lose out is in top speed and down the Mulsanne straight, therefore in sector 2, which seems to be the preserve now of Toyotas, although it seems that sometimes Porsche can go quickly down the straight and sometimes they can't.
Saw some Porsche mechanics getting ready in the pit lane there, and that's an interesting one. They haven't done a long lap run since we went back to green, and we'll talk to Paul a bit later on this evening about what implications we think and for all of these stoppages they've had on people doing their calculations. It's pretty cut and dried, really, that the regulations are telling you what you've got to do, really, effectively, from the fuel that you have. You can't use more than you're given, if you see what I mean. 14 laps is the magic number, it would seem, this year. Audi are telling us they're not able to get to that. And the calculations would back that up, Paul.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think what we've seen is Toyota doing 13 laps, but the regulations suggest that they should be able to do 14, but they may choose to only do 13 because they may want to have just that little cushion in the fuel tank and don't want to push it to the absolute limit. If they can get the car drivable and just do 13 laps. But you're right. Effectively, fuel consumption is now given by the regulations, and you then have to tune the car to be as fast as possible for the given fuel consumption, which is the beauty of an efficiency-based regulation, really. So
I'm told, by the way, that the FIM World Motocross Championship has an open tyre competition, and the Women's World Motocross Championship, reigning champion Kira Fontanesi runs on Dunlop tyres. Philippa Nielsen, thank you.
The Lucas Di Grassi at Indianapolis having a spin there, John.
Got the
spinning it through 180 degrees, and he has hit the barrier, hasn't he?
He has hit the barrier left-hand side. That was right tyres, Michelin in this case, well over the very, very severe curb on the driver's right-hand side at the exit of Indianapolis. It's quite quick through there. Amazingly, he's running. The car has been damaged, but there's a huge pall of smoke coming from the number 2 Audi. No, excuse me. Number 1 Audi. Again, it's Luca Di Grassi. Sorry, for a moment there, I thought they'd had Treluar's name up against that on the screen, which rather put me off, and I apologise. Luca Di Grassi then in this, it would appear, accursed number 1 car this weekend, already been rebuilt onto a new chassis. In comes the low drag version of the Porsche. That's the 20 car without the little winglets on the front end, and that is going into the box. So get down to our pit lane crew. Haven't heard from them for a little while. Looks like it's going to get busy down at Audi. Who's down at that end?
That'll be me. That'll be me, John. I was going to jump in and have a little bit of an LMP2 moment.
Joe, sorry to cut across you. We've had a Porsche number 79. It's the Pro Speed car. Is in the tyres at the exit of the Porsche curves. An unrelated incident. It's the final left-hander at the... It's effectively a karting, isn't it?
No, it's at Dunlop S's. It's the first corner out of the pits.
Excuse me.
Sorry, it's a funny camera angle. It's a new...
and that is the 29 car going off right in front of the struggling Audi on its way back to the pits. And that was another odd one. That's Russell at the wheel in the Morgan. And that must be right next to us as the number 1 car does make it into the pit lane. 3 separate incidents, and there's bodywork all over the road. This is the Pegasus Racing, and a red flag is the only option here. As the Audi makes it into the pit lane with its damaged front end, Luca Di Grassi will not be popular with his mechanics, pushing very hard in his outlap on the rebuilt car. We'll get to Joe Bradley at the moment, but we've also got the Porsche that we saw, the Pro Speed car that is off. And now, was the Audi a part of that? He's pulling across. Di Grassi pulls across. Yes, he was. Di Grassi wandering all over the road and caused the accident. There's no doubt about that in my mind. He was on the left-hand side of the road. He starts to go across to the right to head towards the pit lane and then darts back to the left. The Alpine coming up at unabated speed. Russell had the choice of going onto the grass or piling into the back of the Audi. Took the grass, lost control, and has gone into the wall driver's right anyway. And I'll go back and say we also have the Porsche, the Pro Speed competition, 79 Porsche in the wall on a different part of the circuit. Johnny, that was a mad couple of minutes. It's Keystone Cops out there this evening.
Well, I had worry for Leo Russell because it reminded me an awful lot of Simon Dolan's accident at Silverstone. You know, a P2 into a concrete wall, but Leo has got out of that car and we've seen him walking, so the initial signs would be good, but an awful lot of damage on the front of that 29 Pegasus Morgan. And
unsurprisingly,
we kind of wanted to avoid these incidents after last night's shenanigans.
Unsurprisingly, Luca Di Grassi has been asked to race control immediately. Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane. Joe? Hello, Joe.
I think.
Yes, go ahead, mate. Sorry, my fault.
The garage, I was about to get stuck in and help with the job there. I think they might have gotten away with this. Number one car's come in, clearly damaged the nose section, the carbon fibre nose section, and the two wheel arches either side of the central nose section. But looking at the suspension, the maybe a little bit of toe out. So, yeah, I mean, I'll be surprised if they get away without tweaking any of the suspension geometry on that car. But everything visibly looks intact. There's nothing hanging off it. They're just now, the car's up on the jacks and...
Joe, serious question.
Go ahead.
Is the steering all right?
Yes, it looks like it is, absolutely.
Right, in which case, Lucas Di Grassi, I'm afraid, has no absolutely... If the wheels are attached and it's pointing in the right direction, he's got no defence at all for putting the 29 car in the wall.
Sorry, John. It looks like the steering rack is intact, and certainly the two steering the rods that connect the rack to the wheel and the upright, I should say, are intact. The wheels are pointing in the right direction. As the car came in, looked like, you know, there wasn't a wheel sort of pointing in the wrong direction at all. It's now got onto the hijacks. They're obviously there's been a transfer of energy throughout the chassis from the carbon nose structure.
Well, what happened, Joe? He went wide on the exit of Indianapolis and up onto those high curbs, the blue and white curbs on driver's right. And you know, even driving those on a road car, just how aggressive those are and what they do to the car. He then dropped the right-hand side wheels and Michelin tyres over the edge and onto the dirt, which speared him across to the left-hand side, and he nosed into the wall and bounced out again. And there's no tyre coverage on that run down from Indianapolis to Arnage. Then the second incident was for the Pro Speed Competition 79 Porsche, which had at the wheel, was it Ben Curtis at the wheel of that car? Yes, it was. And he's had an unrelated incident in the first part of the lap going up towards Dunlop off to driver's right. That car has been craned away. And then, as there was an Aston very close to him as he came in. That is a good camera angle. That's a new one. Thank you, Paul, for pointing that out to me. He lost it under braking for the first right-hander at Dunlop. Then the third incident there was Di Grassi heading back to the pits on the left-hand side of the circuit, looking to get to the right into the pit lane, started to move across, and then in the middle of the road, just weaving back to the left and avoiding action, needing to be taken by Russell in that 29 Morgan, the Pegasus car. He got on the grass and speared to the right-hand side, right across the track, and hit the pit wall very, very hard indeed. Luca Di Grassi being asked to go to the headmaster's office. It's a bonkers few minutes, but gives us a chance with 29 minutes to go to take a little breath, and we'll give you a rundown in just a few moments' time with Paul Truswell.
Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1.
Mobil 1.
Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1.
Mobil 1.
So with half an hour of this 2-hour session remaining, although we've already lost half an hour of it, and the red flag will know when we're going to go very shortly. Times at the top still the same as they were, with the two Porsches first and second, neither of them having... Oh, no, sorry, the Roman Dubnas, the second-placed one, has improved this evening. So Roman now only just over a tenth of a second slower than his teammate. So number 20 ahead of number 14, still, the two Porsches. Anthony Davidson is the fastest Toyota in third place. He's done a 3:23.963. That's done a time that's been done this evening. Fourth fastest now is Andre Lotterer. He's done a 3:24.276. That time kind of sneaked in just before the red flag was given, and that's, as I say, an improvement of position for Andre Lotterer, moving him up onto provisionally the second row of the grid in the number 2 Audi. Fifth fastest is the number 7 Toyota, 3:24.420 is another improvement. So most of the times now having been set this evening rather than last night. Stefan Sarazan at the wheel of the number 7 Toyota, fifth. Sixth fastest is Audi number 3. Marco Bononomi doing the lion's share of the driving in that car again. Felipe Albuquerque was out earlier on. I don't think Oliver Jarvis has actually had a go this evening yet, but he has driven the car an awful lot in testing. So that car, not a stranger to Ollie Jarvis, even though he's not actually raced it yet this year. That's sixth fastest then, the number 3 Audi with a time of 3:26.445, the time set last night. Sixth fastest, that is sixth fastest. Seventh fastest is the number 1 Audi, again in the wars, but a 3:26.490 finally been set by Lucas de Grassi, who's set 7th fastest time, and that's the top of the top 7 cars, all of the hybrid cars.
Spencer Pompelli, it seemed like every time last night there was a red flag, you were sitting behind the wheel of the 66 JMW, not having been out on the track. You have now gone out on track. How is the Ferrari?
So far, so good, actually. I got a little bit of time yesterday early, but we really hadn't gotten the car up to speed. And then, wanted to go out and at least see what she could do, and never really got the opportunity. Didn't even do a lap at night practice, and did a couple laps on new tires, but came right back in. Start the lap, instant red flag, coast back in, go again, instant red flag, coast back in, and then next thing I know is unbuckling. So so far so good. We're having a good run this session, and the car is coming along.
What's the biggest goal out of this car? You're not aiming for pole, you're aiming for seat time, but where are you expecting to start the race?
I disagree. I think, we're coming here with the core guys in Flying Lizard, Seth and Eric and Thomas and myself, and we're always a competitive bunch. So I don't know if we're the car to beat, but I want to say, if things go our way, we could be the car to beat, if that's not a tongue tire enough. And I don't think we're really trying to just drive around. We actually want to go and try to be as competitive as we can, given our situation. Aziz is really fast, really happy and surprised at his pace. So we've got, we've got a decent shot at it. 2 years ago and the year before we came here as the car to beat. We had the pole in 2012. Led most of the first 5 hours. We're almost to the point where we were just going to take it easy and drive home. And then the accident hit us, and then we blew an engine while leading 3 years ago. So being the car to beat doesn't seem to be the way to win. So maybe we're in the catbird seat sitting really well.
The last 2 times you were here, you were with the Flying Lizard team, and although you've got the core with you, is it still different to try and integrate yourself with this JMW Motorsports team?
It's absolutely different. However, I have to say JMW guys have been super cool, very welcoming, just working their butts off and doing a really good job on everything they could possibly provide for us. So integration's tough, but these guys have made it as easy and painless as possible, and a big thanks go to all those guys.
And you've got home support here with you. You've got Nelson Kanash Jr. in the garage, your co-driver in the TD United Sports Car Championship, cheering you on. How badly do you want to be here with him?
I really do. We've got Nelson is a part of our team back in the U.S., and then Dejan von Moltke as well. He's a good friend of ours and part of the Flying Lizard family. And, I really appreciate Nelson coming over and supporting us. I know Dejan wanted to be, but he couldn't. But it just feels good having those guys here, and hopefully in the future, you'll see all 4 of us here driving something.
Now, you drive an Audi R8, which is a very different car from a Ferrari 458. What is the biggest difference that you can tell between the two cars?
You know, the biggest difference is the spec that we run in. It's actually not super different as far as the engine layout, you know, where the gearbox is and kind of some of the suspension qualities. But running in the with the spec tire that we run in the Tudor Sports Car Championship, running a little heavier, running less downforce, less aero. The car in Tudor just seemed to stay on top of the pavement and slide around a lot, whereas this is much more stuck, and you want to keep the car tidy. So you don't want to hang this thing out to go fast, whereas in the Tudor, no matter really what it is, you want to hang it out. So the similarities are there. The differences are more the spec that we run.
Two very different cars, but you're having no issues adapting.
Let's head down to the pit lane. Joe Bradley has Dr. Ulrich. Just to give you the news here, we've heard from Race Control that the next session will start early. This one is finished now. We have 23 minutes to go, but it won't be... wait a minute, that doesn't say that. It just says qualifying session 3 will start early at 21:30. So we'll wait to see whether this one is over. But let's hear from Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich with Joe Bradley first.
He's a little bit busy, John, but he did just inform me of that. He's a little bit busy, obviously, just going about and even helping with the repair job going on the number 1 car, just holding in place a little bit of a carbon fibre deflector that's underneath the car. And I tapped him on the shoulder, and all I said was, I think you got away with that. And all I got was a raised eyebrow look. And then he got back on with the job. He's then turned around and told me that this session is now stopped. They're now finishing the session, but they will start tonight's session. Should have started at 10. They're going to start that one at 9:30.
Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't had that confirmed. The second part of that is, Joe is absolutely right. Qualifying 3 will now run from 9:30 Central European time to midnight, and it will all be classified as a night session. So getting you 3 laps in will be that second session. That's been very similar for many years. In point of fact, the days of having the little purple light that used to go on over the pit lane to tell you when it was officially dark are long gone. Let's nip back down to Joe.
Yeah, I mean, who am I to question Dr. Ulrich? He is one of the main men, and that, I don't know where he got that information from, but he seems to be the only one with that information.
No. It's up on the screen, Joe. The second part of it is up on the screen.
No, I mean the first part of it, John.
I think he's
been stopped.
I think he's probably right, because there's a lot of work to do in sorting out the walls. But the red flag estimate will be given shortly, is the message that we've just been given from Race Control, and we still have 21.5 minutes to run. The 29 Pegasus car is already on the flatbed, and it will be all about I've completely lost my train of thought. Paul.
Yeah, so I suspect that we will be going direct because, as you say, there is going to be a little while whilst the tyre wall gets rebuilt up at the Dunlop chicane, which was where we lost the Pro Speed Porsche. So that was tyre wall, but there's also possibly some concrete barrier that needs repairing. I don't know if you can replace it, but which was the barrier that was hit by poor old Leo Rissell. Meanwhile, work goes on the number 1 Audi to repair the front end of that one. In terms of times, if we just have a quick run down, I'd already told you about the top LMP1 cars. As far as LMP2 is concerned, the fastest time there is a 3:38.207 set by the Murphy Prototypes LMP2 car. We failed to pick that one up coming in there, but... Number 48, the Murphy Prototypes Oric and Nissan, has done a 3:38.207 now.
Paul, just a quick update from Shea on the IMSA Matmut car.
Well, both IMSA Matmut cars, the 67 and the 76, were in a state of disrepair earlier this afternoon when Paul Duncan and I went for a walk up and down the pit lane. The 76 was actually being repainted because it had been so badly damaged from last night's shunt. The good news, both cars are now ready to go back out for the session, the 67 having not gone out yet. They will go out later tonight, but just to add on to what Joe was saying, all the teams are acting down here like it is done
what am I trying to say? Freshen up required at Dunlop, but not much more, as the remains of the Pegasus car comes in on the flatbed, so no issues at Dunlop. It will be down here where the work goes on, Paul.
And the news has come through now from Eduardo Freitas that we are going to have 15 minutes of this session. So if you have gone off to dinner, come back. You're going to miss 15 minutes of qualifying as Lena Gay hops back up onto her pit wall position in order to oversee what's going on with the number 2 Audi's progress.
Joe, what's been, well, Dr. Ulrich had called time on it, but what's happening up at the pit out end of things?
Yeah, well, next door and all the way up the pit apron to pit out, remain cars, 2 Ferraris, 2 prototypes. Karen Chanduk, for instance, in the 48 Murphy prototype. Each and every car has got a driver in, and they were not aware that this session was going to be halted. They were ready to get on with it, and as proven to be the case, we've got the number 20 Porsche and the number 8 Toyota rolling past me and starting a queue off to restart this session.
So now we've got about 3 minutes before the session will recommence, and the only thing that we don't have to make this session exciting is it won't be officially dark. Apart from that, it will be absolutely perfect. We've already seen how the teams can get out if they're ready and in a good position. 1 out lap, and the track is still pretty clear. Anthony Davidson has proved it, then on a flying lap to set a quick time. So we'll see who's out there and able to take advantage. We've already had an improvement on his yesterday time by the number 14 Porsche. Romain Dumas has done a 3:23.322, and Anthony Davidson's already improved his time. I told you about the leading LMP2 car, which is the number 48, the Murphy Prototypes car. Second fastest P2 car is the number 36, the Signature Alpine, Signatec Alpine number 36. That's done a time of 3:38.769. And third fastest in P2 is still yesterday's leading car, the number 26 G-Drive Racing Morgan Nissan, which still has its time from last night at 3:39.586. In the GT classes, fastest GT is still the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari, 3:54.754, hasn't been improved upon in that class. Second fastest is still the Aston 97, and third fastest still the Porsche number 92, yet to improve on its time from last night. And in GTE AM, there's also been no change on the situation since I last told you. The fastest of the GTE AM cars is the number 72 SMP Racing Ferrari of Viktor Scheitar, Alexei Basov and Andrea Bertolini. They are ahead of the number 61 AF Corsa Ferrari, which Luis Perez Companc has been driving last. Marco Ciocci and Mirko Venturi, the other 2 drivers of that car. And then third fastest in GTE AM is the number 95 Aston Martin, which the 3 Danish drivers have been driving. So no particular changes in the GT section. 30 seconds before the green flag will be shown, and then we'll have, as I said, 15 minutes of the session remaining, and then a very short break, half an hour only, before we will try and make up a little bit of the lost time by having a 2.5-hour night qualifying session from 9:30 until midnight. So, as I say, if you've not had your dinner already, then it'd be foolish to do it straight away, but you just have to do it quickly, or else skip dinner altogether. Wouldn't be the first time. And the cars, as I say, just waiting for the green flag signal to be given, which it is exactly at 15 minutes of the session remaining. And we wait to see who's going to lead the cars out of that train at the beginning of the pit lane. Certainly it's the 2 Toyotas are right up there at the front. I think they've got an Audi. Yeah, the Audi number 2 is a little bit further down the queue. Once again, the number 8 car, which has now got Sebastian Buemi behind the wheel of it. So it's Sebastian Buemi at the wheel of the number 8 car, Kazu Nakajima at the wheel of the number 7. And Oliver Turvey's going out in the Jota, so number 38. That's a big cheer for Ollie.
Joe Bradley in the pit lane with some very interesting news.
Remarkable, remarkable. The number 1 Audi is out. It was in the middle of the number 3 and the number 2, and was at the back of the queue, in amongst all the LMP cars. You know what, guys? I'm going to put some money on that number 1 car winning this race, because that's where the fairy tale is.
Absolutely. Marc Genet is behind the wheel of it as well, so the fairy tale continues. The 2 substitute drivers, as it were, Marc Genet at the wheel of the number 1 Audi, and the seat that he vacated in the Jota. That was why I mentioned that one, in the Jota car, number 38, the Zytek with its Nissan engine, where Marc Genet has left that seat, and that's been filled by Oliver Turvey. And as I say, both those drivers, Marc Genet and Oliver Turvey, in their new mounts at the moment, as the 2 Toyotas head down the Mulsanne Straight at the moment. They're behind the Porsche, I think. Timo Bernhardt in the number 20 Porsche has sneaked out ahead of the pair of them. So we've got Porsche in the lead, then the 2 Toyotas, and then, as Joe rightly says, the 3 Audis, with the number 1 Marc Genet car sandwiched by number 2 and number 3. The remaining car that didn't come out was the number 14 Porsche, certainly as far as that leading group of LMP1H cars is concerned. The number 13 Fabio Lima Rebellion has left the pit lane, and so he is out. Just looking for the number 12. I think that one is still in the pit. No, it's out as well. Nick Heidfeld at the wheel of the number 12 Rebellion Lola. Sun beginning to set, and that means obviously the westerly facing parts of the circuit, in particular exiting Mulsanne Corner, are the bits where they have their sun in the sun in their eyes, and then again exiting the left-handed part of Indianapolis, drivers facing bright sunshine right in their eyes as they head down towards the right-hander at Arnage, waiting for the 3 leading prototypes to come into view, which they will any moment now at the Ford chicane, with, I say, Timo Bernhardt leading the battle at the moment, the Porsche holding the 2 Toyotas behind it, and that's something that they'd like to be able to continue to make happen.
Might do it in this session.
Yeah.
Somehow I can't see it. Well, you know what? I've said all the way through this that Porsche are the new team but have the oldest car. This is the car that's been in development for the longest time, conceived in 2010, built in 2011 and run in 2012. It is the oldest car of the 3 new sets of prototypes that are here, the 919 Hybrid. It is the car that has the most miles, the most development, the most changes. It's nothing like what it's been seen, and even this week the aero's changed again on the sides of that car with the little quattro bulges on the front wings. And it is at the moment Nakajima, who's in the 7 car, who's looking to be pushing very hard indeed.
Yeah, the only thing I would say about the Porsche is that they don't have a partner in crime. Audi have Joest and Toyota have Orica in terms of kind of making the race engineering strategy type decisions on the ground at Le Mans. And it's been a conscious decision that Porsche have made that they're going to do the whole thing in-house. And you can discuss whether that's the right decision or not. But, you know,
they've got some very, very good people. They've drafted in most of the BMW F1 team. They know what they're doing. Let's have another discussion about this in a moment. Joe Bradley can give us the update on the number 1 Audi.
Yeah, the nose box took everything, and unfortunately,
as it's meant to,
didn't as we saw. However, it did knock a couple of the deflector plates from underneath the nose, which is crucial to producing the downforce. If it wasn't for these plates being knocked off, it would have just been a simple case of a new nose being put on. Also, and this is the interesting bit, the data showed that the left-hand steering rod had taken a little bit of force that they weren't happy with. So purely precautionary, they put a new rod on there. And when they put the rod on, which is already preset, everything was straight, everything was lined up, and they are more than happy with that number 1 car. Hence, it's back out there.
Fastest sector time in Sector 2 in this session for Timo Bernhardt in the Porsche. So rather than being a Toyota fastest down the Mulsanne chute, this time it's a Porsche fastest. Timo Bernhardt then his time down the Sector 2, down the Mulsanne straight, 1:17.159, which is around about as quick as we've had him. So I think we can expect to see an improvement on his session time from Timo Bernhardt. Whether that car, number 20, is going to be able to improve on its current provisional pole position time, we'll wait and see. The mark is 3:23.157 as he comes appropriately enough into the Porsche curves. And so Timo Bernhardt then with a clear track ahead of him and the two Toyotas behind him. I don't know, I haven't had the impression that the Porsche has been particularly holding up the two Toyotas. I think, in fact, if anything, he's opened up the gap. The two Toyotas now trying to get themselves into a position where they can set their quick laps on the next time around. I think they've dropped back a little bit, John.
Let's have another quick update from the Nismo pit lane. It's Shea this time.
The number 14 Porsche, the sister car to the current pole-sitting car of the 20, has not yet left the pit lane. It's not like Porsche should be caught unawares because the 20 was ready to go back out when the session was resumed. The 14, however, stayed in the garage for about 2 minutes and then was hurriedly wheeled out onto the pit apron where it is sitting up on its high jacks. It is, or not high jacks, but it's air jacks. The crew guys are waiting for the order to let the car down. There it goes, and Romain Dumas behind the wheel is now powering it out. Not much time left in this session. Don't know what they're expecting to learn.
Well, if they put the same settings on it as Timo Bernhardt's car, they could well improve their pole position time because Timo's just gone through in a 3:22.908. Oh, another Porsche number on the end. We had a 9:28 from one of the Porsches last evening. 3:22.908 is the new fastest lap and an improvement on the provisional pole time here at Le Mans 2014, live on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. And Romain Dumas then leaves the pit lane, goes under the Dunlop Bridge. His teammate is already around through and ahead of him on the circuit. It just looked a little bit slippery as Romain Dumas goes out onto the circuit. No tyre warmers allowed. Remember, you can use those cabinets, but not the big tyre warmers. The 20 car already down the Ligne Tournadier, down the Mulsanne straight, 330 kilometres an hour before he brakes for the second chicane. Left, right, runs right to the left-hand side and then hauls the car back. There was somebody in the middle of the chicane there, but it didn't really slow him down. In behind him is Sebastian Buemi in the Toyota. Has him in sight. 300 kilometres an hour for the 919 hybrid. 3:11, 3:13, 3:15 before he brakes for the kick. Now that's interesting. Oh, and off. We've got another Ferrari in the kitty litter, and this time it's the 60 car. It is the 60 car that has gone off again, and the 98 Aston is involved. Lorenzo Carse was off earlier on in the 60 car. Is it? And there's a Porsche, and it's a works Porsche that's in there as well. It's the 92 car. It's Gian Maria that's in the 60 car. The 92 Porsche has managed to get back to the pit lane, and that has got on board Fred Makovici. Now, which was the Aston that we think was involved? Was that
98?
It was the 98. So that's Paul Dalla I was just going to say, interesting that the 919 hybrid, and I am going to say this, it was the Porsche and the Ferrari doing synchronised spinning coming through the Ford chicane right in front of us. The Aston, not sure if that was involved. Yes, it was at the same point. I can see it if I look out the window. The interesting thing about the Porsche for me, the Porsche 919, and got nailed. That was the Porsche that got nailed, the factory Porsche that got nailed by the Ferrari. Absolutely nailed as he was dawdling through the final corner. In fairness, maybe looking for a bit of space. Let me finish this thought and then we'll go down to Shea for an update from Porsche. The 919 hybrid was off the power and indeed braking through the kink before the Mulsanne corner. Anthony Davidson in the Toyota a couple of years ago was still on the power at that point, and it's interesting to see how the downforce levels have changed over the last couple of years. The recovery has continued. Yellow flags are out. There's 4.5 minutes left. No one's going to improve. Let's take some Nismo pit lane. No one's going to improve. Let's take some Nismo pit lane reports. The 60 has made it to the garage. The 98 is on the end of a hook. and Shea Adam is down by the Porsche garage.
The 92 repairs are well underway at this point. Honestly, there is not much damage visibly to the car. The bodywork is a little bit dinged by the front right wheel well. The flare, if you will, is pushed in. Other than that, it does not look bad at all. Fred McAveeky is clearly not happy. He's gesticulating inside the car, trying to say that it was not his fault. Whether it was or not, we'll find out later. But dirt coming out from underneath the car. The nose cone is being examined to see if it is usable again. Mechanics are deeming it okay for the moment, just looking underneath. But as far as work goes, they are checking the front right brake rotor to make sure that there is no damage, because you do not want brake failure around the law. Fred is getting out of the car and coming to examine the damage himself, but this is not a happy Porsche Works driver.
What I don't understand, thanks Shea, I would say that it didn't look his fault from the onboard, but he was going very slowly, and I don't understand why. A car went past him at the speed of light, and then he got absolutely nailed by the Ferrari.
Raffaele Giammaria.
It was Raffaele Giammaria at the wheel of the... That car's been in a couple of strikes. The Aston Martin has been recovered. It's done a lap and come back round into the pits, and Joe Bradley is down there.
And it looks pretty much okay, apart from the showering the pit lane with gravel as it pulled to a halt. It drove in on its own wheels. I take it the snatch tractor just pulled it out the garage, out the gravel, and let it get into the pits on its own steam. I think you called it though, John, when you said that no one's going to improve. However, there is a little bit of time left on the clock, and I think everything's cleared up. The number 98 Aston Martin looks fine. It will have to be stripped down and all that bits of gravel and debris removed from it before it goes back out though. So that
what else did I say just before that accident, Joe? I did say Kaz Nakajima is the man who looks to be on it. And, well, if you say enough things, one of them's got to be right, hasn't it? And Kaz Nakajima was on it, and despite the yellows, has improved. 3:23.286 means that the Porsches, for the first time for a very long time, are not locking out the front row. It's Porsche, Toyota, Porsche, Audi, Toyota, Audi, Rebellion.
And there's enough time left, John.
And then we are now with green, by the way, no yellows out.
Absolutely, and to be fair to Kaz Nakajima, even though there was yellow on the circuit when he set his lap time, he didn't go through the yellow zone on the lap, so he'd already gone through, and then they cleared the Aston out of the way. Two of the three cars that were involved got going again under their own steam. The Aston was given a helping hand, but it all happened really rather quickly. We've still got another minute and a half on the clock. So as Kaz Nakajima goes through and completes another lap, and it's a further improvement from Kaz Nakajima, 3:22.589, puts him on provisional pole, John.
That is an amazing run from the Japanese driver, Kaz Nakajima, completely missed by the TV, by the way. They were dozing in the truck. Come on, guys, wake up. You've got split times as well down there. Good job, Paul. Look, read a timing screen. Oh, no, you're not listening to us, the TV truck this year, are you? 3:22.589 for Kaz Nakajima, and completely missed on the TV. That could be pole position for this year. Are we going to get a faster lap next time? Oh, says Paul. Yes, he does. Just seen the onboards again of that incident, and that was what was being replayed whilst Kaz Nakajima was setting the pole position time. And what happened was that McAveeky had let his teammate through to start the lap, and then was starting to speed up again. The Ferrari came upon him at maximum speed and had nowhere to go, had to go driver's right. Meantime, Ollie Jarvis, 3:23.330, puts the number 3 Audi into 4th position. 3:23.661, improvement by Buemi, still in 5th position, Paul.
And Romain Dumas did a 3:23.350. Now, that's not an improvement, but it's within 100th of a second of an improvement for Romain Dumas in the Porsche. The checkered flag is now out, so the lap that they are on will be their last lap, but it does mean that for that leading group, we're going to see one more lap through. So possible Toyota improvement, possible Porsche improvement, and possible Audi improvements right at the end of this session. The timing might have been very awkward with that yellow flag incident at the Ford chicane, but it's ended up making it an absolute thriller of a qualifying session. And We see just crossing the line there, Oliver Turvey going through. John.
Checkered flag, Paul, is out. So who is still on a lap? Ollie Turvey has seen it. He's gone through in the Zytek. 3:44.842 is an improvement for that car, down in 25th position. Timo Bernhard's in the pit lane. He won't improve. Nakajima is
still out there.
Still out there, and still he's not super quick.
No, Nakajima's problem is traffic on this one, John. With the map that I can see, he's got a big problem with traffic. But the two Audis
That's
with
interesting.
number 3 Oliver Jarvis and 2 Ben Trellier have had a much better run of it as far as the traffic is concerned thus far, and I think they're going to have a clearer run back to the checkered flag. But a great opportunity for anybody who is in a position to do so to improve, because it's a green track.
Sebastian Buemi goes up the inside of the IMSA Performance Map Mud Porsche as he goes into the Porsche curves. Sun in his eyes for a moment. He's got another GT Porsche there. He's not going to improve as he comes out and back towards us, Buemi, and he's got Nakajima behind him, and Nakajima has hit that traffic. Someone was off on the approach to Porsche curves as well, throwing up some dirt. The main P2 runners have gone through. No parc fermé after qualifying 2. So if you've got anything illegal on your car, whip it off quickly before you restart. This is the end of the what is called qualifying practice 2. It is actually the first qualifying session. And don't forget that we are back on track with a very quick turn around. Under half an hour to run. We'll be here for the start of that on Radio Le Mans. Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. We're looking to our left to see Nakajima come through. He has done, he didn't improve. It's only Trellier now who can do any better. And the number 2 car does not.
Possibly Dumas. He was quick on the straight. Dumas was quick down the Mulsanne straight. What's his lap time going to be? It's good enough for second place, John.
Wow, Romain Dumas with 2 personal bests, but no bests overall, has taken second place. So a big turnaround. We started this session and we thought we'd finish it with 20 and 14, locking out the front row. It's now provisional pole position for Toyota and the TSO 40, and it's Kaz Nakajima who has pulled a 3:23.0 out of the hat for Toyota Hybrid Racing, and Romain Dumas beats his longtime teammate Timo Bernhard into third position, the 14 car with a 22.8, stealing it right at the end of the session. From Bernhard in third, Ollie Jarvis pulling up the number 3 Audi into fourth position with a 23.2. Then the second of the Toyotas in the hands of Buemi, the number 8 car with a 23.6. 24.2 for Ben Trellier in the number 2 car, and Marc Genet, after a troubled Le Mans 2014 for the defending championship winning car and indeed Le Mans winning car from last year, or at least team from last year. Marc Genet, the substitute in for Loic Duval, who will not be taking part in the race this weekend, pulled that car up to 7th position. In P2, Ligier, number 46, Tristan Gomedy at the end, gets a 3:38.094 and nips away pole position there for the 46 team. Nicely done for the Thierry by TDS Racing driver, Karen Jandok in the 48, the Orica. That's the Murphy car, of course, the Murphy Prototypes Nissan. In second place with a 3:38.2, Ollie Webb in the Alpine. 36 is in third place, 3:38.7. 7/10 of a second just between the top 3 in that category. Ollie Turvey, as we said, improved right at the end in the Zytek. Jimmy Bruni for Ferrari and for AF Corsa ahead of Tonio Garcia in the 73 Chevy Corvette. 3:54.7 to 3:55.0. Pretty tight there. Darren Turner makes it 3 manufacturers in the top 3 for GTE Pro in the 97 Aston Martin with a 55 flat. Heavens, that was close. 3/100ths of a second between second and third, and only half a tenth back to Fred Machiavicki. That 92 car getting some attention, the Porsche. So 4 different manufacturers in the top 4 for GTE Pro. GTE Amis, Ferrari, Aston, Porsche, with Andrea Bertolini in the 72 Ferrari taking the provisional pole on a 3:56.787, 3:56.917 for Marco Ciocci in the 61AF course of Ferrari, and David Ennemeyer Hansen in the Dane train, the 95 Aston Martin with a 56.9, and the first of the Porsches is Joe Foster in the Dempsey Racing number 77. That is just about it for this session. It's a quick turnaround, so don't go too far away from 91.2 FM. This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. We'll be back with the battle for pole position for 2014's great race in about 10 minutes' time.
Radio for the race. Radio for the race. Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
I'm with Chris Renke, and we're talking technical, as possibly we always should, with Audi. If you've been following their technical updates over the last few months, you know that they have been informing us on several key areas of endurance racing. The black art that is aerodynamics. Now, this has changed massively, Chris, even in the last few years. How are you optimising aero this year?
Well, first of all, we all welcome challenges. Everyone's always good to have a technical talk with you guys. On the aero side, yes, it has changed dramatically. If you look into efficiency, which is a main topic in Le Mans in general, it is for us not just to be efficient on the driving side, on the power side that pushes the car, but also obviously on the drag side, and that is the aero thing. So we try to increase the efficiency by quite a lot by putting more resources on it. We have more people caring about it, and what you have seen also the regulations, the cars have become narrower, the tires are not as wide as before anymore, so that helps by the outline of the regulation. But then by the remaining bit, if you look at the radiators and so on, you try to reduce the drag wherever you can by not losing too much downforce, because we still have to make it through the Porsche curves.
The regulations have clearly forced some changes onto your thinking to gain back some of the efficiencies. How much have you chosen to do, and how much is left? How much can you develop from where you are now?
Well, at the end, the aerodynamic regulations are still very free, so it's really down to the engineers to develop, aerodynamic properties that relate to the targets that we set for the cars. So there's a lot of freedom for sure in there, and with the new outright dimensions I just mentioned, the narrower cars, the category is newly described. So it's a reset, what I'm trying to say. And therefore, there's a lot of gains to be made.
How much quicker could you have been going with the old car, with the old engine, with all that power, with what you're doing now with the aerodynamics?
It's one of those questions nobody will really ever be able to answer.
There's a big smile on your face even when you think about it.
It's an exciting thought for sure for all of us. If you see, what kind of power level we used to be, what kind of aero level we are these days, that thing must be flying. We'll never prove what it could have been done.
But the real point of that question, although I'm making fun of it, is that you guys are doing lap times that are comparable or quicker than recent years. You have top speeds that are certainly quicker than recent years, and yet, we are looking at 25 to 30% efficiencies in fuel consumption.
Exactly, and that is what the challenge is all about, what Le Mans is all about, is that we increase efficiency by so much. All the technology that went into these cars, or that still goes into all of also the competitors' cars, that we are able to do these lap times with that little amount of energy put into the cars and still also have those speeds. And that is a fascinating bit of Le Mans, and it will be of this race.
Let's move on to another area that has been partially dictated by the rules, and that is ergonomics. Big changes in how the driver is seated in the car, where they're seated, the size of the glasshouse area. How have you been able to optimise that, and what have those changes made?
Well, the biggest thing on the ergonomic side is the visibility, if we count that into ergonomics as well. There have been areas which weren't that good to be seen, especially in corners, due to the A-pillar situation and through the big fenders. Through the new tyre size, through the new seating position, the driver's head, we increased the visibility by quite a bit, and the drivers are really happy about the step that has been made there, enforced by the regulations. So that is a very, very positive thing. In general, obviously, ergonomics, that has more to do with endurance racing rather with overall efficiency. So you want to have the driver comfortable in the car, have a good visibility for him, so that he can be as relaxed as you can be under those conditions as a result to receive good lap times.
There has to be a compromise, of course, in endurance racing because you're not dealing with a single driver in a car for an amount of time. You're dealing sometimes with three quite differently shaped drivers or drivers who prefer to feel slightly differently when they're in a car. How easy or difficult is it for you to accommodate those different wishes?
We do know the situations that more than one car has to drive the car from the very beginning. So it starts, on the monocoque layout, so that you can have those variable seats integrated. It starts when we pick the driver and group him up. It has an influence on that decision. And it's also, psychological side that we really have to group the drivers up and that they accept to find compromises to suit one another. That I have to give something to make my colleague more comfortable because at the end, as a team, we will be quicker in the race.
Now, when we talk about ergonomics, we normally are thinking about the driver, the position of the controls. The driver has a lot more data to look at, to have to process this year with the fuel efficiency readouts and things like that. How have you managed to incorporate that into just where you put gauges, where you put lights, how much light is inside the cockpit? That all has to be thought about.
Oh, absolutely. We have more things to be controlled by the driver. We have more background information to be fed onto the driver to cause action for him. That is a process that was, once again, developed from the very early stage of the project. We always had it on mind. We had to develop it before the car actually went on track, into the simulator, into our seating boxes back in the factory, from the first test onwards. And we all leaned it down by quite a bit, even though obviously it is a more complex task this year to drive the car. So it added a dimension to what we asked the driver to do.
The steering wheel now is a work of art, as well as something to steer the car with. And again, that gets more and more complicated. How much input does the driver have to where you put certain functions on there? Because clearly, as you said, they have to be interacting with the car more now.
Well, if we ask the designers of the steering wheel, it's a nightmare how much input the drivers are allowed to give. If you ask the drivers, they never gave enough input. So it's one of those things, you will never have a winning situation. We discuss permanently steering wheels. We do prototypes and rapid prototype to have them evaluated before we actually go into manufacturing. We put a lot of emphasis on, but if you look into the cockpit of the car, even so, we put a lot of enthusiasm on this very item. We still didn't manage to put all the functions in this year, so they are secondary items which you had to integrate into the car.
All right, so we'll be listening out for all strange kind of, button 24, place 67B. Is that all that sort of stuff coming on the radio? All of the drive for these new regulations can be summed up in one word, really, from the ACO and the FIA, and that's efficiency. Audi have championed efficiency down through the years, and your choice of diesel engine is a continued commitment to the most efficient internal combustion engine.
Exactly. When we came here, we wanted to position efficiency as our competitors want, and we are very proud that we have the chance to do it with the diesel engine. And before the race even starts, if we have, an average regular race distance, we know that we will burn more than 300 liters less of fossil fuel within the race, and that already, makes us proud with the efficiency that we are going to achieve here.
This is the first year of new regulations. Is the balance between petrol and diesel quite right at the moment?
Well, that's a discussion that will last forever, and we'll leave it with that.
Okay, that's fine. In the efficiency side of things, Audi have been renowned, particularly in recent years, for bringing in new technology that trickles down or floods down into their street cars. And I'm thinking particularly of FSI. Obviously, TDI has been honed and refined on the racetrack, but also in efficiency, lightweight concepts. We've seen Audi Ultra on the road cars. It started in racing and continues in racing.
Correct. You just mentioned the Ultra cars yourself, that we came here with these ultra lightweight cars. Now we have these Ultra cars, the most efficient band within our production side. We are now here with the e-tron Quattro. The first e-tron cars will be delivered actually in calendar week 31, I believe. So we also have that technology out and available for customers. We have smaller items like our laser light, which will be available soon. We have in the past LED headlights, which you can order already. So I think we have proven enough that we really are here to be early development phase for the road car division, and that we really suit that ambition by always bringing out in the road cars people where we hopefully cause the desire to have it on our own road car here at the racetrack.
I'm not asking for any secrets here, but is there anything that is not being looked at? You guys seem to look at every single concept of the race car and see if you can improve it.
Well, we wouldn't have looked at anything. I wouldn't have done my job.
Mobil 1. Get personal with motorsport.
Hopefully by now you'll have seen and heard a little bit about the Dunlop Future Race Car Challenge. Asking you, as well as some experts from the industry, to predict what motor racing may look like in 125 years' time. James Burley from Dunlop is with me. The motive power unit. We have seen massive changes in the last 125 years since Dunlop built its first pneumatic tyre and got involved in racing. I think of things like the different fuels that we've used, the movement particularly in electronics over the last few years, the cyclical nature of supercharging and turbocharging, which seems to come in and out of vogue. We now talk a lot about efficiency, all these things in the last 125 years. But ultimately, we are still pretty much wedded to some form of internal combustion engine. In 125 years' time, what does your futurologist say?
Well, as a petrol head, I mean, I particularly like big V8s, but I realise that I've got to move with the times as well. We at Dunlop, we went out to talk to some experts on this and looking 125 years ahead. And the reason we're looking 125 years ahead is our introduction to wheeled sport was 125 years ago with a tricycle. And you look at where we've come from tricycle to here with V4, petrol, hybrids, diesels, everything on the track together, electric car racing at Le Mans for the first time. And you think how much progress we've had in those 125 years. Let's get a futurologist to look at what that next period can look like. So we met with a guy called Dr. Ian Pearson. He was the full-time futurologist for BT in the 1980s and 1990s. He invented text messaging. In an area like that, you think of the advances that we've had in the telecoms world over the last 20 or 30 years, with the phone now being the thing that actually you're probably listening to this radio program on now, rather than even 10 years ago, you'd have thought it's only a telephone. It's important to have a futurologist to predict the trends. So what Dr. Pearson said was in 125 years' time, he thinks it's going to be plasma thruster propulsion that is going to be the main force in motorsport.
This is sci-fi. We're thinking things that we would see on Star Trek: The Next Generation. What does he base his thinking on there?
Basically, he thinks that plasma thrusters are where you bombard a gas with electrons, and then you have these superconducting coils which basically create a magnetic field that propels the car. It's interesting. That's one opinion, but we'd like to know what the public thinks. We also looked at what could happen in the next few years as well. 125 years is a long way ahead. In 50 years' time, Dr. Pearson's view in the futurology report that we commissioned was that fossil fuel engines would be fully replaced by some form of electric drive. And the big debate would be, where does the energy come from? His view is that with wireless charging, it could be possible that you have points in the track where when the vehicle runs over that part of the track, it's wirelessly charged. Similar technology to you'd find an electric toothbrush, where you put your toothbrush and it just charges without there really being any contact or connection. I mean, for me, having that in the track, it feels a bit like Scalextrics, but that's what the expert thinks. One of the other concepts that Dr. Pearson suggested, which could be interesting for endurance racing, is also the concept of, we talk about energy harvesting and then energy retrieval, but what about bringing that in as an element of strategy between different cars in the same team? So, for example, if you've got a car that around one part of the circuit was braking, could that be storing energy that can then be used by the car that's perhaps further down the straight?
And still accelerating.
Wow. that led me to think, I mean, what would you call it? It's a bit like electro slipstreaming. You see cars going out together in qualifying now to help each other. The team strategist would have to be thinking, at what point of the track do I have the car that's creating the energy while that's actually donating it to the car that's somewhere else on the circuit that's receiving that energy. That's the sort of ideas that our futurologist was coming up with. But again, we'd love to know what the public think about those ideas.
Those concepts, those very high concepts that you were talking about there, have, though, got a basis in some kind of science. Wirelessly transmitting electricity has been around since the days of Nikola Tesla. That's nothing new at all. Do the concepts that we are looking for from the enthusiasts and the fans who are listening to this, do they have to be based in technology that exists now, or are we literally asking people to say, if it doesn't exist now but you can make a case for it, we want to hear about it?
Yeah, we'd love to do that. I mean, I'm sure there's people out there that have got different views to the futurologists. There's certainly people out there that are far brighter than we are in terms of being able to imagine what the future could look like. This is a place to talk about your ideas. If you've got a great idea, promote that idea. And who knows, it could be in the future of motorsport. Looking at the nearer term, I mean, we've talked about, Dr. Pearson thinks in 50 years' time it's purely electric, and the debate will be how we get that electricity. And in 125 years' time, it could be the plasma propulsion. But what about the next 10 years or so? I mean, that's an interesting period. Last year, we began a partnership with Green GT. We were hoping that car would be racing by now, but it's a very complex car. It's still testing. That's still a partnership that we have. Green GT is a hydrogen fuel cell. One of our experts on the Dunlop Future Race Car Challenge Facebook page is Jean-Francois Weber, who is the chief engineer on Green GT. His vision for hydrogen is a real advocate of it, as you'd expect. He says it's safe, it's sustainable, it's light, it's clean, it's zero pollution. And what he wants to see is a car where ultimately you put water in it and no pollution comes out of it. And that's the long-term goal.
And again, that's not science fiction. We have seen at the Nürburgring hydrogen going in and water coming out, and a whole lap, in fact a lap and a half of the Nordschleife done by Aston Martin's Rapide race car a few years ago. So this is based in now technology. We don't have to stretch our minds too far for that.
No, it is possible. You can go to some car manufacturers like Honda, who have the FCX Clarity car that's being tested in the market in the USA. That's a hydrogen fuel cell car. It's a fascinating time for automotive technology when it comes to powertrains, because in the 80s and the 90s there was a big move to diesel. Diesel still has its role to play. We're seeing some great petrol engines now being launched that are more efficient than diesel. If you look in the road car market, there's a real downsizing, and some petrol engines like the Ford EcoBoost, the Fiat Multi-Air engine, that they're producing high specific power outputs, but very low on emissions too. A lot of this technology comes from motorsport, but the next discussion really is do we go in the next 10 years more down the pure electric route, the hybrid route, the range extender route, or are we going to see hydrogen fuel cells coming in? Or indeed, can petrol and diesel have a bit of a renaissance and still be the dominant one? And
synthetic petrol and diesel, or organic petrol and diesel, there's work being done there as well.
It is, yes, and that's something which could really improve the case for petrol and diesel in the future. And all the work that's gone into internal combustion engines, that means that there's still a very bright future for that technology and those engines. But this is what the experts think. I mean, we've got Jean-Francois Weber, we've got our futurologists, but what we want to know is what do the public think? Again, on our Facebook page, there's the opportunity to upload your own ideas, create the debate there, but there's also the chance on the page about powertrains to vote for what you think the future power of motorsport will be. So in 25 years' time, do you think it's going to be electric, petrol, diesel, hydrogen, or something else? Ask the same question about 50 years and 125 years' time. And we're going to be collating that research. So we really want to know what the fans think. Simply go on there and vote online. And we'll be publishing the results of that survey later on this summer.
And that is a Facebook app, so you kind of need to be logged into Facebook to do it. You can get there through the Dunlop logo on the front page of radiolemans.com, and if you've got a good enough idea, you might see that turned into at least some kind of reality, because ultimately there will be a future race car produced, and not in 125 years' time, sometime towards the back end of 2014.
Yeah, we're going to commission a Dunlop concept this summer, which will be put together by an expert race car designer that we'll announce later on in the year. What that designer is going to do is to bring together some of the best ideas from 4 experts and from the fans across those 4 areas of powertrain, aerodynamics, tyres and brakes. On that design, we're going to create the concept. That's going to feature all the best ideas from the public and from the experts. And what we also plan to do with that later on this year is make it a downloadable design of car that can be driven in a racing game. But more on that later in the year.
It is the Dunlop Futurology report, if you like, for the Dunlop Future Race Car Challenge. It's on Facebook, and it's your opportunity to talk about your vision of the future and have a say in what that car might look like.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production. For more, go to www.radiolemans.com. Radio Show Limited. We talk to the world. World Cup update on Radio Le Mans. Brought to you by Adidas Motorsport.
The 20th playing of the World Cup is finally here, with the vast setting of Brazil playing hosts. Only 8 different nations have ever won it, with the home and historically most successful nation starting as favourites, narrowly ahead of defending champions Spain. Brazil get the tournament underway against Croatia in Sao Paulo after a 25-minute opening ceremony spectacular involving over 600 performers, including Jennifer Lopez and rapper Pitbull performing the official World Cup song. The Spanish begin the defence of their title on day 2 in a repeat of the 2010 final with Netherlands, whose hopes will once again rest on Robin van Persie's goals and their Manchester United-bound manager Louis van Gaal. The other eye-catching game of the opening round is England against Italy, with some suggesting the loser will already be out, considering the difficulty of Group D, which also includes Luis Suarez and his Uruguay side. As with everything Brazilian, it promises to be a festival of colour, music, samba style and sexy football, and everyone there will be delighted, as long as at the end of it all, it's not arch rivals and neighbours Argentina who lift the famous trophy. I'm Toby Gillis with your World Cup preview.
Radio Le Mans World Cup coverage is brought to you by Adidas Motorsport. Adidas, partner of the 2014 FIFA World Cup in Brazil.
Mobil 1. Mobil 1.
Engineered to perform.
The sound of endurance racing across the world.
Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
Mobil 1.
Radio Le Mans.
It's the 82nd running of the Le Mans 24 Hours for 2014. You're listening to Mobil 1 radiolemans.com. Johnny Palmer here in the box, looking forward to an extended qualifying session for this evening. This is qualifying 3, and instead of being 2.5 hours, due to run from 10 o'clock local time through to midnight, it'll be a 9:30 start because of so much interruption and disruption throughout the week, really. Without further ado, let's introduce one member of our Nismo pit lane team. Bruce Jones is with Oliver Turvey.
Oliver, you weren't planning to be at Le Mans this weekend. What were you going to be up to until, of course, Loic Duval had his accident, Marc Genet moved from Jota Sport, and you came here?
Well, I was actually hoping to be here with Millennium Racing, but unfortunately there's been some issues with the budget. So when I found out on the end of last week that we weren't going to make it, I was very disappointed, and it was a bit frustrating few days because obviously this is one of the greatest races out there, and after making my debut last year, I really wanted to be here again this year, and so the last few days have been very tough. But yesterday when I got the call from Jota Sport after Loic's accident, it was amazing to get that call and to be here today.
But it's moving very fast. We've got green flag now. The car's just going out 2.5 hours for this final stint of qualifying. A lot of teams haven't done their sequence of events. You've only done, what, 4 laps?
Yeah, I've only done 4 laps, so still getting up to speed. But it's pretty much the last moment now. So yeah, hopefully I can get a few laps in now in the night session and then be ready for the race.
Now, as a Cambridge graduate, you're a bright lad. Why is everyone falling off? The conditions seem fine.
Yeah, it's a bit strange. I mean, track looks good. Track conditions look pretty good. So I guess everyone's just pushing hard, and it's a competitive environment. Everyone wants to beat everyone else. So maybe everyone's going to the limits. But I don't.
Okay, what happens in this next half hour? It's effectively half an hour extra daylight running, temperatures dropping. This is surely the magical moment.
Yeah, definitely. I think now this extra half hour is a really good time. They're still light, but the track's cooled off a lot. The air temperatures drop, so you get more downforce, and the engine works better. So yeah, I think the next hour should be the best time to get.
So no pressure then on Harry Tinknell, who's just gone out. You're in later, and obviously Simon Donenwell. Good to see you, Oliver Turvey.
Thank you, Bruce. Good to hear from Oliver. As Bruce mentioned, a late call-up for the man from Cumbria to fill in for Marc Genet, who has gone to the #1 Audi. Ollie Turvey, though, very experienced in last year's Jota Sport Zytek, having taken, I think, 4 out of 5 pole positions in ELMS. And did he qualify something like 3rd position, Paul, at this race last year?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly.
It was but front 2 rows, I'm pretty sure.
No, I mean, he's certainly a worthy addition. And we were saying earlier on, because we did hear from him earlier on as well, but it was good to hear from him in there. I think he's a worthy addition to the Jota team, as Marc Genet is a worthy addition to the Audi team. So it kind of fits. It's all good, but I think eyes at the moment must be beginning to focus on what's going to go on at the front of the field, because as he said, these are the ideal conditions, and with a little bit more daylight available to them, that's an opportunity to go more quickly. We saw a flurry of improvements right at the end of that last session, which left us all a little bit breathless, and a very short break. And now I'm sure we're going to have another flurry of quick times. Of course, because they've all just come out of the pits, that means that we've got a nice clear bit of track for everybody out ahead to use, with the 2 Toyotas and the 2 Porsches both pushing on. And I think they're both going to be cars to watch and to look out for.
Speaking of Porsche, you're talking about the P1 cars, the hybrids, of course, but Porsche are also here with a works team in GT. The other half of our Nismo pit lane team has caught up with one of their drivers.
No, I'm in the prototype garage here with Mark Lieb. And Mark, a sensational day yesterday for you guys. I mean, a weird day, but your team was fast enough to get both cars on the front row of the grid. What are your prospects here for maintaining that in this final qualifying session?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's very difficult right now. Everyone is going for it. Yesterday, I think it was the other competitors weren't showing everything. Now they do. So it's going to be difficult. But Romain is in the car. We will have him now to do his night laps, but also equally to do a quick hot lap. And then we'll see where we end up.
So what the plan? The first call of order tonight is to make sure everybody qualifies in their night laps. Who has yet to qualify their night laps?
First of all, it's Romain. He hasn't driven last night, so he has to do 5 laps, 3 timed laps. Then I'm missing 1 lap, but nearly safe. So we try to get the laps for Romain now. Then I will hop in for a quick 1 lap, and then we will see what we do for the end of the session.
And the session that's just finished a few minutes ago. Again, lots of red flag stoppages. But how was it for your team?
I think it's difficult for everybody. So many red flags, big crashes in the Porsche corners, a lot of contact between cars already, in the out lap, which was really crazy. And to get the clear lap is very difficult, but that's part of the game.
But Mark, why are we seeing so many incidents?
I don't know. To be honest, I have no idea. I mean, I don't know. Last year, except at the race, it wasn't like that. And but it just, I don't know.
Yeah, it really is unexplainable. So Mark Lieb, thanks for joining us here, and it is extraordinary. I mean, you talk to many of the professional drivers up and down pit lane, guys, and they're mystified as to why there have been so many cautions. Hopefully, this session will be clean.
I was just about to go out on a limb, actually, and say there will be no red flag during this session. Can I say that? I know it's 2.5 hours in length, but we're due one, and I know that virtually every session leading up to last year's race was red flag. Surely Paul Tarsi, another member of our team, for this stint of Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, surely we're due some green flag action all the way till midnight.
I think with everything crossed, absolutely agree, Johnny. But statistically, you'd have to say that the likelihood is that there is going to be a red flag. But who knows? Let's hope not. But I think there are as many unanswered questions that we're seeing now, which are going to be asked and asked again over the coming days, weeks, and months about what's happened here over the last 30-odd hours, because we're seeing, obviously too many red flags. Is that because of the system? Is it because they have to be red flagged? Is it that there is something inherently causing these problems with these cars? The Porsche curves issue is not going to go away, and that we are already hearing people saying it is now too dangerous. For anybody who knows the way the topography lies out there, it's not going to be the work of 5 minutes to change what is out there. You'd have to expand everything. And I was talking to somebody earlier on who was actually taking the view that why not run the circuit down through White House again and put the runoff areas down there. Now that'd be fun.
That's basically a country lane, isn't it, in comparison? Straight down to Bruce Jones, who's with Francois Perrodo from the 75.
Francois, you're looking a little frustrated at the moment. The Triskel Art car is up on stands. What are they doing to it?
Well, they're trying to repair the back. Manu was driving the car. He was on a really quick lap. I think he was 6/10 down on his qualifying time from yesterday, and then he lost it in the second left-hander of the Porsche curves. Unfortunately, he had understeer in the first left-hander, went onto the curb, and then he lost it in the second one. But to be honest, it doesn't look too bad. I'm just hoping that they'll be able to repair it before tonight's session, because I haven't done my night laps yet. So fingers crossed.
But we're all saying we've never seen so many red flags when the track conditions are dry. Oh, sorry. How's Manu? Is he okay? And then explain why people are falling off.
No, Manu's absolutely fine. I mean, he's upset, obviously, like everyone when they make a mistake. But it happens. It's racing, so yeah, he's all right.
And how much time have you had with the Pro Speed team?
This is my second season. Started last year in the LMS with Manu, and then we did Le Mans 24 hours with Manu and Sébastien Crubillet, another bronze driver. And this year, hopefully, we have a better shot. We have Marcus Paltala, so he's a good silver. He's replacing Mathieu Vaxivière, who unfortunately had an accident in Monaco. So yeah, we'll see. Fingers crossed. They can repair it, and we'll see what happens. Keep it on the black stuff.
Yeah, well, let's hope you're doing that soon. Francois Perrodo there, who's hopping from foot to foot, anxious to get in the car. Thanks very much to him.
8.5 minutes into this final qualifying session for the 2014 24 Hours of Le Mans. And Paul Truswell, tell us what's happening.
Well, we've had a fastest lap of this session, and bear in mind we've got to kind of balance the times together. We've got to have the times from this session, but then blend them into the times from the previous two qualifying sessions. Fastest time in this session from Sebastian Buemi at the wheel of the number 8 Toyota, but he hasn't improved. He has set a 3:24.102, but that doesn't improve 107, sorry, it hasn't improved his lap time. Marco Bononomi has done a 3:24.817. Kaz Nakajima in the other Toyota, number 7, a 3:25.308. And then the two Porsches, 14 and 20, Romain Dumas and Timo Bernhardt, have done 3:25s respectively. So the cars are on their second flying lap now. And just looking down at the tracker, I think they're going to be held up a little bit by the amount of traffic that's come out. I think we got away with it a little bit more earlier on with the way that the cars came out, and we had very clear track early on. But this time it's been a lot busier right from the outset. We haven't had quite so much clear traffic for the leading runners. So we'll see what happens. But at the moment, the top three in this session is Toyota, Audi, Toyota, although in grid position times, the time to beat is the time set by the Toyota earlier on of 3:22.589. Don't know what you think. I think we're going to get into the 3:21s tonight.
I'll tell you what I think in a minute. We're just going to head down to the Nismo pit lane team, though, to Jeremy Shaw once again, who's in the JMW Motorsport garage.
Indeed I am. This is kind of a joint operation with JMW and Flying Lizard, and I'm with the principal of Flying Lizard, Seth Nyman. Seth, good to see you back here at Le Mans. You've had success here in the past, of course, but this has been a weird weekend so far.
Yeah, very unusual. Of course, we missed last year for the first time in 10 years, and it's wonderful to be back, and we're working with JMW. They're a great team, really enjoying that. But it is very tough to get laps. And, between the red flags and the yellows and people acting a little unusual, we've struggled, and it's a little tough on us, Spencer and I, because, this is our real first run in a Ferrari.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Spencer Pumpelli, of course, he's driven a lot of Porsches, had a lot of success this year with Flying Lizard. They're campaigning Audi R8s in the Tudor United Sports Car Series in North America, and Abdul Aziz Al Faisal also sharing this car. But Spencer is out in the car. He's a super fast driver. He's had some poles already this season in North America. Can he do the same here? I know he's pumped up.
We don't really know. Because of all the events last night, his first job is to get his 5 nighttime qualifiers in. But he's on some sticky tires, and as we know from our experience in the U.S., Spencer can lay one down, so we'll see.
Yeah, certainly. So a lot of optimism down here, and this is one of the few cars, I think, that's had a clear run.
2 Ligiers in the top 3 for P2, I've just noticed. That's all right for the new chassis. Jan Mardenborough pedaling the 35 car very quickly indeed. It's second in class and 11th overall so far. Tristan Gomendy, we know all about him from European Le Mans Series, not only with the older car, the Orica, that Thierry by TDS Racing have run, but the new car seems to be going rapidly too. But it's Harry Tinknell that is quickest so far in the 38 car. They've welcomed on board Oliver Turvey to the team after Marc Genet defected, or was kind of withdrawn back into his home team after being loaned out to Jota.
Exactly. I think the thing to look out for in LMP2 in this session is going to be the G-Drive Morgan. We've got Roman Rusinov at the wheel at the moment, but that car was quickest overnight, so that was quickest in yesterday's qualifying session.
That's number 26.
That's number 26. And that car is the only one of that top group of P2 cars that hasn't improved since last night's session. So all the ones above it have set times in this evening's session earlier on today.
One of the cars that came back on the back of a flatbed towards the end of last night was the 90 car. That's the 8-star Motorsports Ferrari, being looked after this weekend by AF Corsa. They've worked incredibly hard to get that car out again. It's just come back into pit lane. Paolo Roberti at the wheel, and it was very, very quick last night. Some people's favourites, in fact, for the GT Am victory. And it's further down in something like 7th or 8th position in class. We're still getting that overlap between Am and Pro, and expected that because you can now run a 2014 car in GT Am along with GT Pro. Let's head back to the Nismo pit lane team and Jeremy Shaw one more time.
Indeed, with Steve Wyatt here and Michele Rugolo, who are sharing that GT Am car with Sam Burton. They're both arguing here as to who's going to take this interview or not. First of all, I'm going to start with Steve Wyatt, who's from Australia. He's come the furthest. You've come the furthest to be here, so we speak to you first of all. What a great lap by Sam.
No, I think he's done a fantastic job. I think he went out there and he followed Bruni around and did a good tail on him, and I think he obviously got some good drafts in some spots, so we're quite happy with that.
I bet you are. I was speaking to Steve White just a few minutes ago, and he was telling me the plan was for the 2 pro drivers, first of all, to get in their 5 qualifying laps, and then to go set a fast lap, but Sam Bird's done that right away. That's a quick word with Michele Rugolo here. And Michele, that's a great lap by Sam. Oh, first of all, let's go back upstairs.
Thank you, Jeremy. Yes, news from the track, Paul, because we have a new fastest time.
Yeah, from the very, as we thought it might happen, Kazu Nakajima then, a 3:21.789. So we're down into the 3:21s. 3:21.789 from Kaz Nakajima. Romain Dumas was right behind him, and I thought he might be able to improve still further. Romain Dumas has now set the second fastest time at 3:22.146 in the Porsche number 14. So it's Toyota still leading, Porsche still second, but both of them having improved on that last lap. And as I say, if either of them hadn't, then we would have had a change around at the top. Marco Bononomi has also improved his time. He's now done a 3 minutes 23.27 Oh no, he's done a 3:23.364, I beg your pardon, which doesn't improve on his time from earlier on. So some very quick times then up at the top of the field, and I suspect there's more to come as the air gets a little bit cooler. The track is still warm and conditions absolutely fine.
I've just seen a replay though of the end of Kaz Nakajima's lap. Coming out of Corvette Curve, he was way over the white line. They've pushed the wall quite a bit back now, haven't they, for this year to give extra
on the
runoff.
right-hand side.
Driver's right, correct. Yep. But he was about 2 car widths over that white line. What's the ruling as far as keeping within the, will he have that time taken away from him?
He was taking avoiding action so that he didn't drive into the car in front of him.
I didn't see any cars in front of him.
Yeah, that's the imaginary car in front of him. But yes, you're right. He was way off the circuit, and if we were imposing Formula One rules on that, then that would undoubtedly be not sticking to track limits.
Yes, I was avoiding another car, Your Honour. We will head back down to Nismo pit lane team with Bruce Jones. He's found somebody from the 34 car.
John Lancaster. Not a man we're used to seeing in car circles. You've only had a limited number of outings, but you're champing at the bit, waiting to go out and do qualifying in 34.
Yeah, absolutely. It's crunch time, as they say, trying to get a decent start position. It's not the end of the day. Like usually for me, qualifying's everything, but yeah, Frank's going to jump in a minute and go for a bit of a time. I mean, yeah, we're probably not going to get pole now. We've already made a few changes for the race, so yeah, I think top 5, top 6, we'll be pretty happy.
But the programme from here, Michel Frey will bring the car in, Frank Meyer will take it over. Do you expect to get in, get your shot before it's dark?
I would think so, yeah. I've still got 1 lap to do to qualify for my 5 laps, but yeah, I think I'll get a go after Frank, and it looks like he's going to get in a second, and yeah, I think I was obviously just more getting used to nighttime, lights, surroundings, etc. So, but the pace has been good all week long, even with limited running, plenty of longish runs, especially at the test day. So yeah, pace has been great all along. The long runs look really strong, so I think if we give me the top 6, we've got a good chance.
Well, best of luck, John Lancaster. Thank you.
Wondered whether Kaz Nakajima was on another quick one, but none of those times had turned blue or purple through the sectors, and in fact the Japanese driver has bailed out of that one and brought the 7 car back into pit lane. The 8 is still out there though, Sebastian Buemi at the wheel, and could well be starting a quick one. Meanwhile, the number 14 Porsche 919 Hybrid crawling down pit lane to head in. No problem with that, incidentally, just coming into the line where you have to hit the limiter and stick to 60 kph. Paul.
Sebastian Buemi, you mentioned, did go through. He did improve his time, even though it didn't change the order at the top. So it's still Toyota, Porsche, Audi, Toyota, Porsche, the top 5 places. But Buemi in that 4th place Toyota did improve his time down to a 3:23.501. And the other thing I'd like, broken another record now, in as far as this year's pole time is now quicker than last year's pole time. So last year's pole of Loic Duval, happy birthday Loic, 3 minutes 22.349. This year we're down into the 3:21s and we're down at 3 minutes 21.789 for Kaz Nakajima, as Johnny says, now back into the pits. We can now take a deep breath because a lot of the leading runners are now back into the pits. Tom Christensen has brought the number 1 Audi in, Timo Bernhardt has brought the number 20 Porsche in, and the others I think Johnny has already mentioned in GTE Pro. Jimmy Bruni has brought the Ferrari, the class-leading Ferrari, in as well, although he has improved his time before that. So Jimmy Bruni with number 51 Ferrari, a 3:53.700 now.
I also mentioned only a few moments ago that the Porsche was crawling into pit lane. Well, clearly it wasn't crawling enough because it's been pinged for speeding in the pit lane, the 14 Porsche 919. Now, will that be done from the onboard GPS, or is the old speed gun in action?
No, there's timing loops all the way up the pit lane, right. And so it's a bit like those little timing things that you have across traffic lights in London to make sure you don't go across red traffic lights. They have little electrical sensors underneath which pick up the speed all the way up the pit lane, so you really have to be very careful in the pit lane, and we'll see what penalty is afforded for that, because that is, I say, at this stage, qualifying practice, that is a penalisable offence, and we might well see Mark Lieb, or it was him now who's taken over the car from Romain Dumas, but we might see that car having its time disallowed.
Also, a problem for the number 91 Porsche. That's the GT 991 shape 911, so the latest shape car. It's run by the professional factory team, well, run by Olive Manthey on behalf of Porsche. Patrick Pilet, driving that car, has come to a halt at the very end of the concrete wall on start and finish line, and sensibly he's parked it up on the chevron that separates pit lane from track, but the team are rushing up there, maybe with the idea to wheel it back down pit lane. They do have gravity in their favour, of course. Yellow flag being displayed at Marshall Post 5B as well, and car 91, of course, being reported as stopped on the circuit. That's going to be a very delicate operation, with cars piling out of pit lane at, you know, rather impressive speed. We're just now seeing, in fact, a replay of the Porsche just grinding to a halt coming out of the Ford chicane.
That looks very much like a drivetrain.
I was going to say drive shaft problem, yes.
He was hard on it out of the Ford chicane, and then nothing.
A Porsche has had a drive shaft problem already this weekend. I'm not sure whether it was the 91 Trusses. Very early on.
Yes, I think it was 92, but 92. Not entirely sure.
No, Jeremy reckons it was the 92 on the outlap for the first session, in fact.
Although I think that one did get a bit of a hammering as it came over the curbs at the Ford chicane, whereas they suggested that it was something else which caused the earlier problem with the drive shaft. Nakajima and Mark Lieb are both back out on the circuit. Ben Trellier has improved his time at the wheel of number 2 Audi. He's now done a 3:24.276. No, he hasn't improved, has he? That's his time from earlier on in this evening's session, Trellier. So he's done a better time in this second part of this evening's session, but that wasn't an improvement on his time from earlier on before the short break.
Some movement further down in GT Am. I'll let you get in a minute as well, Paul Tarsi. I know I've been shutting you up until now. There's been a change at 4th place in GT Am because the 88 Klaas Bachler car has suddenly skipped up. It's done a 3:56.974 and it puts it 4th in class. That's the 88 car, which is the Proton competition machine. Again, a 991 shape Porsche.
I was simply going to say that the marshals at the at pit out are being very, very busy at the moment, because they've now also got an Aston which appears to have stopped at pit out as well. So they're fairly busy. But also the Sebastian Buemi Toyota being wheeled back into the pit garage, which slightly surprising, bearing in mind the conditions we have out there are as good as they are going to get, because the temperature is dropping and that the light is still there. I think, Paul Truswell, that this would be absolutely the very best time to be setting a time, wouldn't you?
It is, absolutely. The only problem is that everybody's realised that, and so everybody's out. So you've got this bizarre situation where traffic is a big problem. Now, we'll see whether or not somebody can get a clear lap, but I think otherwise they're going to have to kind of wait a little bit and see if we get clear laps appearing for anybody. Of the leading cars, as I said, we've got Nakajima, Lieb, all 3 Audis are out at the moment. So one of the Toyotas, one of the Porsches, and all 3 Audis can be watched for. As far as the 2 Rebellion Toyotas are concerned, the LMP1Ls, they're currently occupying 8th and 9th fastest slots in the times. Matthias Besch is at the wheel of the number 12 car, Dominic Kreihammer at the wheel of the number 13, and they're sort of lingering with intent, about 3-4 seconds behind the LMP1Hs, but 5, 6, 7 seconds ahead of the P2 cars.
Jeremy Shaw
is in the Toyota pit down here, and you just talked about the cars being put back into the garage. The Bohemian number 8 car. They've been doing just a few minutes ago. Number 7 car came in just after Satoshi Nakajima set that fastest lap. He came in also. They pushed the car back into the garage. They made a quick change to the car, put it on fresh tires, and out Kazuki went again. This time They did the same with Sebastian Buemi. They put some fresh tyres on that car, but it's for some reason it's just sitting here. They're waiting to send him out. Now the baton is lifted and away he goes. Curious to know why he was delayed before they sent him out. I'll try and find out.
Okay, Jeremy, leave you with that one. This is where we stand then with nearly 2 hours still to go in this session, and that will be the point where we, of course, were due to be starting Q3, as it's called, but of course you can set your qualifying time across any of the 3 sessions. It's not like Formula One whereby you have to qualify for a certain part of it. This is where we stand then with 2 hours and 4 minutes to go. Kazuki Nakajima setting the fastest time across those 3 sessions only a few moments ago, a 3:21.789, and the Japanese quickest therefore in car 7, second quickest the 14 Porsche 919 Hybrid. Mark Lieb is still at the wheel and somewhere in sector 3 right now. The other Porsche 919 is in pit lane. Timo Bernhardt has most recently been at the wheel and it is third fastest so far. That's the number 20 with a time of 3:22.908. Let's head back to Jeremy very quickly.
With Rob Lupin at the Toyota team. And Rob, the car was sitting there in the pit lane before you sent him out. The reason for that was?
The race engineer was waiting for a better situation on traffic.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Is that come from spotters out on a racetrack or the scoring system that shows where the cars are?
You can see all cars on the video screen or on the screen here, and then they can judge when traffic comes and when traffic comes not, and look for the best opportunity to let the car go.
Very good. Now, a great session so far for you guys. Both cars turning very fast laps. How much more is there to come?
We'll see. We'll say at the present moment it depends on traffic. So Sebastian Buemi is now out for a quick lap. Traffic situation is not too good. Kazuki is also going to chase for another fast lap. We'll see. It will stay exciting.
Conditions right now just about perfect, aren't they?
Nearly. We miss a car number 2.
Thanks, Rob. So excitement down here, I think, is Toyota is the way to put it. Both cars looking very good now. Alex Wirtz is all suited up, helmeted up, ready to go to take over the number 7 car once Kazuki Nakajima finishes this stint.
A moment for Alvaro Parente, who has ended up in the gravel at Ford Chicane in the number 52 Ram Racing Ferrari 458 Italia. There are 2 Ram Racing Ferraris here this year, one in Pro and one in GT Am, and it's had a moment through the first element of Ford S's and ended up, hitting the tyre wall. A fairly heavy impact, which has certainly done damage down the right-hand side and dislodged the rear wing. Alvaro should be relatively unharmed, I would guess, from that incident, because it's hit a fair stack of kind of recticel barriers and tyre wall as well. But the issue now is to get that car recovered and possibly sort out the tyre wall. Paul Tarsi.
And the other thing that we now need to look at in view of everything that's happened in the previous sessions is how badly damaged is the tyre wall.
Yeah.
Because this is very much a large part of where we've been. It's not so much the car damage, and we're seeing that Ferrari being raised up on the snatch tractor, and that will be out of the way very, very quickly. It doesn't look like there's too much damage to the barrier.
No, I think the worrying thing was the way it's difficult to describe how that tyre barrier is shaped, but it kind of sticks out in order to leave a gap for the little tow truck, which is now taking the Ferrari away.
Very quick response time for that. It was almost like a Monaco Grand Prix job, because it was just stowed behind there.
Exactly, but the problem is that the little place where it was stowed behind coincides with where the tyre barrier actually just comes out a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think that caused a little bit more damage to the Ferrari than would otherwise have been done had that kind of shape of the barrier not been as it was. I suspect they're probably going to leave the tyres as they are, because there's nothing behind them. The only reason for having those tyres there is to protect where the dumper truck goes. So he's going to go tidily out of the way.
But there is are you talking about that orange stack that we can see that has been slightly deranged? Or because it's been that shape since the start of the session,
absolutely,
hasn't it? It kind of goes 5 tyres, 4 tyres, 3 tyres, 2 tyres, and it's a Marshall's point as well, I presume. Is it painted like that?
Yes, and in fact there was a Marshall crouched down fairly low.
I'm sure.
I think he is still wearing orange overalls, difficult to tell. But he kept out of the way. Unusually, it looked like just drive error from Alvaro Parente. He just clucked the curb on the way in.
That's where those new sausage curbs are, though, as we've said about Sleeping Policeman, or the French version of that. What did you say yesterday?
Gendarme.
That's the one.
Yeah.
And Alvaro, who is a very, very quick driver and led an event at Silverstone only a few weeks ago in a McLaren on that occasion, but in a Ferrari for this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. And yes, an uncharacteristic mistake there from the Portuguese, and he'll have to go back to explain that to the team, because the 52 car needs to find a little more pace, the Ram Racing car. Of course, it's up against a number of works teams in GTE Pro. That class is currently led by the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. Tony Villander is now on an outlap in the 51. Second in class, the Chevy Corvette C7R, going a little better actually. Jordan Taylor driving that, the number 73. It's second in class and third of the GT cars. And then third in GT Pro is the number 97, Darren Turner, Aston Martin. We're of course down to 3 Astons now after the accident for the 99 car last night.
Yeah. Alvaro Parent, incidentally, I'm just checking, had done his fastest Sector 2 time on that lap, and was currently lying second in GTE Pro, and was trying to do Tony Villander, I suspect. I mean, it was going to be a big improvement if he was going to catch up with Tony Villander, but he was very much on it, and as I say, it had been the fastest Sector 2 time, and he was trying to make it similar for Sector 1, I fancy.
It was a classic tank slapper, wasn't it?
Here's Bruce Jones in the Nismo pit lane.
Federico Leo, we've just seen Alvaro Parent put your Ferrari off. Did you see the accident?
Yeah, I've seen that. Very unlucky because it was in the last 40 chicane. He was doing a good lap, and he took the curb a little too much, but he has been very unlucky. Now we hope that the car is okay to prepare it for the race, and we wait.
Have you all done the right number of night laps?
We were very in the limit. We have to check. Now we have to check well, but don't know.
Okay, good luck. So very frustrating and very unusual that Alvaro would make a mistake like that, but hey, it happens. Oh, and by the way, just while I'm on,
yes,
good news is that Pegasus Racing, their garage door was closed between the 2 sessions. They've got the car back and they're working away at it furiously. I still haven't found out any news on Leo Roussel, but they're generally very upbeat in there as they take bits off and put correct pieces back on again.
Good to hear, good to hear. Thank you, Bruce. Trussers?
Yes, on the subject of bad news, that Manthey Porsche that we saw stuck at the end of the pit lane has now been pushed kind of across the entrance of the pit lane into the Parc Ferme area. Now there it is going to have to stay until the end of this session, or until a red flag, when they will release it and take it back to the team in order to be able to improve its time. But for the moment at least, that number 91 Porsche, which got, we saw that potentially a drive shaft error. Patrick Pilet is out of the way, but unable to be taken back to the paddock or back to the garage to be worked upon. And then one other thing to say is a quick improvement for Lucas de Grassi at the wheel of the number 1 Audi, the most badly treated Audi in history, which has now got down to a 325.814, 7th fastest for Lucas, so he's still the slowest of the hybrid cars. But, as I say, that was an improvement for him. And no sooner had I said that, but it's an improvement as well for Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota. Stays third, so it's still Toyota, Porsche, first, second, third, fourth. Buemi, though, third with an improved time, 322.523.
Jeremy Shaw being very, very busy with that old radio mic down in the pit lane. He's got quite a queue of interviewees for me. Jeremy.
I'm in the Signatec Alpine team, and I'll tell you what, anybody who's down here. First of all, the Franchitti brothers are both here. Marino, for you, it's got to be so frustrating not to be in a race car, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's absolutely killing me, to be honest. It's so hard to be here, not be in the car. There's 2 sides to me, though. You know, I'm a massive enthusiast for our sport, so I'm enjoying a lot of the other side of it, but just to not be out there and racing at Le Mans is really tough. But you know, I'm here having a couple of meetings, working hard on the future, and definitely aiming to be back next year.
Yeah, you're very much underemployed this year. The last race you did, I guess, was Sebring, and have you got anything else lined up yet?
Nothing confirmed for the rest of the year, but again, working hard on it, and you know, Sebring went well, so it'd be good to be able to continue that. I just need to go racing to try.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see Marino back at the wheel of a car before long. Dario Franchitti, perhaps not the case. Dario, now, you're taking all sorts of roles, but it's certainly good to see you here at Le Mans.
Thank you. Yeah, it's fun to be here. Like Marino said, it's a little bit annoying that he's not in the car. I think he's taking it better than I am. But we had a really good fun road trip down yesterday, and I love coming here, enjoying the atmosphere, and I would love to be in a car too, though I have to say it's a pretty special place. It's obviously Indianapolis is my for me it's the most amazing place, and Le Mans comes a very close second.
I'm sure it does. And hey, one of the roles you've taken on this year is as a global ambassador for safeisfast.com. And for those of you who don't know, Safe is Fast it's a great resource for young drivers. It's full of instructional videos about all sorts of different aspects of the sport. And Dario, just tell us a little bit about why you're such a supporter of that program.
Well, it's not just young drivers, Jeremy. It's really anybody that has an interest in racing from any angle. And I was lucky when I started out. I had Jackie Stewart there as a mentor, and Jackie surrounded me with people who taught me things. Whether it was him teaching me about the mind management, driving the car, engineers teaching me all that kind of stuff. So there was all these people really gave me all this advice, and most people who have an interest in the sport, whether it's as a driver or an engineer coming up, don't have that. And so Safe is Fast provides that, and it's free of charge. It's not something you have to subscribe to or any of that nonsense. It's something that RRDC in America started, and you can just go on there and look at these tutorials, and it's guys like, there's some really great guys like Alexander Burtz has done it, Scott Dixon's done it, a bunch of the IndyCar guys, some of the F1 guys, and I've done a couple as well, but I wouldn't put too much, I wouldn't listen too much to what I say in some of those, but it's just a great asset. Whether you want to learn about engineering, marketing side of things, mental preparation, fitness, or just driving the bloody car, it's all there. It's really, really well done.
It is great. It's great to see so many drivers wanting to give back to the sport, guys.
Mobil 1. Mobil 1.
Engineered to perform. Midweek Motorsport, Wednesday at 8 p.m. News and discussion, comment and debate, and sometimes speculation and argument. Join in with the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective at radiolemans.com as the team talk through a broad range of topics from throughout motorsport. F1, rallying, NASCAR, bikes, touring cars, sports cars. If it has wheels and they keep score, it's on. Midweek Motorsport, every Wednesday at 8 p.m. radiolemans.com.
Mobil 1 radiolemans.com on 91.2 FM round the track, or of course across the world on the World Wide Web. And a reminder that you can also not only listen to us this year from the 2014 race, but also watch the Radio Le Mans team, courtesy of Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans StudioVision, which is brought to you by NationalSpeedsportNews.com, your motorsports authority since 1934, and its official camera supplier Replay. If you go to the Radio Le Mans homepage, the link to see both me and Paul Tarsi, and at times Paul Truswell, who's stood over there somewhere, then you can do that if you want. And I perfectly understand if you don't want to do it also. Straight down to Bruce Jones, part of our Nismo pit lane team, because he has news on James Collado, I believe.
James Collado has been taken off to hospital. Giancarlo Fisichella just gone off to do some stuff at the back of the garage, said that he's gone for an inspection at hospital. He's a little confused, apparently. And I asked about the car, and Giancarlo's not entirely sure that will get to play again either. So we don't have any firm news except that James Collado, the British driver in the number 71 Ferrari, has had that shunt earlier on, and his bell has been rung, and hopefully the clanger will stop clanging for him very soon. But seems all right, but the phrase confused, we know that's not a good thing to be if you want to go racing. So, well, I suppose we've had just the most incredible couple of days in terms of interrupted sessions. The good news, it's going well now, and hopefully all will be fine for James shortly.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. So thoughts with James Collado at the moment as he's checked out, and very, very wise not to rush that process of medical checks. So there's a risk that the 71 Ferrari may not be a starter either. It is down in 46th position overall and something like 8th place in class of the GT Pros, way down in the GT Am field. as well, but we could have lost another one.
Yeah,
but
well,
on the positive side, we still haven't had a red flag, Paul, so it's looking good for my bet.
Careful what you say. Yeah, this is the car that Davide Rigon and Olivier Beretta were down to co-drive with James Collado, and remember it had brought the red flags out at 8:15 in the first session this evening, the earlier session this evening, after contact with the barriers. And so, yes, our thoughts with James and also with the AF Corsa team. If you're going to have a car that is rebuildable, then probably AF Corsa are the best team to be part of. But it just depends how badly it's damaged and how many spare parts they've got. So, let's hope we haven't lost another one. But as you say, we're proceeding apace.
If they can't, just to finish that thought off very quickly, if they can fix it, but clearly James won't race, what can they do? What are their options?
At this stage, I suspect it's going to be very difficult. I mean, it was interesting that the press release which announced the driver shuffling between Jota and Audi mentioned the safety aspects of trying to run here at Le Mans with just 2 drivers.
Yeah.
They clearly would rather have a team of 3 rather than a team of 2. It is a pro class car, so it's not as if it's an AM class car. So if there is a pro driver available, then it is possible. There are, I mean, obviously the precedent has been set already with Oliver Turvey joining in for Jota, having not taken part in the earlier free practice sessions, although as he told us he was down to drive the Millennium car, so he was nominated. But I think at this point it will all depend on how keen AF Corsa are to run all those cars and how badly it's damaged. So we'll see. I think we can only hope that it can be repaired. We'll see.
One of the things that we've seen about red flags and other things that have been going on, of course, is that medical knowledge is now very much different, and we heard about confusion and those sorts of things.
Yeah.
There was a time not very long ago where if somebody had a clatter down the barriers, providing that they could stand up and count the fingers on the hand of the chief medical officer, that was okay. And that we understand very much more now that what concussion can do, and very importantly, what the second concussion can do. So it's all very well having an accident and you probably are going to be okay from that. It's if you have the next accident, and that can have far-reaching effects.
Absolutely. No, quite right. I don't think there should be a white line coming out of Corvette curve, because Mirko Venturi has run so wide as well. Clearly on a hot lap in the number 61 car, he actually didn't improve. He's gone over the line now, and that car is still third in GTE AM, number 61, one of the other AF Corsa Ferraris. But just seeing a replay now, Paul Tarsi, here in the booth. He's practically in the gravel trap there.
Yeah, that was probably 4 or 5 car widths off the circuit. And
now, in the UK, the MSA would not be happy with that. There is a new rule in the UK for 2014, which means you cannot drop any of your 4 wheels over the white line, let alone 2, and indeed all 4 in Mirko's case.
And that was very obviously taking the best advantage, shall we say, rather than anything else.
I'd be interested to know whether last year he could have actually done that, or whether he would have been in the war by that point of being so wide. I did interrupt you, Trussers, only about 5 minutes ago to talk about the 71 Ferrari. Can you remember what you were going to go on to say?
No.
Okay. Maybe what was happening at the head of the order. Is that changing, or are we in a bit of a lull?
Well, I can't call it a lull because there's so much going on.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
What I've just picked up on is Ben Treluet, who hasn't been into the pits yet. So he headed off at the green flag when the green flag was waved at 9:30. It's now coming up for 10:15, and Ben Treluet is still going round and round. He's been setting some reasonable kind of lap times as well. I mean, he's improved the lap time overall for that car in this session, and he's currently on his 13th lap of the stint that he's on. So I've been confidently saying that Audi can't do 14 laps, and so if Ben Treluet doesn't come in at the end of this lap that he is currently on, I'll be very much surprised. At least it is Audi doing what they always do, working on car setup, working on race setup, we can look at the times that Ben has been setting on this stint, and we can then start kind of calculating what kind of race pace can be expected come Saturday's 24 hours, because we keep on getting drawn into this trap of who can be fastest, when actually it's who can be fastest over 24 hours that matters. So Ben Collier, a man to look out for at the moment, I would suggest, Johnny.
Straight down to Bruce, because he's joined by Ludovic Badet, the Frenchman.
Ludo, you're sitting on provisional pole in LMP2 at the moment. It's looking good for the TDS team.
Yes, it's a very good big fight for the pole position in LMP2, and we are really happy because with the new car, for us it's very important to make the job, and I think we find a good setup with the car, and we start to understand the car.
For Ligier, it's really impressive. Anyone who has not ordered one of these cars must be thinking they have to get a Ligier to stay in the race.
Yeah, sure. For Ligier, it's very important because it's the first race for the car, and if we can keep the pole position, it's very good for Ligier and Dunrock.
Have you done all your night qualifying yourself? I mean, obviously when you were in the car, but I mean, you know what I mean. Have you all done your night laps?
Yeah, for the night, all the drivers are qualified for the moment for the team, and normally I must start, I think, by 11 o'clock.
Okay, Ludo, thank you.
And let's head from one end of the Nismo pit lane to the other, and Jeremy Shaw, who has news on another one of the P2 cars.
Yeah, first of all, the Signatec Alpine that I think was on provisional pole a little while ago, that's just gone out of the pit lane on a fresh set of tyres. Also just gone back out of the pits is the number 92 Porsche. That was the car that had an incident during the previous session. I guess Fred Makovecki was caught up with a slower GT Yam car that apparently hit him, took him out. They had some suspension and body damage on that car. That car's just gone back out of the pits. The other car, however, the 91, is not in the pits, and it's not running on the track either, Nick Tandy.
No, it's in the Parc Fermé, and that's the end of our running for till the warm up of the race. We've had we haven't had the car back. We haven't inspected what's happened, so we can only speculate. But we lost drive out of the last corner, and we had to park it. We were hoping we could get it back in the pit lane and pull it back to the pits, but yeah, the official line was it had to go back into Parc Fermé, so that's it for our side.
And that's particularly bad news, because Nick, you have not yet done your 5 mandatory night laps.
No, I mean, it's clear I haven't driven any night laps with the red flag situations that we had yesterday. I'm sure it's possibly the same for a lot of cars, but you know, it's clear that I'm not a rookie driver at Le Mans, so I hope it shouldn't be a problem. I hope it's not going to be a problem. But yeah, it's not been the best preparation. I think in total I've done about 7 flying laps with the test day and all the qualifying, the practice sessions this week. So preparation hasn't been too great.
No, very frustrating for you, I'm sure. But you've been on the radio or communicating with race control to try and get the situation clarified. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the situation is, but we're in contact with race control as to what we need to do. We can only wait to see you know how the discussion goes.
Yeah, so that's Nick Tandy here, certainly very frustrated, and he got very few laps, and now the car's got another problem. As Nick said, it just lost drive coming out of the last corner, so it pulled off, I think, at the end of the pit lane, and rather than just bring the car back down here, it's been put into Parc Fermé.
Nick Tandy isn't a Le Mans rookie. On the other hand, this is only his second time at the race. I'm a big fan of Nick's because I've followed his progress from mini stocks racing on the quarter-mile short ovals in the UK. He's certainly not a rookie driver, and Trusses, you reckon that there is precedent from last year that he may well be offered dispensation and allowed into the race because of the amount of red flags again this year.
Exactly so. I mean, we'd had last year a lot of red flags during the practice and qualifying sessions, and the organisers took the sensible view, particularly if the drivers had been here before, if they have driven at night. Then the only stipulation that the organisers then made is that the driver who hadn't done the qualifying laps wasn't allowed to start the car, not for any reason other than there has to be some kind of penalty for not doing what everybody else managed to do. So the small penalty was that we weren't allowed to have that driver starting the car.
Certainly makes sense, Paul Tarsi, because I think you have to adapt the rules according to how much track time has been offered to the competitors.
But I think there's another side to that, Johnny, quite honestly, that if you have a rule which says people have to do the laps for familiarisation, for safety, for all those kind of things, it's kind of dangerous then to say, but actually for all those external reasons we're not going to do it. And clearly race organisers these days have to wear a number of different hats, and one of them is that if somebody who hasn't done any night laps of running then has an accident in the night, you're actually sort of blowing the whole principle out of the window. And
yes.
I think it's a very difficult one, because clearly we want to see as many cars out there as we can. We want to see cars out there and circulating, and obviously the organisers are going to need to take a pragmatic view of that, but it is a narrow path that they're going to tread, and that's something that they're going to have to work at. And it comes back again, of course, to the amount of red flags that we've had.
Yes, and as I say, there is, I think, a certain amount of flexing of the rules or flexing of the regulations, perhaps, depending on each and every year and depending on what might have happened along the way. Possibly you need to take into account the driver rating, and Nick is a gold driver, vastly experienced in driving Porsches, not only here at Le Mans but also he won Petit Le Mans last year and is in the Tudor United Sports Car Championship this year, but has done lots of different GT racing, like GT Open across Europe, British GT last year as well. So some experience, and maybe that should be taken into account too.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that I think you do, as I say, need to take the pragmatic view, and Nick is an experienced and knows his way around cars, racing cars generally, and Porsches in particular. So I think it is quite reasonable to expect that to be the case. But we also need to examine the whole thing of how you do that. I am very surprised that through all of these sessions the slow zone hasn't been used at all, and that I think if you've got a system which anybody you talk to seems to think that it's a good idea and it has good mileage, if you've got a system then you really need to use it through the whole event rather than simply the race.
I'll take issue with that, not in an argumentative way.
No.
Paul and I are good friends, but I think they did try it out on the test day. I think what we've seen in this session, in all the qualifying sessions, is use of the red flag rather than the slow zone. Come the race, it'll be a decision of Eduardo Freitas, race director, whether to use safety car or slow zone, because of some of the situations we've had where he's had a red flag now, he won't have a red flag in a race, that's for sure, and he'll then have to make a choice either of safety car or slow zone. And I think he's going to try slow zone in the race, because it doesn't really work in qualifying practice. All it does is it messes everybody's lap times up. So what's the point? You might as well come into the pits. So you might as well have thrown the red flag in the first place. So I don't think there was any point in trying slow zones during qualifying practice.
I think the only difference with that, Paul, is that if we're seeing people who haven't got night laps in, for example, then they could still be out there doing night laps and learning the car.
Yeah.
We talked last night during one of the red flag periods about the fact that teams as a whole get out of the rhythm of what they're doing. They get out of the program, and if you've got a pit lane full of cars, nothing is happening. And clearly, the other thing is it's not good for the fans.
No, I mean, I think we need to talk about slow zones, possibly over dinner or something. I mean, can't share that with the. But
do you want to have this conversation off mic, and I'll tell everyone what's going on in the session?
That's right. That's why I want to go back to what's happening in the session, because I've been doing the sums.
I'll shut up.
No, not at all, because it's useful stuff. Ben Trellier, I told you he did a 13-lap stint. Now, just working out an average lap time of the laps in between his in-lap and his out-lap, so the flying laps on that 13-lap stints, of which there are 11 flying laps, 3 minutes 26.9. Now, I did the same calculation for Toyota when they were doing some long runs in the free practice session on Wednesday afternoon, and they weren't as quick as that, whisper it. So over the same number of laps, the Toyotas were doing 3 minutes 27s, whereas Audis can do 3:26.9. I mean, there's not a lot to choose from between the two of them, but it does mean that on the average, there's not a lot to choose between Audi and Toyota. Anybody who overlooks Audi is making a big mistake, but it is interesting that during the course of this practice session, we have spent most of the time talking about fast laps from Toyotas and Porsches, and during the qualifying session, most of the time we've had Audis filling the places outside the top four.
Yeah, I looked at that a few moments ago and almost thought, are the Audis just sort of loitering there with intent almost, watching the Toyotas and the Porsches, seeing what they can do, and they got 3 cars lined up in opposite to numerical order. So the 3, the 2, the 1, 5th, 6th and 7th fastest so far, and I just wonder what they may be holding back.
I think really one of the things here is that there are so many different components in winning this race. And you could have a quick car, you could have quick drivers, but you've also got to have the cunning of it as a fox kind of principle, which says, yeah, let's play this for 24 hours, let's go through that. And there is nobody better in the game than Audi at that.
Yes, the fox.
Yeah, and absolutely, that what you're going to see, without any doubt, is that Audi probably don't have the fastest car.
No, but they do potentially have the most reliable equipment because they are very used to this type of hybrid that they are running at the moment, this motor that's attached to the front axle. It's been used in previous seasons, whereas Toyota's supercapacitor sounds great in the fact that you can soak up a load of energy and then deploy it really quickly as well. But if it goes wrong, I don't know whether they've got a plan B or a plan C, whereas Audi, I think, can just continue to plod along. Plod's the wrong word, but
everything's relative.
Keep going round and round and potentially win this race.
Yeah, as I say, you never overlook Audi. And the other thing is that the way Audi set their cars up, they tend to assume that the car's going to finish. If there is a mistake, they tend to assume that the cars are going to finish. But they tend to set the car up so that it will be in tip-top condition at the end of the race. And very often what happens with their competition is they focus on getting a really good setup that the driver's field is fast and competitive, but it just tails away as the race goes on and they find themselves running with a car that is further and further away from its optimum. I mean, you know, the fastest part of the Le Mans 24 hours, we know this from previous experience, are the early hours of Sunday morning.
I love that bit.
Yeah, I love that bit.
I really get excited about that bit. Because you don't expect a fast... Well, I didn't expect a fastest lap time of the whole race at like 2-3 o'clock in the morning. And all of a sudden there's that magic time that out of nowhere this purple time just pops up. And you think, we're there.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of the point that it is during the slog that everybody goes through, suddenly the place comes alive. And that suddenly you're looking at it and seeing a whole new race coming alive. Let's not lose sight of the fact that not only it's Toyota, Porsche, Toyota at the top of the list, but the gaps are very, very small. And that 0.357 seconds between first and second, and that it's really a very, very small gap on this very long circuit.
Down to the Nismo pit lane once again, and Jeremy Shaw is joined by Joe Foster.
Indeed, from Dempsey Racing and Proton Competition Team. And Joe, you're driving the new 2014 991 chassis shaped Porsche here this weekend. Your guys' first experience of it, you're pretty impressed.
Yeah, it's obviously an amazing car, as you've seen. Unfortunately, nobody's got much green flag running. So we're sort of halfway down the list. We should have been down by the midday yesterday in terms of what we've been trying to learn. Totally different car, much more downforce on the front of the car, much more front grip in general, both in high speed, low speed corners, more braking grip as well. So it's a whole new car for us. Obviously, the 997 that we drove last year was still a wonderful car. There's several of them here running good times, but this car does drive entirely differently than it did before. Michelin has also come with some different tires for it, similar to what the factory team ran last year, which are new level of technology for us. So we're getting used to it. It's great to have the Proton guys helping us and Patrick Long guiding Patrick and myself along. And it's an amazing car to drive.
Now, what's the plan for the rest of the evening? Patrick Dempsey is at the wheel right now. Is Patrick Long going to have another go later in the evening? We've still got the 7th in the GTE AM class at the moment in a very tight field. Is Patrick Long going to try and have a run perhaps for the front?
Right, you can tell at the moment that the BOP is such that we saw at the test as well that the Ferrari is running very strongly. I don't think we're going to focus too much more at the moment on qualifying. We're just still trying to work on the things that make more of a difference in the race. We had a slip up in qualifying last year, didn't qualify that well, and still almost made the podium, so it's not super important. Of course, there's always a battle for honor, and we know that we want to give Patrick Long the best chance at having a good night's sleep tonight. If we get to that, maybe we will try, but for the moment, we're honestly still working down the list that was sort of in the middle of yesterday, and just trying to not worry about what everybody else is doing. There's a lot of swinging going on out there right now, and there's a lot of gravel on the road and broken cars, and that's why we've had all these red flags, and so we're trying to stay focused on not being one of those guys.
I would say, guys, that's a pretty good plan. What do you think?
Certainly makes sense to me, Jeremy. Yep, I would certainly buy that. We have an hour and a half still to go. I'll just quietly say there's still been no stoppage. That's what I said from the start. We've got an hour and a half to try and get through. Now I'm going to keep coaxing it on because I think we'll get through without a red flag this time around. 10:30 local time. If you're here at the track and listening on 91.2 FM to Mobil 1 Radio, LeMans.com, I'd watch out for Stefan Mucker, who's pedalling the 97 car very, very quickly. He's got it up to second position of the GT Pro cars now. This is where we are at the pointy end of the field, though, with an hour and a half of qualifying still to go. The number 7 Toyota is fastest, a 3:21.789 from the 14 Porsche 919. A 3:22.146 it has done. Third fastest, the number 8 Toyota, Nicolas Lapierre, has been at the wheel. He may still be at the wheel, but the car is in pit lane. 3:22.523, its best time across the 3 sessions. And fourth fastest, Timo Bernhardt's Porsche number 20, 3:22.908 is the time it's done. Fifth fastest, the number 3 Audi, a 3:23.271. Sixth quickest, the number 2 Audi, a 3:24.276. And to complete the set, seventh fastest, the 1 Audi, 3:25.814. 8th and 9th fastest, the 12 and 13 Rebellions. That's the new R1, of course, still with the Toyota engine, 3:29.763 and 3:31.608. And just into the top 10, the fastest of the P2 cars, that's still the 46 Thierry by TDS Racing Ligier, new chassis for this race. And it's done a 3:37.609 to head the class from number 38 Jota Sport Zytek, 3:37.674, so that's second in P2, and third in P2 is the 35 Ligier, 3:37.892, and that's run by G-Drive Racing, by Oak Racing. GT Pro, headed by the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari 458 Italia GT2. Giancarlo Fisichella currently at the wheel, but it's done a 3:53.700. Second in GT Pro is actually third of all of the GT cars as one group, but we'll deal with the top 3 in GT Pro as it stands. 51 from 97 from 73, so that's Ferrari, Aston, Chevrolet. I've given you the Ferrari's time. Aston's done a 3:54.891 in the hands of Stefan Mucker, as I say, and then third fastest in GT Pro is Antonio Garcia in the 73 C7R. 3:55.038 its time. Fastest of the GT AM cars, number 81, also for AF Corsa, 3:54.665. From the 98 Aston, it's done a 3:55.644. And third in GT AM is the 95 Aston. So 2 in the top 3. Good so far for the British squad. And number 95's done a 3:55.944.
You're doing your review. 3 cars that we've not seen in this session. The number 29 Pegasus Racing Morgan Nissan, which hit the barrier very hard with Leo Roussel at the wheel, trying to avoid the rather slow Audi, which was on its way back to the pits at the time. The number 71 Ferrari, which was the one we were talking about, the car that James Collado crashed in the second free qualifying session earlier today. And then the third car we've not seen is the number 79 Porsche, the Pro Speed competition car, which was damaged by Brett Curtis earlier on. Those 3 cars haven't set a lap even in the third part of the qualifying session.
Okay, great stuff. I believe we can head down to Bruce Jones now, who's trying to get one of the Audi drivers, I think. and may still be chasing either Ollie Jarvis or Marco Bononomi. Ollie Jarvis joins Bruce Jones.
Ollie, we've seen the Toyotas and Porsches swapping fastest time. What sort of answer has Audi got for it?
I think if we get a clear lap, you know, with a new tyre, we can certainly fight. I don't think we're quick enough to fight the top time at the moment, but we can probably go P2, P3. But I have to say the Toyotas are looking very fast in particular.
Now, all three makes of cars gain their powers with these this hybrid formula in very different ways. How do you think that's going to unfold through the course of the race? Very different to qualifying, of course.
Yeah, it's very difficult to tell, I have to be honest. I mean, it's no secret we're down on hybrid power. Compared to our competitors, we're running in the 2 megajoule class, they're in the 6 megajoules. And the problem with that for us is they get a much more boost out of the corners. So when it comes to racing, they're going to have an advantage in the straight line. But I'm hoping if we can get a consistent car over the long run and the duration, we can certainly take the fight to them. You know, it's not all about that single lap. You know, 24 hours is a very long time and anything can happen.
Well, it certainly can. We know about Audi, sort of the way it approaches races, very, very methodical. But this year it definitely is a different twist, and what none of you wanted were all these red flag periods, just to break up the whole pattern of it.
No, it's been very difficult, I have to say. I mean, we've got very little laps in. And the problem is, when you get a red flag, drivers out there are trying to push even harder when it goes green. And every red flag leads into another yellow flag or a red flag. So, you know, we're getting very few clear laps as such. It's not been the easiest build up to the race, I have to say.
But also for you, your whole season's been a little bit interrupted in terms of actually getting to race number 3.
Yeah, I've been absent from Spa and the Le Mans pre-test, but I have to say I jumped in it yesterday, felt completely at home here in Le Mans. You know, I'm currently the quickest Audi, so it's not going too bad, but you know, I think as the race progresses, I'm just going to improve. So, like I say, we'll have to wait and see whether we've got the pace to really fight the Toyotas and Porsches in qualifying, but our main focus has been for the race.
Oliver Jarvis, thank you very much indeed, from the number 3 Audi.
And it is that Audi that is the quickest of the 3 at the moment, Trussers.
As Ollie just said, yes.
Sorry. Doing 14 things at once here. But
that's all right. No,
I'm glad you're listening.
Well, he did qualify it slightly because he said he was the fastest of the Audis. Well, it is he in that car who set the fastest time. You were talking about being a fan of Nick Tandy. I'm a big Oliver Jarvis fan, to be honest, and I was very disappointed that he kind of got the third driver role in that team. I understand the reasons why, but I really like that car to go very well. And Ollie is a quick driver. He's Audi through and through now, has been part of that Audi family for a long time. And even though he doesn't quite get as much of the press as some of the other British Audi drivers have in the past, certainly very deserving of it in my humble opinion. He is the fastest Audi. He's 4th fastest at the moment, 3:23.364. Although somewhat worryingly for him, that's a 2.5 seconds off the pole time. So, and I think that's what he was alluding to when he said that the car just wasn't fast enough. So we'll see. And as I said before, don't write Audi off. What I'm interested to know is whether we're going to see the Porsches out, the 2 LMP1 Porsches, numbers 14 and 20. They're both in the garage at the moment, and they've both been in the garage for quite a long time.
Yes.
So I don't know whether they've had problems or whether they're just saying, no, we've done all we need to do. There's no point in going out and making another red flag situation or something. I don't know, but
we are on it, certainly, be assured of that, but it might take a little while to get the news to filter through.
I think even if they know what they're doing, they're not going to necessarily tell their entire strategic plan to us, because we'll only tell everybody else, and that'll spoil it for them.
Let's just head down to Jeremy Shaw to find out what he knows.
Yeah, I'm with the team principal, Andreas Seidel, and Andreas, with both cars here in the garage, what is the plan from now on?
Well, at the moment we wait with both cars and see how the session develops further, and then we plan out again to go out again later on for the final shot or final shots.
Yes, it's very exciting, this qualifying session now, I think, because we don't really know what you have up your sleeve. Do you know what you have up your sleeve?
Not really. I think it's amazing for everyone watching here how tight everything is together, and it will be interesting how that ends up now at the end of the quali. I mean, as we said yesterday, after the first session, today we have already installed all the race pods. So this is why we also limited ourselves today in the number of laps we are doing, and this is why we wait at the moment as well, just to see how the session goes now.
Very good. Thank you very much indeed for that. So that was Andreas Seidel here at the team principal at Porsche Motorsport. And also interestingly, I was just down at Toyota a few moments ago, and was my question to speak to any or one of the drivers was politely declined. So for some reason, Toyota did not want us talking to any of the drivers, which I thought was rather strange and very unusual, because last year and the year before they were super helpful all the time. But there's very much a gag on those guys right now. I was speaking to Anthony Davidson at lunchtime, and he was very cagey about what he could tell me and what he couldn't. So I tell you what, it's a completely different game down there this year at Nissan.
At Toyota, you mean? Yeah, Alex Wirtz fastest in the 7 Toyota, as I've mentioned, 321.789, and the sister car's just come into pit lane. It's third fastest. Nicolas Lapierre at the wheel, 322.523. It's done. Good work, though, down at Porsche for Jeremy. You turned to me off microphone, Trussus, and said, ooh, I'm looking forward to later.
Well, yes, I mean, I was just looking across to the Motul grandstand opposite us, and it is absolutely packed over there. Great to see so many people here for this qualifying session, and I would be highly surprised, and if you are thinking of going home before the end of this session, don't. Even if other people do, stay on, because from what we were just hearing there, it does sound like what Toyota and Porsche are going to do is to wait until everybody else have done their qualifying laps, their night laps. We do see this very often, particularly amongst the GT ranks. Once the teams have got all their drivers qualified, done all they need to do, they pack up and go home. So by 11:30 to midnight, the track empties out, and that magical time that Johnny was just talking about, which is sort of 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, getting on to when it's getting light in the morning, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning. Very fast lap times can be set then. Well, there's nothing to stop very fast lap times to be set just before midnight. The lights are really good these days. The track itself isn't as dark as it used to be in the old days. And I think, Paul Tarsi, it'll be a pretty exciting close towards the end of this qualifying.
I can't wait for it, because I think it really is going to be a very exciting time. And what we were hearing there from the Nismo pit lane team about people being kind of told not to talk to us, that there's clearly a lot of poker face going on down there. While we're talking about Porsche, I know, Trusses, you had the same email that I did from Chuck Dressing, who unfortunately isn't part of the team this year for personal reasons, but that Chuck has identified, as only he would, that if Porsche were to achieve pole position tonight, then it will be the first time since qualifying began in the 60s at this circuit that a 4-cylinder car has been on pole. Although in Chuck's memory probably goes back even further than mine does, but when was the last time that a 4-cylinder car actually won the race? I didn't know the answer. I've looked it up, but if you'd like to Twitter amongst yourselves until you can, and don't cheat, don't look it up, try and think when a 4-cylinder car might have won this race. It has. It's on several occasions. It's on a piece of paper which is somewhere around where Johnny's looking at the moment. He's cheating.
I thought I'd seen it written down, that's all.
But shall we just say it's probably beyond when most people who are here will have been alive. Fine. So
yes. When you consider that the first Le Mans 24 Hours was held in 1923, so a good while ago. Let's head way up to the top end of the Nismo pit lane to join Bruce Jones with Ray Mallock.
Theoretically, the most interesting garage every year at Le Mans should now be Garage 56. It's a big trial, though, having such an experimental car as the Nissan Ziod.
It is, yeah, yeah, it's a huge challenge that we've taken on with Nissan to prove this technology, and literally every lap that we're doing, we're learning more and more. But yeah, we're getting there.
But if people have had their head under a stone for a while and they're seeing the car for the first time, can you outline what exactly the car is representing? What were its targets?
It's representing the ability for high performance EV. This car has a relatively small internal combustion engine, 1.5 litre turbo, which can produce up to 400 horsepower when we need it. but the powertrain supplemented by 2 electric motors, which together give around 300 horsepower. Yeah, our objectives are to do representative lap speeds on pure electric and terminal speeds as well. And tonight we're really seeing the rewards of the hard work that's gone in recent months.
But it has been a real race to get this far to the race. But 0 emissions, it's an extraordinary target.
It is, yeah. One of our targets was to hit a maximum speed of at least 300 kilometers an hour, and we achieved that earlier this evening. So we ran about a minute and a half on full power and got up to that speed, which is where we wanted to be. So we're pleased with that. In amongst this, we're having to go through the normal routines of qualifying drivers. And with last night's red flags, that's given us more challenges. But we've got 2 of our drivers qualified now. Montayama and Wolfie. Lucas is in the car now on about his 4th lap, I think. So we're getting through the job list tonight.
Ray Mallet, well done. Great to have you here.
1 hour and 15 minutes of the session, the final qualifying session for the 2014 24 Hours of Le Mans still to go. This is where we stand at the pointy end of the field. Fastest still, the 7 Toyota. Alexander Wurz currently at the wheel, and he's heading towards the end of a lap. In fact, just headed across the line. In fact, he's done a 3:26.906. Does not improve his time. Quite a way off the 3:21.789 it's already done. Second fastest, the 14 Porsche, but it's in the pits. Third fastest, the 8 Toyota, currently out on track. And the 4th fastest car is the 2nd Porsche, also in pit lane. We expect both the 20 and the 14 cars out, though, again, before the end of the session. And that could be very, very interesting. The 2nd of the Porsches, 4th fastest. And then we've got a line of Audis, 5th, 6th and 7th quickest. It's the 3 from the 2 from the 1, ahead of 2 Rebellions. The 12 is faster than the 13, so 8th and 9th positions on the timing screen. And the fastest of the P2 cars, just breaking into the top 10, it's the 46 Thierry by TDS Ligier. It is the fastest of the P2 cars from 38 Jota Sport Zytek and the 35 Ligier. That's the one run by G-Drive Racing by Oak Racing. Little bit of a jumble up for the GT Pro cars, but not for the leading car, the fastest car. It's the 51 Ferrari AF Corsa machine. It's done a 3:53.700. It's still the quickest out there from, though now, Antonio Garcia, who very recently has done a quicker time in the 73 Chevy Corvette C7R. A 3:54.777 puts it 2nd of the GT Pros and 3rd of the GTs overall. And a fascinating battle, actually, between Chevrolet and Aston, who are trading 2nd fastest lap times there in this qualifying session. It was the 73 for a little while, then the 97, 73 back on top as far as 2nd fastest is concerned. If you're a fan of GT Am, quickest car out there is the 81, driven by Michele Rugolo as we speak, from the 98 Aston and the 95 Aston. So the 2 Am Astons are in the top 3 of quickest cars so far. Back down to the Nismo pit lane and Jeremy Shaw. Or is it Bruce Jones? You don't have anybody, do you, Jeremy?
I did actually have Jimmy Bruni a moment ago.
I do have Alessandro Latif, but he's put...
Have you got Bruce on?
We have Alessandro Latif with Bruce Jones.
Sorry to interrupt you, Alessandro. You're just about to put your helmet on, but how's it feeling going out here? It's been such a stop-start session for your first Le Mans.
Yeah, no, it's been crazy. The running time we've had in the car is pretty limited, actually. So I think I've done about maximum 7 laps. And so it's pretty much a survival right now until we get to the race, where then we can work. And you know, we're seeing James is just out now on a new tyre run, so we're trying to see everything. We're on the back foot from the start in every possible way, so we're trying to recuperate as much as we can.
Well, I guess your first Le Mans is always about gaining experience. You're gaining experience of just an interrupted program. Yeah. What's your plan right now? How many laps are you going to go and do?
So right now I'm going to do about a 3-lap run, just again to see how it is to drive with pitch black conditions. So we're hope for the best. Good luck, Alessandro Latif, car number 41, one of the 2 Greaves Motorsport entries.
The quietly spoken, almost whispering Bob style of Alessandro Latifi. Hopefully you heard most of that interview. But what a sort of daunting prospect. You're about to head out onto the 8.47 mile track here at Circuit de la Sarthe in not quite pitch black. As you quite rightly said, it's nowhere near as dark as it used to be in the good old days. But nevertheless, Bruce Jones, that is going to be a difficult task for young Alessandro.
Yeah, 18 years old. He doesn't have a big bank of experience. And apologies, I had the microphone as close as I could, but he was wearing his balaclava. Every time I go and speak to him, they sort of come out with his helmet. And the noise you heard was, I think that's Alexander Imperatori just firing out from the neighbouring garage in the KCMG car that's just starting to pick up its pace a little bit. That's one of the Orica Nissans, but seriously at the moment you do really seem to need a Zytac or the very, very impressive Ligiers, do you not, in LMP2?
It would seem so, yes, and the Dunlop tyre is still doing very well. Remember, there are 17 P2 cars here this year and 12 of them are on Dunlop tyres. 5 of them, therefore, are Michelin shod, but it is still the 46 car on Dunlops that is fastest from the Jota Sport number 38, also on Dunlops, and third quickest, the 35, which is on the British tyre too. That's the G-Drive Racing Ligier JSP2. Trussers.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you've got to feel a bit sorry for us, Alessandro Latifi, in a way, because as we just heard from Bruce there, just 18 years of age, would have been the youngest driver in the race, hadn't Matthew McMurray not showed up, and racing with just 16 years of experience, or 16 years of age. The other youngster, Cooper McNeil, is a mere 21. So, you know, Alessandro is, you were saying, not massively experienced. This is his first time at Le Mans. But, you know, such is the way of things these days. He's already been racing for 10 years.
Really?
No, that's a slight exaggeration. I
was going to say,
he started racing...
It's getting late. You'll have me with one of those lines very easily indeed. Go on.
He started racing in 2007, so 7 years racing experience.
Not far off.
So, yeah, he started when he was 11.
Well, Jeremy Shaw was in hot pursuit of Jimmy Bruni, and I think you found him.
Indeed, and we spoke a few moments ago, and we were just going to wait till after the pit stop, which just occurred, because the car was brought into the pit lane by... who's driving the car? Who's driving the car? Who's driving the car now?
Fisichella.
Yeah, Fisichella's driving the car right now. He just came in, just put on a fresh set of tyres to go out again?
Yeah, he's going to test a different compound for what we was running, just checking the car in this condition, and we'll see.
Jimmy, you are the provisional pole sitter at the moment. That was a heck of a lap early on in this session.
Yes, it was very, very good lap. I pushed like crazy, and but it's fun here. I like to drive here, and it was very nice. The car was very, very good balance, and give me a lot of confidence. And I tried my best a lap, and was really, really on the limits, and I think it was a very good lap.
Now, you always like a car that's on the edge, and it's very much on the edge here at Le Mans, isn't it? Because you don't have a lot of downforce, relatively speaking.
Yeah, correct, yes.
and you had a fly on your tail as well during that lap, right?
Yeah, I have a little friend behind me, Sam. The Sunbird behind me was, he came here before and he said, thanks mate, so it was good.
Good news, so you guys are looking good shape here. Clearly the car is working well and consistent on long runs as well.
Yep, it looks okay, so far so good. We're just waiting now, see Giancarlo feedback and Tony again feedback, but it's okay.
So what is the plan? You've got what, an hour or so remaining in the session. What is the plan from here on in?
Just go through again to the drivers, do some practice, driver change, and that's it.
Very good. Let's see if I can grab Tony Wielander here. She's talking to one of the engineers, so yeah, maybe I can grab him. Tony, excuse me, can we very quick word, Tony Wielander. The car is working very well. Jimmy did a great lap there early in the session. Can you guys go any faster than that?
No, I mean, I think Jimmy really put the effort on it, and as we know, he's really fast on one lap and really determined always in the race, so though he was the man to give us the performance. I mean, we have the lineup from 2011 and 12. When we were leading 11, we were leading by one lap almost, and then we had a small issue. 2012 we won, last year we struggled, this year we want to fight back, and at the moment it's looking good. We had a big issue with the sister car, so we try to keep it clean and to be there in the race. To be there in the race when it counts in the right moment.
Now you've got a slightly different aero package on the car for this year, and that seems to be, are you finding more straight line speed, or are you finding more downforce? What was the plan for that?
Yeah, I believe it's downforce. I mean, all the GT teams can bring here a different, let's say, Le Mans spec aero, and last year we didn't got it 100% right. There was also the cold weather and the rain last year that really didn't suit us. So this year we put our heads down. We worked really hard since the beginning of the year. We did a lot of testing and stuff like that. So now we are up there. I mean, Jimmy's pace in quali was something special, but I'm really assuming we're going to have a tight race with Aston Martin, with Corvette, and you can never forget the Porsche.
Now you're going to go back out again before the end of the session?
Yeah, I want to check again the lights a little bit and drive with the really dark condition, and then I'm done I'm ready for the race.
Very good, Tony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great to hear from both of those guys, and the AF Corsa Ferrari number 51 certainly looking in very good shape, but it's going to have a lot of competition over the 24 hours, be assured of that. So difficult to call GT Pro and GT as a class as a whole, because the AM class, of course, are going to be well up there at certain points during the race, because they can also use brand new cars for 2014 in the GT AM class. Now, we heard from Ray Mallock a little while ago up at the Nissan Ziad RC pit garage, and Paul Trussell's just spotted on the screen that it's done its fastest time of this session, did you say, or of all the sessions?
Of any session, yeah.
Right.
3 minutes 50.185. So it's now ahead of all the GT cars and behind all the prototypes, which is kind of where it ought to be in a sense. As I say, it's got himself just in overall positions on the timing screen, 27th place, as I say, with the various cars that haven't appeared. But he is kind of nicely slotted in between the GTs and the P2 cars. So continuing to lap with Lucas Ordóñez behind the wheel. He's done 14 laps in this session alone. So that's a good tidy number of laps to be done. Talking of drivers who've been busy out there, they're up into the 20s. Marcel Fessler in the number 2 Audi has done 23 laps now. 22 laps for the Toyota of Stefan Sarazan, who's now back out at the wheel of the number 7 car. And 22 laps as well for Felipe Albuquerque at the wheel of the number 3 Audi. So quite a few cars going out there and being quite busy.
Get involved with the action. Let us know what you think.
Tweet now to @RadioLeMans. World Cup update on Radio Le Mans, brought to you by Adidas Motorsport.
1-1 at Sao Paulo at the end of the first half. Croatia clearly hadn't read the script when they took the lead after 11 minutes, thanks to a Marcelo own goal, shocking everyone in the stadium and I'm sure all over Brazil. But in the 29th minute it was all square, and who else but the poster boy of this World Cup and the man whom so many Brazilians are putting their faith in, yes, Neymar, with a neat finish from outside the box, levelling the game up. So 1-1 here in Sao Paulo. I'm Harry Cambridge with your World Cup update.
Radio Le Mans World Cup coverage is brought to you by Adidas Motorsport. Adidas, partner of the 2014 FIFA World Cup in Brazil.
Do you have a question, a comment on what's happening?
Tweet now @Radio Le Mans.
Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. You listen to us, we listen to you.
91.2 FM here at the track and around the world on the World Wide Web. It's Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for the 2014 running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We've very nearly got an hour left of qualifying for the 2014 race. And one man we've not heard an awful lot from is Paul Tarsi. How are you viewing all of this? Because I reckon we're going to head towards a nice little crescendo.
We just saw something, Johnny, just before we took that Adidas update, was that Alexander Wurz brought the provisional pole Toyota into pit lane and clearly got pit lane very, very wrong, and actually went through the gravel trap and no particular damage before he handed the car over to Stefan Sarazan, but nonetheless it is those little things that can make all the difference. It's those kind of things which suddenly you find that they have a longer term problem. Also, we've seen the the Ziod coming into pit lane, and something I've never seen before, that to get that car up onto the trolley jacks, that all they did was actually put a couple of slings underneath the front wheels with a mechanic on each sling and picked it up.
Yeah.
And that surely is the definition of a lightweight racing car.
Yes, just a bit. A message on the screen, car 90, the driver of which, Gianluca Roda, is being sent to race control immediately. And let's head down to our Nismo pit lane. One of our team members is Jeremy Shaw. And who have you got, Jeremy?
I'm with Rebellion Racing with Nick Heidfeld. And Nick, really good progress for you guys, down in the 29s now. And you've made big strides forward with this car. Still in effect, a brand new car.
Yeah, we didn't do much testing, and in regard of that, I think we can be quite happy with where we are. Especially over the last 2 days, we struggled as everybody with a lot of red flags, but especially today improved the car massively. Still quite far away from the works teams, but to fight them with a hybrid is near impossible.
What's the sort of the goal going to this race? What was your goal in terms of lap time, perhaps, first of all?
Well, we didn't set a clear lap time goal. We just tried to extract the maximum out of the car. As I said before, it's still quite new, and we're learning things every time to go out, so it's difficult to predict where we can go with that. At the moment, we are 8 seconds behind the leader, so we're not going to catch that just by putting a different setup on the cars. Yeah, a major thing that, as I said, they have the hybrid power, especially here with the long straights, they have a huge advantage.
They do indeed, but it is good progress, and the car is very early in its gestation. So what is the next step for you in terms of what you need to do with the car?
Well, we already tested some parts in Le Castellet, of which unfortunately we didn't bring all here. I think there's more to come in the future. On top of that, now we have the first 24-hour race with this car in front of us, and we have never tested it for 24 hours as well. The longest we did was 6 hours in Spa, which surprisingly we didn't have many problems. So we expect to find some problems here on our first 24-hour race, but hopefully we'll make it to the end. So that's the next big goal, hopefully make it to the end here.
How does the car feel compared to the Lola?
Well, it's at the moment quite a bit more difficult to drive, but I think it's the same for the works teams as well. If you watch them, the tires have become a bit smaller, makes the car quite fickle.
And how frustrating is it not to have one of these? How frustrating is it not to have one of these hybrid systems on the car?
Well, for a private team, it's impossible to do it. It's just too expensive. So it's not frustrating. It's frustrating to be that far behind, and I think it was difficult for everybody to judge how much of an advantage the work teams would have. So hopefully in the future the ACO will help us and bring us a bit closer.
Yeah, they did give you a bit of a break coming in here. They told you to take 40 kilos off the car. That's a heck of a lot of weight to take off the racetrack.
It is, but as you see by the gap, it's not enough. We obviously would wish that there are more privateers coming in, so maybe later in the season that will happen.
Thank you very much,
to jump in the car.
Yeah, Nick's got to get ready and jump in the car, but he's getting in the car momentarily. But again, good progress here at Rebellion Racing. The other car, however, the 13 car is in, and the bodywork has been off. That car has been in the pits here in the garage for a long time.
Yeah, Dominic Kreihammer, the last man to drive that number 13 Rebellion. It's the 9th fastest P1 car, and therefore bottom of the stack as far as the fastest machinery is concerned here this weekend, or this week I should say. Give you a rundown in just a second. We've had all green flag running up until this point, an hour and a half just over of the final qualifying session, and of course once the 57 minutes and 24 seconds is up, that's it as far as qualifying. The remainder of this session will determine the starting order for Saturday's running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. This is where we stand. The 7 car is fastest still. A Toyota, 321.789 the time to beat. Stefan Sarazan now at the wheel of that car, and it is out on track somewhere in the 3rd sector. So keep your eye out for the Toyota, not working its way through Ford chicane quite yet, but it won't be far off. Then we've got in 2nd, 3rd and 4th positions, fastest times, 3 cars in the pits in fact. Mark Lieb has been the latest car to drive the 14 Porsche 919, but that was a fair while ago. That car has set a 322.146. So therefore it puts it 2nd quickest. Ahead of in 3rd place the 8 Toyota, 322.523, and the 2nd of the Porsches, 4th fastest, that's car 20 with a 322.908. And we expect the Porsches to be out on track at some point. assuming the team are happy and they think that they can improve on those times at some point in the next 56 minutes. So that could be very, very enthralling to end the session. 5th, 6th and 7th fastest, all Audis. The 3 from the 2 from the 1. And the 3 car's done a 323.2, a 324.2 for the 2 car, and a 325.8 for the 1 car. So a fair spread of times with Audi. And then we've mentioned the 12 and the 13 Rebellions. They are 8th and 9th fastest, a 329.7 for the 12, a 331.6 for the 13, and both of those Rebellions now in pit lane, but the 12 car has been most active. If you're a fan of P2, the fastest car is still the 46 Thierry by TDS Ligier. Ludovic Badet now on board that car, just on an outlap in fact. It's done a 337.609. Second fastest in P2 is the 38 Jotasport Zytek. Ollie Turvey has been at the wheel most recently, a 337.6 for that car from the 35 Ligier of G-Drive Racing by Oak Racing. So 2 JSP2 cars in the top 3 of P2. Moving down to the fastest GT Pro car, it's still the 51 AF Corsa. Giancarlo Fisichella is at the wheel of that car, a 353.7 it has done from the 73 Chevy Corvette, 354.7, and Aston are 3rd fastest in GT Pro. But we've got an interloper from GT Am, actually 2nd fastest in the GT class overall. It's the 81 AF Corsa, so AF Corsa is well placed with provisional pole for both Pro and Am. 81 car driven by Michele Rugolo. It's done a 354.665, and you have to look down 6 more places to see the next GT Am car. It's an Aston, number 98, and it is out on track. Paul Dall'Alana, the Canadian driver, at the wheel, 355.644, its best time, and then another Aston, 3rd fan. It's the
one, the sister car 42, the green Caterham Racing one, came in as well. They're both back in their pit garages. I've managed to extract James Winslow from the back. What's going on?
In our number 41 car, I think we've got a gearbox issue. Alex was in the car and he got three laps in the dark, and then he's reported he's been stuck in 4th gear. So the team are just investigating. Hopefully it's nothing too serious and we can get back out again.
But like so many drivers here, you're champing at the bit to go and get laps under your belt, but it's not happening. How many have you done?
We had a few issues yesterday. Michael had an incident with the wall at the Porsche curves, and we've had a bit of a gearbox issue today. I think in the dark I've done six laps, so I'm ticked off and good to race. But in an ideal world, we'd be out there now lapping and getting more experience of this pretty awesome track. But is a challenge to any racing driver.
But if you had to say one thing to sum up your first set of runs here, is it traffic?
For sure, yeah. I've been on laps which were going to be 3 or 4 seconds a lap, quicker than the 6 laps that I've currently done. So overtaking GT cars and the LMP1s are so quick coming up behind you, and you have absolutely no idea how close they are, whether they're 2 inches from your bumper or whether they're 100 meters away. So it is challenging, but it is very exciting and a pretty fantastic experience, to be honest.
I know James is excited to come here for his debut. Best of luck. Hope it's fixed before the session's out.
All of the action, all of the latest news from the pits and paddock. Informed comment and analysis. There is only one authority on endurance racing and one place to listen. Mobil 1, Radio Le Mans. World Cup update on Radio Le Mans. Brought to you by Adidas Motorsport. Radio Le Mans World Cup coverage is brought to you by Adidas Motorsport. Adidas, partner of the 2014 FIFA World Cup in Brazil.
On track, off track, always on, always on.
Mobil 1, Radio Le Mans.
We're always on, we're always Radio Le Mans. It's 91.2 FM, mobil1radiolemans.com, around the track, and you can hear us on the World Wide Web, of course, as always. You will also, during the race, be able to hear us via XM channel 203 and Sirius channel 108. So plenty of ways to tune into Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for the 2014 82nd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. I promised you news on the Porsche 919 hybrids. Trust us, we expect them back out in this session on new rubber and with Neil Yarney at the wheel of the 14, Brendan Hartley at the wheel of the 20.
And have they said what their target lap time is?
I don't think they would tell us that, to be fair.
No, quite. And I think that we'll see what they can do. But I suspect it won't be all won't go all their own way, because I've got the suspicion somehow that Toyota might be going to do the same thing. So we'll wait and we'll see. We certainly won't go to bed before midnight. I've got some good news actually, because we cast into doubt the number 71 AF Corsa Ferrari earlier on this evening, and James Collado, we heard, has gone up to hospital to have some checks following a bit of a bang on the head. Well, Pierre Caffer has had a telephone call from the AF Corsa, whether it's from Amato Ferrari himself or not, I don't know, but Pierre Caffer is critically in that list of drivers in Appendix 12 of the supplementary regulations, which I'm sure you've all got to hand, but it basically gives you a list of drivers who don't necessarily need to do all of their 10 laps. Now, Pierre Caffer has been given dispensation, I am told, to participate in another AF Corsa Ferrari, which he is allowed to do in order to qualify. The team has been given dispensation to use a new tub and therefore to build up a new Ferrari 458 Italia. So we might not lose another car. We might still be up at 54 cars.
Excellent.
Which is good news indeed. I mean, there's a few hoops and various administrative tasks that still need to be done, and you know, you suddenly have to go to the airport and you leave your passport behind, and then you leave your medical license behind, and you drive. So everything has to be done correctly administratively, but as far as I understand it, things are being put in place to enable Pierre Caffer to drive an AF Corsa Ferrari, which will be number 71 on the side, and he'll share it with Olivier Beretta and David Arrigon.
Let's head down to the Nismo pit lane team, one member of it, Jeremy Shaw, who is joined by the Ledygin brothers.
Indeed I am. I'm the SMP Racing pit here with, first of all, with Kirill Ledygin. And Kirill, you claim to speak no English. I know that's not the case, and your English is a lot better than my Russian. But this is your first experience at Le Mans, and you are clearly enjoying it.
Yeah, thank you. It's first time for this. I'm very happy. I'm seeing too many people, too many fans. I'm lucky because I'm here. It's very good show. It's very good racing. I'm very happy.
Your car's had some problems. We had the problems over the weekend, but it seems to be running very well now.
Yes, it's a little problem with light maybe. Now we fix it and try to beat time.
Very good, thanks very much. And brother Anton is here as well. Anton, also your first experience here as well, of course. You tell us about what your impression of Le Mans. What do you think of Le Mans?
I think it's a very big race. It's my first time here. I'm big like guy.
It's very different for you to drive a P2 car this year.
Yes, it's very different because I drive last year I drive Ferrari, and now I'm drive Ferrari and LMP. Yes, it's very different and very hard.
And low downforce here and some very fast corners. Not an easy racetrack.
Yes, of course. It's not easy, but for me, it's not a problem.
Very good. Two good guys here. I tell you, they're having a great time. They've both got huge smiles, and I think they're going to give a good account of themselves over the weekend.
Thank you, Jeremy. Top work, and arguably Kirill's and Anton's English slightly better than Jeremy Shaw's at times. I thought they did very well there, and they're in both the 27 and the 37 cars. Of course, the 37 has been rebuilt from the ground up. That's a brand new chassis after it was crashed. I forget now in which session, but it was virtually written off, and they've had to work very, very hard. Have the AF Corsa team. It's got the SMP entry, of course, and SMP are here running their own Ferrari, but the SMP P2s are under the umbrella of AF Corsa. And another car that's under the umbrella of AF Corsa, although not immediately obvious, is the 8-Star Motorsports 458 Italia that had that accident up at Porsche Curves, right by the Travel Destinations campsite, indeed. And that's where the circuit comes off the road and into Porsche Curves, where you think it should go straight on
yes,
towards the White House,
I'm going to start
as it did in the old days.
I'm going to start a campaign, bring back White House. But yes,
it's having the banner's drawn up now, folks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it is where the very start of the purpose-built circuit begins, and that's where the car's gone off. We still have that slow zone set up.
Yeah, we do, but the car is back, actually, under its own steam, and it's dead easy to pick out because on the driver's right A-pillar of that Ferrari is and the A, of course, have done this for a number of years now. They have an illuminated A-pillar in different colours, and you can identify the cars in the night, therefore. I think the 51 is green. Certainly the 8-star Motorsports number 90 car has an orange right-hand A-pillar, which is really easy to pick out in the darkness. So the car is back under its own steam. It was spewing gravel out the back, quite understandably, and the marshals are still down there waving the yellow flag. So the slow zone is still in place because
the marshals are rebuilding the barrier,
the tyre wall. Yeah,
and it's that part of the barrier is the barrier that doesn't just have tyre wall, but it also has the tensor. I've forgotten the exact term, but the American style Tecro, thank you, John, barriers in front of the tyre wall. So they're putting all that back together. And I suspect as well they're also kind of just practicing the whole procedure, although a lot of people have taken the opportunity not to bother being out and have just come into the pit. So the slow zone may well be a slow zone, but it's not a slow zone for very long.
Let's hear from Bruce Jones down in the Nismo pit lane.
The very, very busy Nismo pit lane. I'm up at the LMP2 end and super busy. We got it's Harry Tinknell sitting aboard the number 38 entry. We got the 47 entry up on jacks. They're all waiting, and not long ago Karen Chandok went out in the Murphy Prototypes number 48. He's sitting back in the garage now waiting to go. But in among this peculiar mix we have this year of stop-start sessions and the whole new formula at the top end with the hybrid cars, I never thought I'd hear myself say, with half an hour to go, Tom Christensen is taking over the number 1 Audi, 7th place overall and 4 seconds off the pace. Needs to be focused on, but of course he's just taken that over from Marc Genet. But we've had quite a few damaged cars up and down the pit lane. Of course that's the car or the replacement for the car that Loic Duval had that big aerial shunt in yesterday. So they are really, really playing catch up, and I'm sure they're not having even the slightest thought about going for pole. They're just trying to get their track time in. That's all, gentlemen.
And straight to the other end, Jeremy Shaw.
With Fabien Barthez here, who's taking some selfies here of himself in the Sofrev garage. Fabien, how is your experience going so far? Why are you not out on a racetrack?
Because I do before my 5 laps for the qualified.
Now this has been a long-term goal for you to come race at Le Mans. Living up to expectations?
No, hold on, excuse me. I'll try to do my movie.
You're trying to do a movie, so I've interrupted you there.
Are you involved, Jeremy?
Yeah, I guess it's a bit part, I guess. He's disappeared.
So he's got his mobile phone out doing
selfie
right. Videos.
Yeah, exactly right.
Clearly Fabien Barthez thoroughly enjoying his time at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Of course, fans of football will know him far more as a professional goalkeeper, and took part in the 1998 World Cup, of course, and we're into a World Cup year in 2014. So maybe Fabien can offer us a little bit of insight into who's going to win the 2014 World Cup in Brazil. The slow zone still in action, and Paul Truswell, we were getting some very interesting images from cars heading through there on the screen in our booth. It was actually not at 60 kph, cars sort of fluctuating between 51, 52, maybe 55, so there is a bit of a buffer zone there.
Yeah, what we did see though was driver eye view, which was very interesting, the way that the yellow flags were showing yellow flashing lights, big board up saying slowing down zone, then another big board when you actually came to the slow zone. What was interesting, I don't know if you caught it, but the masses of tyre lock-up black lines on the track as they came into the slow zone, so people are clearly pressing on as hard as they possibly can until the very last minute, and then locking up as they enter the slow zone. Similar sort of black lines that you get on the entrance to the pit lane, where people have locked wheels as they hit the 60 or 60 kilometre per hour slow pit lane area. So similar situation to when you go into the slow zone as what you have when you come into the pit lane, 60 kilometre an hour speed limit. The problem that teams engineers have in communicating with the drivers is the whole different mindset, because drivers are used to a safety car where you can kind of just slacken off the seatbelts a little bit, relax a little bit, just know that for however long the safety car period is going to be, you've got a bit of a time just to unwind. This, it's only a matter of 200-300 yards, and you have to be right back on it again. So regardless of the mechanical aspects of going on and off the pit lane speed limiter, you've also got the driver approach, the mental approach of slowing right down just for a little bit and then going right out again. So it's getting the driver to think along those lines. That's what they have to do.
Will Eduardo Freitas, the race director, though, be pleased to have had at least one slow zone in these qualifying sessions so that the drivers can get used to it ahead of the race?
Very much so, yes. I mean, I think he'll have been able to use that, and the drivers do have another drivers briefing on Saturday morning, and he no doubt will be taking on board what the drivers have said and giving them instructions, further instructions for when the for that and how that might happen during the race.
Green flag, and that is right on cue, because we had a message only about 3 minutes ago to tell us that the slow zone will end at 23:33, and by the second, Paul Tarsi, it cleared.
It was absolutely by the second, and not a moment too soon. 23:33 gives us just over 26 minutes left to run on this session. We're seeing the Toyotas now back into the pit box and being fettled once again. That was a very, very short stint for both of those cars, and I think perhaps they were caught out by the slow zone, and consequently they've brought the cars back in, but clearly not for very long, because there's work going on with those cars now, with, as I say, less than half an hour to run. It's Toyota, Porsche, Audi, Audi. And I don't know whether that is going to continue as the order and what the times are going to be. 0.357 seconds between first and second car for provisional pole here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, with less than half an hour, in fact 25 minutes left to run now of this final qualifying session.
Really intriguing in GT Pro as well. The third fastest car is the 97 Aston. One of its drivers is Bruno Senna, who joins Bruce.
Bruno, it's a very frustrating time in qualifying. The 97 car has been in the pits. A lot of work's been going on. What's happening? It doesn't look as though Darren Turner's going to go for a pole time.
Yeah, we've been working to catch up with the SDs. It was really difficult to do any meaningful work to the car because of the red flags, and yeah, so far we've just been catching up with it. I mean, we cannot complain with about the pace of the car. We're still up there, and you know, we obviously want to be on pole position. But right now the priority is to make the car nice and fast for the race, but good to drive. And then I think we're going the right direction. So a few more runs, we may be trying for another flying lap and see if we can get pole position. But so far the work has been done okay.
So Darren will go out in the car next. Do you think you'll get out in the car this evening yourself?
I think so. Yeah, we're doing a few more changes, and hopefully I'll get out and try for a quick one.
But it's a pretty good mix of manufacturers, isn't it? With Ferrari on top, Chevrolet, Aston Martin, Porsche. Porsche not doing so well in this class just this time so far.
It's all very close. I mean, I think what we're seeing is a lot of people struggling with accidents, and we're seeing so many cars out of the running already because of incidents at the wrong time. And I think, of course, one of them is ours, and it's not even going to start the race. So the track is very tricky this year. Everybody's making more mistakes than normally. So you need to definitely start the race, finish the race is a whole different matter. So the challenge is very big this year.
Bruno, as always, thank you very much for talking to us.
So we have got 23.5 minutes to go, and intriguingly enough, Trussers, both Porsches are out on track now, and as promised, Neil Yarney in the 14, Brendan Hartley in the 20.
Yes, I mean, we've got to hand it to our pit lane reporters down there in the Nismo pit lane, because they got on with it, and we found out exactly what was going to happen. what we haven't found out is how fast they're going to go, but we've also got Stefan Sarazan, who at this time of night at Le Mans is exactly who you want in the number 7 Toyota. Sebastian Buemi has just left the pits in the number 8 Toyota. So Sarazan and Buemi for Toyota, Yanni and Hartley for Porsche. Tom Christensen is out and so is Marco Bononomi.
Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Race tuned. World Cup update on Radio Le Mans, brought to you by Adidas Motorsport.
77 minutes gone in Sao Paulo, and it's 2-1. Croatia clearly hadn't read the script when they took the lead after 11 minutes thanks to a Marcelo own goal, shocking everyone in the stadium and I'm sure all over Brazil. But in the 29th minute, it was all square. Who else but the poster boy of this World Cup, Neymar, with a neat finish from the outside of the box, delighting the home crowd and levelling the game up. Then in the 70th minute, Dejan Lovren was deemed to have brought down Brazilian striker Fred in the box, and the referee awarded a penalty. And that man again, Neymar, slotted home. With just over 78 minutes played, it's 2-1. I'm Harry Cambridge with your World Cup update.
Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
The sound of Lasat for the 24 hours.
Mobil 1, RadioLeMans.com. It's 91.2 FM here at the track at Circuit de la Sarthe and around the world on the World Wide Web. The 82nd running of the 24 hours of Le Mans, and we're getting into the real meaty part of qualifying now. This decides, remember, the starting order for Saturday's race. The race due to start at 3 o'clock, and at the end of the next 21.5 minutes we will know who will start from pole position. Will it be a Porsche, and will it be the one driven by Mark Lieb? Maybe Mark knows. He's with Jeremy Shaw.
He is indeed, and sorry to drag you away, Mark. This is a really exciting time of the qualifying session now, down to the final few minutes. What have you guys got?
Well, we're trying now. We have Brendan in car 20 and Neil in car 14, so we will have a go for pole position or a good starting position so far. It has been quite a good qualifying session for us. We are quite pleased with the car, with the setup. Yeah, so now, but it's the exciting time now.
And you've done some good longish runs this evening as well.
No, we did that yesterday, and we were quite pleased with that. Today was more or less a shakedown for our car with short runs. You know, we had some new parts in the car for the race, and but now we'll try for qualifying.
It's been a great day in any case, really. I mean, yesterday was fantastic, 1-2. Today, currently, you're on the first and second row of the grid, so hey, it's been fantastic really so far. Did you expect that?
Well, we were hoping for after Spa that we will be competitive. It looks like that we are. The race is a different story, but we are satisfied with the results so far. And yeah, it's just a continuous progress in this project, and it's getting better and better every time.
Okay, put you on the spot. What time do you think these guys can do?
Well, I think it's going to be a mid-21, low 21 is pole. I don't know who's going to get it, but I think it will be like that.
Mark, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And just as Mark was speaking, I saw the Porsche, now which one was that? The number 14, I reckon, driven by Neil Yarney, heading through Forest Esses, so coming under the Dunlop Bridge and down that swoop to head into Forest Esses itself. And a great sight actually at this time of night, seeing the amount of sparks pouring out the back of that 919 hybrid as it bottoms out. I tell you, the barge board in these new Porsches gets a real battering. There's a car spun out of Ford Chicane, which is the 38 Jota Sport Zytek. Now that is driven by Simon Dolan at the moment. A fabulous stint from him at Imola only a few weeks ago in the European Le Mans Series. And Simon Dolan, who is one of the quickest gentleman drivers here this year, I would suggest, has spun in a convenient place, if that's possible, because he just did a very quick pirouette and straight into pit lane. Paul Truswell, you've given me lots of different facts and figures recently, which included the fact that it's well worth getting pole position for the race. When you think about the championship,
it was worth championship points as well, not just for you, but for all the drivers in your team.
Yeah.
So you know, it's quite important. But
also,
there's another incident on the circuit, Johnny.
Yeah, big off for the 48 Murphy Prototypes Orica. Karen Chandok at the wheel. It's not his season, is it? Karen Chandok's season at all, because he didn't get to drive the car at Silverstone from memory, and that's his outlap I'm hearing as well. So Karun Chandok, difficult to tell from the CCTV camera image that I just saw where exactly on the circuit that was. Indianapolis, thank you, Paul. And the yellow flag is being displayed at Marshall Post 95B and 96. There's also debris on the entry to 96. So in that sort of area, the drivers will need to be very, very careful and wary of the 48 Murphy Prototypes Oreca. It's lost its nose cone. That has detached from the car at the very least and hit the tyre barrier. We'll try and bring you a little more news on that as soon as we get it. Bruce Jones, down to you in the Nismo pit lane team.
Well, Karun Chandok was indicative of pretty much everybody at LMP2. They waited for that slow zone to be cleared and they were all scrambling. I was actually waiting to tell you that the two G-Drive racing cars, the Morgan driven by Olivier Pla, went out of the pits, followed immediately by Alex Brundle from the neighbouring garage in the Ligier. They're obviously going to help each other out around the circuit, but this is their lap on new tyres. So this is where they're supposed to be building it up, and as you say, there's debris on the circuit down around where number 48, the Murphy Prototypes car, goes off, so they could have stuffed up there. 43, the Moran racing car, waiting for that to go out, but I think we're going to have a real explosion of tyres. In LMP2, they are so super close.
Absolutely, and just to let you know that the 48 car up until that point had been 6th quickest. It still is 6th quickest indeed. The 3:38.207 minute lap that it's done, 3 minutes 38.207 seconds, puts it 6th, but they're going to struggle to improve on that considering where the cars ended up, Paul.
And I think that we're going to be robbed of having some of those quick times because there is going to be a slow zone which is going to start very shortly whilst they presumably clear the debris and do whatever they need to do on the barrier. Now we only have 16 minutes left to run of this session, and so the slow zone, by the time you've got it set up and done and everything else, is going to take a big chunk out of that. It could be a desperately exciting five minutes at the end.
I hope so. I mean, you did a bit of calculation to work out how much time a slow zone actually adds to your lap.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter how much it adds if it's going to working, but it's around 30 seconons. Which is huge. I was working out. Which, I mean, as I say, it doesn't. The fact that it spoils the thing altogether. The thing that it is worth doing is to get out of the pits and get on the track, because as soon as the slow zone goes, you can be as fast as you like. We can see lots of activity down in the pit lane, and I think that's the story at the moment, is to get out onto the track, because it is going to be a bit of a lottery. But in order to be in the lottery, you've got to be in it. You've got to be in it to win it, I think is the phrase, isn't it?
That was the line. That was the line.
I've got there in the end.
But it's all going to come down to how long this slow zone is actually in place. It didn't seem to be a particularly big or difficult accident to deal with. The current Chandok's car had gone in and was resting parallel with the barrier. There wasn't a huge amount there. There was some debris which was sitting on the track, but that was only pick-upable debris, so I don't think that's going to make a huge amount of difference. We're seeing now the slow zone signs out, but with a bit of luck, with 15 minutes exactly left to go on this session, that we can get something quick soon.
Yeah, there is a recovery vehicle on scene, as I would have expected, to be honest, at Indianapolis. It's a commonplace for cars to go off, so a snatch vehicle resident there would be a smart move. But also the marshals are out on track with big yellow arrows, and clearly they can display those to the drivers to either keep drivers left or drivers right away from the incident. In this case, it's to stay drivers left. Let's head down to the Nismo pit lane team and speak to Jeremy Shaw, who has some news on various events in recent times.
Yeah, we have both of the G-Drive cars here, the Oreca and the Morgan and the Ligier, both in the pits here. So they're waiting to go out again. They will change tyres on both of those cars. Also, the Porsche hybrid team, car number 20, is set up for a pit stop. So that car we're expecting in here any second.
As somebody comes into pit lane, because clearly that was the siren to indicate a car is about to trundle into the pit lane. It is painfully slow, though, as you head through this slow zone up at Indianapolis.
And we're seeing the signs on the screen that say the slow zone is likely to be until the end of the session.
Right.
So, therefore, what we have is what we've got.
It would seem so, and that was why it was so important to put a time in, I suppose, early on in the session. We haven't had a stoppage, as I will remind you I predicted, but we have had 2 yellow zones during this session. So clearly you have to do it, well, assuming there might be an incident, it's important to get a banker lap time in. Kazuki Nakajima did that. It was him with the time, wasn't it, Trussers?
Yes.
Yeah, he did that fairly early on in the session, and although Mark Lieb thought a mid 321, maybe even a low 321 was possible, it would appear, at least at this stage, with 13 minutes to go, although it's likely that we'll get the yellow flag till the end of the session, that Toyota have taken pole.
Yes, I mean, the thing that's foxing me is, what does that message mean? Likely to be until the end of the session still means that it might not be. So you've still got to stay out there just in case they bring it in, or they let it go green before the end of the session. But you know, that kind of is neither one thing nor the other. But it kind of does. I don't know, it lets you down a little bit because you were expecting it to be a real battle right to the end. But, you know, it's not going to be possible for anyone to go more quickly if the slow zone is going to last till the end.
And unfortunately, we will never know,
No.
at least for this year, whether Porsche had it in the bag to be able to take pole position because they've been robbed of the chance. Let's head down to Bruce Jones in the Nismo pit lane team. He's joined by Mark Szulzicki.
Mark Szulzicki, the only driver at Le Mans who was born in Vladivostok, 7,500 miles from his closest circuit in Russia. Just saw both of the G-Drive cars, the Ligier and the Morgan, go out to try and go for class pole, and then we have a slow section on the circuit. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, it is, and you see team is not happy now, and it's maybe 10 minutes to go, and I don't think slow zone will be close. I mean, yeah, remove, and looks like it will be third place for us.
Okay, so very frustrating for both of the G-Drive cars, but it's still early days for you at Le Mans, but how do you feel about this event so far?
I think we have a good day today. I mean, for me especially, I tried today at night. It's really not easy for me to first step, and yeah, very useful, and it will be a long race, you know. Third place, it's not too bad for start of this long race. So yeah, I'm looking forward to do it.
Mark, great to speak to you, and of course, Mark, a graduate, one of many graduates in the pit lane now from the Nissan Driving Academy. As I said, 7,500 kilometres to his closest circuit. No wonder he had to get here through the alternative route that Darren Cox and his crew dreamt up for us.
Great to hear from Mark. Thank you, Bruce. And straight down the other end to Jeremy.
I'm in the Porsche pit here, and the number 14 car has been pulled back into the garage. The number 20 car left, well, a couple of minutes ago with a fresh set of tyres. Not sure whether Andreas Seidler is going to be able to talk to us or not. I think he's busy at the moment. No, maybe, yeah, we'll have a quick chat. Andreas, how frustrating is it? We hear this slow zone might go on to the end of the session.
For us, it's not really frustrating. I think it's just
for us.
It's just a bad end for the session for all the fans waiting for the final shots. But at the moment we are in P2 and P4, which is just sensational for us.
Yeah, you've got to be thrilled. I mean, it's been a great day yesterday, 1-2, and 2 and 4. Yeah, still pretty happy. And everything looking good for the race. You've done a lot of race preparation.
Say again, please.
You've done a lot of race preparation. So
that's what. Yeah. For us, it was a mix, obviously, of race preparation, but also combined with some quali shots.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, please.
Assuming we get no improvements then for the remaining 9 minutes and 45 seconds, the way the grid lines up at this stage, it's going to be fascinating on Saturday at 3 o'clock with all that lot barrelling into the Dunlop chicane, because you got Toyota alongside a Porsche, exactly the same on the second row, and then 3 Audis stacked up behind them. Who's going to win the race up towards the Dunlop Bridge, I wonder?
Toyota. No, I mean, in a way, there was a piece of me that thought it might go like that. So you've got the 2 Toyotas on one side of the road, the 2 Porsches on the other side of the road, and then the 3 Audis lined up behind. It was always going to be the 3 Audis lined up behind, I think. I think that didn't take a huge amount of I don't know. I mean, it's going to be a fascinating race. It's a super prospect. I mean, we can't count our chickens yet because, I mean, as I say, it's all very well to have a message saying likely to be until the end of the session. But as I say, it's only going to need that yellow zone to go. And if even if it goes after the checkered flag has been displayed, if you've already started your lap, then you'll be able to go through Indianapolis at full speed.
Absolutely.
So it's worth being out there and trying to work out where you need to be, as you say, with 8.5 minutes remaining in order to be in the right place when the checkered flag comes out, i.e. having just gone through before the checkered flag comes out. So you had the maximum possible chance of getting through Indianapolis with it being green.
Yeah. And should remind people that it's not until you head over the line with a checkered flag being displayed that it's the end of your session. So you could head over the line a second before the checkered flag is deployed and that lap will still count. And as you quite rightly say, with such a long circuit, these drivers will be hammering through sectors 1 and 2, and then towards the end of sector 2, the yellow flag zone, the slow zone, could clear, and that'll be the time to really get on it. So as Trussers quite rightly points out, it's worth being out there circulating at a decent pace and be quick to react.
And clearly what we're seeing now is that all the major teams are hanging on Paul's words of wisdom, because they're actually out there now with just that opportunity in mind, and it doesn't feel like anybody's given up on it. We're seeing people putting fresh tyres on cars. The Audi guys don't look heartbroken, I have to say. That there isn't that air of resignation or disappointment or anything else. I think they seem to be pretty in touch with this. But Toyota Porsche into the Dunlop curves is going to be interesting if that's the way it does.
Well, I'm just remembering the start from 12 months ago, and it was so busy in there with cars 2 abreast heading up towards the Dunlop chicane, and it took quite a bit of sorting out. Toyota did actually escape through the left-hand element of the Dunlop curve just about in the lead, but it was a close-run thing all the way up until the turning point for that left-hander at the top of the hill. It's going to be fascinating to see which is the quickest off the marks when the red light goes out on Saturday.
Yeah, and it could go anyway, and we've all come out with all the platitudes about you've got to get to the end of the race to win it. But nonetheless, yeah, there is a huge amount that hangs on just those first probably 5 laps of how it is, and we've all heard the fans' reaction when perhaps the underdog is out at the front. It could go either way. We still have this slow zone, and it still has that slightly woolly expression of being likely to be until the end of the session, with just over 5 minutes left to go. So it's going to be tight.
51 AF Corsa Ferrari is making its way through Forest Esses, in fact through Tete Rouge now, with the lone green dot displayed on the side of the vehicle. That's to indicate that it is the fastest of the GT Pro cars so far. Gianmaria Bruni currently at the wheel. It's done a 3:53.7 incidentally. And then in its wake, second fastest of the GT Pro cars is the number 73 Chevrolet Corvette C7R. Jordan Taylor's driving that, but that car has done a 3:54.777. And now on an outlap is Darren Turner in the 97 Aston Martin, entered by Aston Martin Racing. It's done a 3:54.891, puts it third quickest of the GT Pros. GT Am is still headed by the 81 AF Corsa Ferrari. Sam Bird has most recently been at the wheel, but that car is currently in pit lane. P2, fastest car across the 3 sessions so far, Ludovic Badet and his team from Thierry by TDS Racing. The 46 Ligier then quickest from the 38 Jota Sport Zytek and the 35 G-Drive Racing Ligier. Alex Brundle is on board that car now on an outlap. And interestingly enough, now you said earlier on, Trussers, it's not a surprise to see the Audi quickest through Sector 1 We saw impressive Sector 1 times from the R18 e-tron Quattro. Andre Lotra has just gone quicker than anybody else across all 3 sessions through Sector 1.
Yeah, yes. I mean, I think we saw some Audis smiling. I think they had that up their sleeve that they might do that. The message has changed on the screen, incidentally, from may likely to stay, and that message has now changed to will stay.
World Cup update on Radio Le Mans, brought to you by Adidas Motorsport.
Full time here in Sao Paulo, and it's finished 3-1 to Brazil. Croatia clearly hadn't read the script when they took the lead after 11 minutes, thanks to a Marcelo own goal, shocking everyone in the stadium and I'm sure all over Brazil. But in the 29th minute, it was all square, and who else but the poster boy of this World Cup, Neymar, with a neat finish from outside the box, delighting the home crowd and levelling the game up. Then in the 70th minute, Dejan Lovren was deemed to have brought down Brazilian striker Fred in the box, and the referee awarded a penalty, and that man again, Neymar, slotted home. Brazil capped off the performance with an added time strike from Chelsea's Oscar. I'm Harry Cambridge with your World Cup update.
Radio Le Mans World Cup coverage is brought to you by Adidas Motorsport. Adidas, partner of the 2014 FIFA World Cup in Brazil. Live from trackside, direct to you. All of the action. Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
91.2 FM here at the track and around the world on the World Wide Web. It's Mobil 1 RadioLeMans.com for 2014 and the 82nd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We are 2.5 minutes away from the end of qualifying session, and 3 qualifying sessions, of course, we had in total, and this one's been slightly extended because of the various red flag interruptions that we've had both yesterday and for a session today as well. So 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go, Paul Truswell, but the slow zone we know now will be in place until the end of it, so that really is it for qualifying, to improve times.
Yes, it is, isn't it? I mean, they can still go out and do get their night laps in for the drivers who need to qualify in night laps. They can still go and prove something with a fastest sector time if they want to. But it's a bit of a damp squid. I mean, the whole point of qualifying is to have this kind of really exciting end to the session. But what it does mean is that we do get an extra championship point for Kazuya Nakajima and Stefan Saras and Alexander Wurz.
You know, by the way, you know how this is a double point scoring round for the championship? You don't get 2 points for pole.
You don't get 2 points for pole, no, you only get 1 point for pole.
I would hold out for the extra point, me.
You'd go up and start negotiating straight away.
I think it's worth it because you've got how many hours in total? 6 hours of qualifying. That's intense. It's worth at least one more point.
Go on, get on with it.
All right, 1 minute to go, and well, Toyota on pole for the 2014 Le Mans 24 Hours. That's what a lot of people predicted, but kind of not the way we ended up getting it. And we still have a lot of questions that have not been answered, namely Porsche's absolute pace, and that's going to be fascinating to try and find out as the race unfolds.
And I think it's not just about Porsche's absolute pace, although that is critical and crucial. It is also that Audi are kind of hiding their light under a bushel. We know that they're probably not the absolute fastest, but they do seem very relaxed. We have seen some very quick sector times even during this this slow zone period from Audi, and there's something which says to me that they probably know something that they're not telling anybody else, because they don't seem to be particularly worried about being where they are. They certainly don't go into this, in my mind, as underdogs.
They might know something that we don't know about their car, but they don't know all that there is to know about Porsche and Toyota yet.
No, I think Audi is not where they would like to be. They are slower, but they do have a lot of experience at winning this race with the slower car.
Checker flag is out, by the way, for whatever it means. You know, for academic reasons, the session is now coming to an end.
So Toyota can now officially celebrate.
And
yes, they can. They absolutely are, because I can see Hughes de Schornack now of Toyota, who is celebrating with an awful lot of mechanics there in garages. at 1 and 2. And the Toyota TS040s are currently out on track still, with Kazuki Nakajima and Sebastian Buemi at the wheels. The 7 and 8 cars, though, will start from 1st and 3rd places, respectively, on Saturday.
But just to make his point, Brendan Hartley in the Porsche number 20 has set his fastest Sector 1 time on that last lap, just because he can. And it means nothing, of course. It wasn't as fast as Andre Lotterer went. Indeed, it wasn't even as fast as Andre Lotterer went when he was not going as quickly as he could. But Brendan Hartley putting his fastest sector time in on that lap on which the checkered flag was shown.
Here's Jeremy Shaw down in the Nismo pit lane, who can report on what he sees in the Toyota garages.
Yeah, from a distance. I'm not very impressed, quite frankly. They've put the barriers up here. They're not allowing anybody to talk to it. There are lots of backslapping going on in the garage, but they apparently don't want to share that with anybody but themselves at the moment. So hopefully that'll change in a minute or two before we go off the air. But clearly, certainly, jubilation down here at the Denso Toyota hybrid team. And they are thrilled with this pole position. The big test, of course, comes in about, 48 hours' time.
Thank you, Jeremy. Stick with it. You may well get a chat with somebody from Toyota before we sign off for the evening. Certainly the guys at Thierry by TDS Racing a little more talkative, because the boss man is with Bruce Jones.
Yeah, I was hoping that, I'm just going to say congratulations to Pierre. I was hoping Tristan would come out. Tristan set the time. Just a very quick one, Pierre Thierry. Pole position for LMP2. Are you happy?
Yes, a lot. Yes, new car, and we are so happy. But the biggest job is Saturday and Sunday.
But it's very close on time.
Yeah, but race is very long, and we'll see.
Thank you very much. That's Pierre Thierry, very happy here. Thierry by TDS Racing. It's going to be the super toughest class, I reckon, LMP2.
Yeah, I'm going to struggle to disagree with that, to be honest, Bruce. I'm also incredibly enticed by the GT fight, though, because we have 4 works teams in that, effectively. Of course, are pretty much a Ferrari works team versus a works Aston Martin team, a Porsche works outfit run by Olive Manthey, and, of course, Chevrolet Corvette as well. News from the Toyota camp. Jeremy Shaw is joined by Nicolas Lapierre.
Yeah, Nicolas, fantastic result for you guys here. You've worked so hard for this. You've got to be thrilled to have the pole position.
Yeah, it was important for us to get pole position, and Porsche has been pushing very hard for it, so it was important for us to get the first line. So 1st and 3rd is a great result for us.
Well, is it frustrating not to be able to go out there at the end and try and lay one down so far as the team is concerned?
Yeah, we were going to have a last shot in the end with another set of tires on both cars, but unfortunately we had this yellow slow zone. But in the end, 1st and 3rd is a great start, really great start.
Well done, congratulations.
Thank you.
The big one is coming up though.
Exactly, the most important job is still to be done.
That's Nicolas Lapierre. He's a good guy, I tell you what. And it's kind of him to come over here and talk to us. Everybody else there is in the garage, and Nicolas is over here congratulating the rest of the engineers here on the engineering stand.
Thank you, Jeremy. And of course, Nicolas Lapierre was in the 7 car last year, but there's been a reshuffle at Toyota. So Lapierre in the 8 car with Davidson and Sebastian Buemi. This year's 7 lineup is Alex Wurz, Stefan Serrazan and Kazuki Nakajima. We've dealt with then the outright pole, the pole for P1. We've also heard from Pierre Thierry from the 46 car, which has the P2 pole position. And I think Bruce has got GT Pro dealt with also.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a go. Very excited trio, the Gianmaria Bruni, Giancarlo Fisichella and Tony Villander. Let's see which one I can prize out. I'm just going to quickly grab Giancarlo. Congratulations, pole, but a very strange session there.
Yeah. There is something wrong, something strange. Too many accidents. This is not good. It's very unfair and quite big accident, unfortunately. One of our sister car, has a big accident on the Porsche curve. It's a dangerous place. I think we need to change something for the future. Apart from that, Jimmy did a fantastic job. We are on pole. It's great to start like that, but it's 24 hours race. It's very long. So.
It is. Giancarlo, congratulations. Whoops, Porsche coming in, just missing us.
Good news. Well dodged, Bruce, and great to hear from Giancarlo Fisichella as well. It was his teammate Jimmy Bruni who finished the session off in the 51 car, but a fabulous result for AF Corsa, not only getting the GT Pro pole, but also in GT Am as well with the 81 machine.
And Giancarlo Fisichella, obviously the first driver member of our Bring Back White House campaign.
Is that right?
Because he was
it's continuing at pace, this, isn't it?
It is. It's going to run and run now. I can see this. It's Bring Back White House is what we need to do. It was quite nice to see Kazuki Nakajima getting out of that car with his surname written across the back of his crash helmet in exactly the same way as his father did.
Let's head down to Jeremy Shaw once more, because he has more news from Toyota. It's coming thick and fast.
Well, it would be, but he's just interviewing with the French TV right now. But
Hughes de Schornack is the man you're after.
It is indeed, and he plays a big role in his organisation, of course, and a lot of success in all forms of motor racing. Been around this sport a long time. Really much a legend in France, and I know he's absolutely thrilled with this, because the Orica team, of which he is the head honcho, has put an awful lot into this program. The Orica team runs the program from France, and mainly French mechanics and engineers that actually run the car at the racetrack. This is very much a global effort here. We talked about it many times in the past, that the engine program is looked after in Japan, the chassis program is done in Germany, but the race engineering and everything else along those lines is done from the French side here. And I'm filling here as much as I can, but that interview is still going on. It's really frustrating, but it's just a great day for this whole team, because they've worked so hard for this. They've had a great start to the year in the World Endurance Championship, but this is a big one. This is the one that everybody wants to win, and very much so for Toyota, because there's only ever been one Japanese manufacturer. There's one here at La Sarthe, and that of course was Mazda with that screaming
yes.
rotary engine, 23-4 years ago now. So this is a big day for them to win the pole here. They've come so close on race day in the past, but Hughes de Schornack, you've got to be thrilled. I mean, you guys at Orica played such a big role in this organisation.
Yeah, it's fantastic, because it has been done after a very good job. I mean, it was not just one lap like that. It was just something which has been built session after session, and so it's great. But the race is still very long, and what is important is Sunday at 3 o'clock.
How frustrating was it at the end then not to get a chance to go see how fast you really could go?
No, I think we were ready for the last 30 minutes. If Porsche wanted to go better, we were ready too also. So no, I think we did the good job, great job, yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy, and some good persistent skills there to get Hughes de Schornack on air, and great to get his reaction as well. Now, one of the staple parts of the Mobil 1 RadioLeMans.com coverage is, of course, Paul Truswell's run through the grid, which we will hear later on in the week. But Paul Truswell can give us how things stand at the end of this 2.5 session, the final qualifying thing. We're not going to do that, I'm hearing now, because we do need to do at least a rundown in a moment, just to work out who has finished where. I've not mentioned that yet, Paul Tarsi, but what can we glean?
I just wanted to jump in on
this 2.5
thing
session
that Jeremy Shaw was saying just now, that the only Japanese manufacturer ever to win this is, of course, Mazda, and that we mustn't lose sight of the fact who actually ran that Mazda the whole Mazda program, and that, of course, was Orica. So it's possibly history repeating itself. Who knows? Because it could well be that we're going to see Orica running a program for another Japanese manufacturer, obviously in the name of Toyota, when 1991 was the time that we actually saw the Orica car crossing the line first, and we saw that in the Group C race earlier on today, or Group C quali earlier on today.
We did indeed, yes. So the pole time, if I've not given you that enough, let me give you that again. 3:21.789 is the pole position time for the 2014 24 Hours of Le Mans. Car 7 set it. Kazuki Nakajima was the driver. Second fastest across the 3 sessions, Neil Yarney's number 14 Porsche, 3:22.146 will put it second on the grid, ahead of the number 8 Toyota. 3:22.523 was the time, and the other Porsche, so it's effectively Toyota, Porsche, the front 2 rows. Car 20 will start 4th, ahead of 3 Audis, cars 3, 2 and 1 in that order. P2 pole going to number 46, the Thierry by TDS Ligier. That's Ludovic Badet's machine. A 3:37.609 was the pole time for P2. Pole position time for the GT Pro, 3:53.700. Car 51 getting the time. Gian-Maria Bruni and Giancarlo Fisichella and Tony Villander, members of that team. And as I've already mentioned, AF Corse are not only netting GT Pro, but also GT Am as well with the 81 car. They took pole with a 3:54.665. Actually, the second best GT time overall. So they will line up as a GT Pro car versus a GT Am car, 28th and 29th overall. We still have interviews to potentially do with Bruce Jones down in pit lane. So let's hand over to Bruce now, part of our Nismo pit lane team.
Neil Yanni, a look of frustration on your face there. You thought you had a tilt at pole right at the end for Porsche?
I think first we have to be very happy about our front row. Romain did a great lap, got us P2. 3:10 obviously on a 3:20 lap is is peanuts, and that's why it's a little bit of sadness with it. But I think we can be very happy. But yeah, a big shame about the end. I think there was would have been still something possible. I think I had a good sector 1, a blue one, a personal best. So yeah, shame, but that's life.
But overall, Porsche's return to the Le Mans 24 Hours, it's going well so far, but the last 2 days have been difficult, well, for everyone.
I think for everyone. I mean, qualifying is prestige. It's not really important for the race. We know that. But, we wanted to get that return in a big way. We nearly managed it. But, yeah, very difficult sessions with the yellow zones, red flags, a lot of crashes. Luckily, no people hurt. I think the race will be an interesting one, and we just have to stay in there. We saw today, in the last 2 days, what happens. It's amazing, and we just should stay on track, no issues, and then we'll have a good result.
Well, it's great to have Porsche back. Good to see half a smile on your face. Neil Yanni.
Thank you, Bruce. So Neil Yanni, who was raring himself up to go, of course, in the 14 Porsche 919 on its new tyres, the hybrid, and we were standing here with bated breath to see what those Porsches could do. Unfortunately, the question remains unanswered, but all will unfold during the race. I'm hoping to get the full set before we do sign off for this evening to hear from the 81 camp. As I've mentioned, that car managing to net pole in GTE Am. Another AF Corse run Ferrari 458 Italia, and I know that Jeremy Shaw is en route to try and get word from that garage. Loads to look forward to. It's going to be a question of where to look first, I think, during that opening hour.
Yeah, I think it is. It's going to be one of. I can see it now. I can see the nip and tuck of how it's going to be. We've seen it before. Toyota and Porsche are going to be battling it out. Now, whether they battle it out to the point that they actually damage each other, and I don't mean physically, I mean that whether they run away too hard at the front, that is a very big possibility. That we are seeing still some very untried technology in all of those first 4 cars, and that could be a factor within it as well. We're going to see Toyota are obviously very keen. This is their year, and that they need to put a stamp on this in that first hour, in that first stint. So they need when all the pit stops have been done to be coming out and then hopefully from their point of view running 1 and 2. Porsche are going to work very hard at not doing that. They've also been around for a long time, and they know what they're doing when it comes to playing the long game. I keep on coming back to the fact that I think you're going to see Audi running on grid positions, that you're going to see them as 5, 6 and 7 for the first few laps is my guess. But what we're going to see after that is that probably 2 stints in, 3 stints in, we'll start seeing maybe one of the lead Audis starting to move up the board. I don't know. I don't know any more than anybody else, but that's kind of my feel for it. I think this is going to be a classic Le Mans that we're going to see. I think we're going to see something which is really, really going to mark this down, because it could go either way. Any of those first 7 cars is a potential winner, and we haven't been able to say that here at the Circuit de la Sarthe for a very, very long time.
Jeremy Shaw is in the 81 pit garage. That car has taken pole in GT Am.
Steve doesn't want to talk, so he's going to speak first of all with Michele. Michele, great job by you guys. Where's Sam, first of all?
He's disappeared. He's too excited. We cannot control him.
Great job by all of you guys. I mean, you're really looking good here, and Steve has really good pace as well.
Yeah, it's impressive because we have to remember that for Steve is the first time in Le Mans and is the brand new experience with the GT cars, with the GT2 cars. Very difficult to be so quick. He did 402 and 404 consistently, which is a really good lap time. I think we found a good setup on the car, and is pretty consistent even for the race. Should be.
Yeah, congratulations to you. And Steve, this is a big thrill for you, I'm sure. You've been very quiet here, very reserved, but you've got to be thrilled.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with the result. You only wish for a pole, and Sam's managed to do that for us. So hopefully the car goes well for us, and we're still there at the end of 24 hours.
And you seem very comfortable in this car right from the first moment you got here.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a testing thing for me. It's has a few features missing from it from the normal cars I drive, but yeah, I'm getting used to it, so it's good.
Congratulations, have a great race over the weekend.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Top work, Jeremy. So that is all 4 classes covered then. We've heard from the 7 camp, the 46 camp, and also from the 51 and the 81, both, of course, run by AF Corsa Ferrari on pole for GT Pro and GT Am. It's a mouth-watering prospect, the race that starts at 3 o'clock on Saturday, preceded by warm-up, of course, a 45-minute warm-up session on Saturday morning from 9 o'clock through to 9:45. And Paul Truswell was telling me earlier on, it's from the end of that session round to 10:15 that you have your final chance to allocate your starting driver, which will change in the case of the number 1 Audi. We no longer have Loic Duval in the entry after his accident yesterday. Loic is okay, he's been checked out, but purely for safety reasons, it's been judged by Audi to be not a good idea to run Loic in the race. So Marc Gené's been brought in instead, and therefore they will have to allocate a new starting driver. And that's the case for all the teams. Plenty more to unfold across the rest of this week, but that draws to a close then our coverage of qualifying 3, an extended session, 2.5 hours, all sorts of questions answered, but actually it threw up a few more questions as well that will keep us guessing overnight and into Friday as well. Be sure to stay tuned to 91.2 FM, Mobil 1, radiolemans.com, and we will speak to you at some point tomorrow.
This programme is a Radio Show Limited production. For more, go to www.radiolemans.com. Radio Show Limited. We talk to the world.